Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask everybody to take their seats, including particularly members of the Executive Committee, that would be great. Well, thank you very much for your attention, and a welcome to those who are visiting the committee, who are members of City Council, and also a welcome, of course, to our people who are here, citizens of the city, to participate in our deliberations today. And so I do want to welcome you. Just again, a reminder for those here in person, the screen at the back will keep you up to date with respect to where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next, and we'll run through that because there'll be some changes in order that you might want to focus on. That Councillor Cressy, second time now. You can also follow the meeting on your computer, tablet or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council, or you can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. First of all, are there any declarations of interest from members of the committee under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if there is one that you have, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Any? Yes, Councillor Pasternak.
Mr. Mayor, related to Toronto Public Library records retention schedules that sits in one of the addendums, I'd like to declare an interest because my spouse works for Toronto Public Library.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. 15 and 16? Items 15 and 16, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes.
Thank you. Other declarations, if any? All right. Well, then we'll move forward. If I could just bring to your attention the fact that I have an item of new business to add to the agenda. You all have it on the pink paper. It is in front of you, along with a copy of the task force on Toronto community housing, which we received on Tuesday of this week. May I have a motion to add this item to the agenda? Moved by Councillor Shiner, seconded by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. I would also propose, because this item has attracted a lot of interest, including from some of our colleagues on the Council, that we time this, and that we should time it as the first item after the lunch recess today. So that would be when we come back at 1:30. May I have a motion? Well, I will point out, I want, because it is an important occasion, I hope you'll send along our warmest regards to your wife, Councillor Pasternak, whose birthday it is today, and he has various celebrations to attend to later in the day, and I promised him we would be through our business because there's no reason we shouldn't be in time for him to make those celebrations, but I think we'll be here after lunch. May I have a vote a motion in favour of timing this item for the first item after the lunch recess? Moved by Councillor Pasternak, seconded by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So if there are members of the public, since this is a new item of business just added, who wish to make a deputation on this item, please see the clerk's staff as soon as possible, and the clerk's staff will see that we have a separate speakers list for this item available after lunch so that you'll know how many are speaking and where you rank on that speaking list. So let us now review the agenda as amended by the addition of that one item and go through these items and see what is going to require our deliberation today. Item 11.1, Ralph Thornton Community. Oh, beg your pardon? Confirmation of the minutes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Confirmation of the minutes of December 1st. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of December the 1st, 2015? Moved by Councillor Ainsley, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Sorry about that. Item 11.1. Ralph Thornton Community Centre Constitution, Procedure and Bylaw. Moved by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.2, Toronto Community Housing Commissioner of Housing Equity. Motion to adopt adopt the recommendation to receive the report by Councillor Bylaw, seconded by Councillor Shiner. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.3, I'm going to hold just to say a few brief words. 11.4, is there a motion to adopt the recommendation to receive the report? Moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Bylaw. All those in favour? Opposed? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just this should be a community development and recreation. I don't know why it's here, but just
well, it's here.
Yeah, just for the clerk.
How things get here sometimes, Councillor Mihevik, I don't know. But
I know.
Yeah, it is just being received for information. I think it was about to be. So all those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Scarborough Transit Plan, we have deputations and a presentation, and I will be seeking your concurrence to time this when we finish the rundown of the agenda. 11.6, administrative amendments to the reserve accounts for 2015. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendations in the report? Moved by Councillor Ainslie, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.7, Development Charges Act changes.
Can I hold that?
Held by Councillor Shiner.
Thank you.
11.8, Gardner Expressway Strategic Rehabilitation Peer Review of Money Analysis. May I have a motion to adopt the recommendation to receive the report? Moved by Councillor Palacio, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.9, Revised Community... I beg pardon?
I'd like to hold that.
Oh, yes. Okay. Councillor Thompson will hold 11.9. 11.10, Hydro Vaults and Heat Detectors. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendations to receive the report? Moved by Councillor McMahon, Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.11, representation on the pension plan sponsored by the city. Motion to adopt the recommendations in the report. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Bailao. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.12, request for presentation to the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee on the recruitment strategy. A motion to adopt the recommendations from the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Moved by Councillor Shiner, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The official plan amendment for Exhibition Place, item 11.13. We have deputations on that, and I'll be proposing to you timing that specifically at a time after lunch on account of the availability of the Vice Chair of the Exhibition Place Board. 11.14, lease 275 Manitoba Drive. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendations from the Chief Executive Officer of Exhibition Place? Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. E-book advocacy. Now, this may be one where, depending on what goes on, you may wish, well, you want to absent yourself anyway, Councillor Pasternak. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendation from the Toronto Public Library Board? Councillor Pasternak is in the process of absenting himself. Moved by Councillor Ainslie, seconded by Councillor Bailao. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.16, Councillor Pasternak still being outside of the seating area here. The Toronto Public Library revised records retention schedule. Adopt the recommendation of the Toronto Public Library Board. Moved by Councillor Ainslie, seconded by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Transit Commission 11.17, 2015 in-year technical adjustment. Adopt the recommendations from the Toronto Transit Commission Board. Motion to adopt the recommendations from the TTC. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shiner. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 11.18. I was going to, can I do it at this point in time? I had submitted a motion to refer this to the Director of Real Estate Services for a report back in consultation with the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation at the March 9th, 2016 Executive Committee meeting, and this is something that the local councillor would find to his liking. Moved by Councillor Shiner, seconded by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Then we're to 11.19, and this is the we have deputations on that, so we'll hold that, and then we go. Beg pardon?
I'll hold item number 20.
11.19.
Oh, 20.
Oh, 11.20 is going to be held by Councillor Shiner. So, and then we have to just time a couple of items with your concurrence, ladies and gentlemen, and that is first of all the Scarborough Subway 11.5. We would propose, and I would propose that because we have, I think, the largest number of deputants for that we hear that as our first item, and we're having a presentation as well, so that we can do all of that. All those in favour of timing Scarborough Subway first, 11.5. All those in favour, opposed, carried. And then the Exhibition Place item, 11.13. The Vice Chair of the Exhibition Place Board, as I mentioned, is not able to be here this morning, but can be here this afternoon. And we had agreed we would have the real estate report timed first after lunch, and we would do this second after lunch, the Exhibition Place. All those in favour of dealing with it second after lunch today? All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Yes. What we're going to do, yes, with the what we're going to do with the Scarborough Subway with your concurrence is as follows. We would have the presentation from Ms. Keesmaat and her associates, and we would then have deputations, and we would then have questions to anybody, meaning to Ms. Keesmaat or to staff generally at that time. Are everybody in favor of that? No objections? All right. On that note, then, we would ask you...
Mayor Tory, just before you begin, can we get the rumble down in the rooms?
Yes, again, that's why I'm having to strain to hear you, because there's this
Sorry, I
rumble
can't hear you.
This rumble that's kind of...
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mayor.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's the usual, and if I had to guess where more of it's coming from right now, it seems to be over this way, but that's it varies. Please, if we can keep the side conversations to a minimum, and there's plenty of room outside to do that, and we welcome your being here, everybody, but we need to hear the presentation, and on that note, Ms. Keesmaat, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You should have the deck in front of you. It's a bit of a long deck, so I'm going to go through the first half of the deck relatively quickly. And as I get towards the end of the deck, I'll slow down a little bit to walk through the detail of what is
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm sorry, because we're still on this side of the room having quite a bit of hubbub, and if people could step outside if they want to have a conversation, that'd be great. We just have to hear this presentation, and it's hard for everybody to hear. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of Executive Committee, the PowerPoint presentation that you have in front of you today is a proposal that you have seen outlined in quite some detail in the staff report that you have before you. This is a proposal that comes forward as a result of the work that we've been undertaking with respect to network planning in Scarborough, recognizing that we have been directed by City Council to identify how to implement SmartTrack, and at the same time we've been directed by City Council to implement a subway for Scarborough. And we have been undertaking the pre-environmental assessment work over the course of the past year, and that work has proceeded on a relatively aggressive pace. In light of both of these proposals in city planning, we recognize the key priority to, in fact, pull the lens out and understand very clearly the network implications of both of these proposals. And our objective has been to ensure that we are providing and we're making a recommendation for good transit planning in Scarborough. So we have taken a network-based approach, and that's what you see in the context of this presentation. The recommendation that you have before you comes out of a due diligence process that has focused on our key city building objectives as already previously approved and identified by City Council, whether in our official plan or in the context of our feeling congested city building priorities. It's also important to note that the recommendation that you have before you is in fact 2 steps forward as opposed to 2 steps back. And I say that because this recommendation advances transit on a more aggressive timeline, on a shorter timeline. More transit is provided within a similar order of magnitude range funding envelope for the residents of Scarborough. Concerns around timing and constructability have been a critical input into the recommendation that you see. We have a complex situation in Scarborough in part because we have an existing RT and accommodating that RT as well as RER and SmartTrack in a similar infrastructure alignment has been a critical challenge. So if you flip to the first slide, what you'll see here is that one of our first starting points was an assessment of the built form in the Scarborough context. And it's important to note that it's very difficult to plan transit in Scarborough because Scarborough was not planned on a supergrid like many other parts of the city, and as a result it's extremely difficult to adapt low-density environments in order to accommodate transit at frequencies and a level of service that is going to make it a desirable option and choice. However, today, the existing rapid transit and 10-minute frequent surface network in Scarborough is primarily bus-based. And you'll notice that there are infrequent north-south routes. One of the great opportunities, of course, of SmartTrack is that it provides a critical north-south alignment through the heart of Scarborough that links into the bus network. So the bus network you're going to see as being an important component or input into the planning recommendations that come forward later on in the context of this presentation. Now you'll see here there are 8 surface routes in Scarborough that have more than 20,000 daily riders. This is looking at all of the surface routes across the city. You'll notice that Finch East has almost 45,000 daily riders. Lawrence East also has a very high ridership. But the point here is that even with the service level that we have today, and even though it's difficult to make those north-south connections, that there are a tremendous number of riders who are, in fact, taking the buses on those main east-west or arterials. Now, one of the things in the context of our due diligence analysis that we always look at with respect to transit as a starting point is the link between transit and urban form. We, at the time of amalgamation, integrated transit planning, land use planning, and transportation planning precisely because of the recognition that as we continue to grow exponentially, it's critical that we're driving that growth to our transit corridors. And in fact, driving in the city has been flatlined for many years, but transit ridership has continued to increase exponentially. And this is, in fact, one of the reasons why the city continues to thrive despite a tremendous amount of growth and despite the fact that there is not more capacity for building more roads in the city. So in looking at transit and urban form, one of the critical questions that we ask is around the opportunities for intensification, because we want to be driving intensification to our main transit corridors and in particular our higher order transit corridors. And it's critical to note that we achieve this in our planning processes. In 2015, 83% of our growth was accommodated on our rapid transit corridors. This is a critical success of our official plan. Now, of course, the risk is if we're not adding more transit, we're driving more people into the transit system, and the system's just simply getting more and more jammed up. And this is why it's so critical that we're thinking about building out the entire network and providing more choice across the entire city. Now, of course, one of the biggest transit projects underway in the City of Toronto today is the 22 kilometres of LRT that's being built along Eglinton Avenue. And it's important to know that what I'm talking about isn't just a theory. We've, in fact, done this on Eglinton. We undertook a planning study called Eglinton Connects. We, in fact, upzoned parts of the corridor, and we also identified, which you see in purple on the map, a series of focus areas that can accommodate a significant amount of intensification. But in saying that, it's critical to recognize density cannot go everywhere. And this is, in fact, really a social contract that we have with the residents in the City of Toronto. We will not redevelop your home. We won't do that. And we won't open up homes for redevelopment. Shucks, there's a lost opportunity for you, Councillor. This is really critical because the minute that we, in fact, take away the boundaries and the policy frameworks that restrict speculation from our low-density neighbourhoods, we, in fact, would see a complete reorientation of the land economics in the city, and it would be very difficult to see redevelopment along our main corridors, which is precisely where we want to see it. So we've identified along Eglinton those large areas where significant intensification can be accommodated, recognizing that most of the corridor can accommodate a mid-rise form. And I'll just point out the Golden Mile focus area in Scarborough, which is 1,000 hectares, if you can imagine, of currently power centres and big boxes that will transform into a linear, mixed-use community as a result of the LRT. It is, in fact, the LRT investment that is acting as the impetus, as well as the rezoning and the planning policy frameworks for the transformation along this corridor. So the point being, we actually have some expertise and we're recognized around the world for being able to make this connection in our planning policies. So in looking at Scarborough more closely, we looked at the built form and the land uses, but we also looked at existing travel patterns to understand how Scarboroughians are moving around their district. And in fact, we discovered that 14% of all trips that both begin and end in Scarborough are made using transit. This is, in fact, a relatively low number, which is not surprising because of the constraints that the built form provides and because of the constraints with respect to the north-south routes. Just to give you a bit of a frame of reference, at Yonge and Eglinton, that number is 50%. In the downtown core, that number is 33%, in part because a third of people in the downtown core are using walking and cycling as their commute. In Etobicoke, it's around 26%. So in Scarborough, it's 14%, meaning that transit is really not seen as a viable option and a viable choice. And our opportunity is to transform both the land use as well as the transit in order to make transit a great choice. Now, of all the trips that originate in Scarborough, so this is both driving and transit, 6% of those trips actually go into the downtown today. This is important reconnaissance that helped us identify our key priorities. Now, if you look here on this heat map, you can see the destinations of all transit trips originating in Scarborough. This really makes the point in a finer way that 48% of those trips, you can see where most people in Scarborough are in fact traveling on transit today, and it is in fact in Scarborough. And here you see some of the key destinations for trips originating in Scarborough. Importantly, people who are getting on transit and traveling into the downtown core, their key destinations, not surprisingly the financial district, but very importantly, University of Toronto and Ryerson University, also York University. So many of the transit riders that are leaving the district in Scarborough are in fact going to higher education, which is a critical connection that we identify in our poverty reduction strategy to alleviating poverty, is a transit connection to higher education. Now, we wanted to also look at ridership because there's been quite a conversation in this city about ridership as a driver for transit planning. And we wanted to, in doing our analysis, make it very clear our key assumptions. And it's critical to note that ridership is an input into planning. It is not a planning framework. It is, in fact, a consideration that we use in the context of our feeling congested analysis. So as you're aware, there's 8 different criteria in the feeling congested analysis: supporting employment growth, supporting healthy neighbourhoods, creating choice within the network. There's 8. Under each of those 8, there's between 3 and 5 different measures that we use to assess transit projects. About a third of those measures rely on ridership numbers, but the other 2/3 do not. We wanted to include this slide as part of the presentation, in part because we wanted to make it very clear that we would never expect to have the highest ridership at the end of the system. Because if you have the highest ridership at the end of the line, no one else can get on the line. So it's not a good driver or a good way of primarily measuring how we position our investments. For example, the end of the Finch line has 12,700 riders that get on at Finch. What's interesting about that? It takes up half the capacity of that line. Knowing that our primary destination is the downtown, this means that as you get to Eglinton Avenue, you can't get on the train. In fact, I'm starting to hear, and we're starting to see that at Shepherd, we're seeing a significant amount of congestion already on the Yonge line. So addressing and alleviating the congestion is a critical part of thinking about the network approach, and one of the reasons why you don't want your highest ridership at the end of the line. So taking this analysis of how people move and combining it with a land use analysis, we identified 2 critical priorities for transit planning in Scarborough. The first one being a regional priority. This is about recognizing that we are a multi-centred city and that the Scarborough Centre is identified, and has been for quite some time in our official plan, as an urban hub. The intention is for it to become an urban node. And of course, the challenge is this hasn't materialized. Transit alone will not solve the intensification challenges that we see in Scarborough, but we know it is a critical part of a complex equation to drive and transform Scarborough and to create that hub and that centre. Now, if we look at the other centres in the city, North York, of course, is on the subway. Yonge and Eglinton is on the subway. The third centre is, in fact, in Etobicoke at 6 Points, and currently there's no centre there, but we're creating it. We're literally moving around the road infrastructure to create a grid system, to create new development parcels, to intensify, to create a centre, and that location was chosen because it's on the subway network, because it would connect Etobicoke's regional centre into the higher order transit network. This is the dream, and this is the vision for Scarborough as well, to be connected into the higher order network by rapid transit. Now, the second priority is just as important, and these 2 priorities ought not to be played off each other or as seen as being in conflict with each other, and they are both parallel priorities. And this is better serving existing transit riders. Remember that 48% that's moving within Scarborough, and improving access to transit and improving the quality of life across Scarborough. Now, I'm just going to tease out each one of these priorities in a bit more detail in order to build the logic for the recommendation that you see before you today. In order to do so and to evaluate these two priorities, we essentially went back and said, well, let's look at all of the existing and possible Scarborough rapid transit projects that have been proposed over time that have some planning merit from our perspective. So you'll see many here that you're familiar with, and I'll just walk through. If you want to look on the screen, I'm going to point to them. The black line that you see is Smart Track. The green lines that you see are GO, RER. This line that you see on the left edge of the screen is in fact Eglinton Crosstown, which is currently under construction and is terminating at number 10 there, which is the Kennedy Mobility Hub. The blue lines you see are the LRT and the RT. The purple that you see is the Shepherd Rapid Transit Extension. The dark purple that you see is the Shepherd Subway Alignment, as previously approved in the previous environmental assessment. The red line you see is the McCowan Corridor and the assessment that we've been undertaking with respect to preparing for the environmental assessment for the subway. And the yellow that you see, get my little mouse thing here, the yellow that you see running as an extension of Eglinton Avenue from the Kennedy Mobility Hub is in fact a continuation of Eglinton Avenue, up Kingston Road, up Morningside, terminating at Shepherd in Malvern, and that is the previously identified Scarborough-Malvern LRT. Oh, and this light line that you see right here is the Ellesmere BRT, which connects into the Durham BRT system. So we took all of these projects and we evaluated them against those two key priorities to understand the extent to which these projects delivered on meeting the objectives of the priorities. Priority number one, I've talked about a little already. Scarborough Town Centre is identified in our official plan as becoming a regional hub, a regional node. It will look very different in the future from how it looks today. This is not dissimilar from other suburban regional centres that are seeking to create hubs where currently there are malls. Think of Scarborough, think of the Markham Town Centre. And in order to make the point, we wanted to demonstrate the development opportunity or capacity that really exists in Scarborough. So this is an overlay of the Scarborough Town Centre on the downtown grid. The blue line is the boundary of the Scarborough Town Centre, and it's been overlaid from Spadina to Jarvis, from King to Gerrard. And what you see in red, those are the existing streets in Scarborough Town Centre today. You can see it's a very suburban typology. You can imagine that if we create a very urban grid in the town centre, the magnitude of the development potential is astounding. The risk to us right now today is that in the absence of the higher order transit investment, in the absence of the detailed focus on revitalizing the Scarborough Town Centre, that we underdevelop it, that we introduce more suburban typologies, low-rise, and we never truly capture the opportunity for creating a dense urban centre in Scarborough. A multi-centred city is our official plan objective. So we took this priority, connecting the Scarborough Town Centre, and we evaluated it against all of those priorities. So what you see across the top of the screen here are the various projects that were identified earlier through our planning policies. What you see along the left-hand side of the screen are the principles that deliver on the priority of connecting the Scarborough Town Centre. Now, we've used our feeling congested priorities and adapted them in order to respond to the key objective here, which is a regional objective of connecting the Scarborough Town Centre. Now, very clearly, when we go through this assessment, the Scarborough subway rises to the top as being the key way or key infrastructure that can meet the objective of connecting the Scarborough Centre. Now, you'll notice that there's a note, and the note differentiates the Scarborough subway from the Shepherd subway. And there's two considerations that made the Scarborough subway the preferred infrastructure to respond to this priority. The first is capital costs. The Shepherd subway has significantly, by over $1 billion, significantly higher capital costs. The second is that the Shepherd subway cannot be built unless the relief line is built first. Remember that we have that overcrowding north of Eglinton, and now it's starting to hit that Shepherd terminus on the Yonge line. The relief line needs to be built first from a network perspective before we drive more ridership into the Yonge line. So that's the reason why the Shepherd subway emerges as a key priority. So what did that extension look like? This is what we've been currently studying. You'll notice the alignment terminates at Shepherd. There's 2 stations at Lawrence East and at Shepherd East. We, in fact, then asked a key question. Now that we have clarity around our objective, what it is we're seeking to achieve in building the Scarborough subway, now that we have clarity about that objective, how do we optimize the Scarborough subway to ensure that it is delivering on this key objective? And that's what you see on the slide now, the optimization of the Scarborough subway extension. And remember, we recognize both priorities, the regional and the local, as being just important, which is one of the reasons why the optimization question was so critical. So what we've done here is we've reduced the length of the subway so that it now terminates in the Scarborough Town Centre, because this is the reason for building this subway. The reason for building this subway is because we want to connect the regional centre into the higher order transit network. We also, in looking at the alignment between Smart Track and the Scarborough Town Centre, we now notice that we have stations at both at Ellesmere, at Lawrence, and at Agincourt that connects into that bus network that is so critical to moving people within Scarborough, both north and south. So Smart Track becomes a really critical part of the infrastructure in responding to providing people access to the north of the city, but also access into the downtown as well, connecting into that existing bus network and the high bus ridership that we see today. So then let me just shift over to priority number 2 a minute, and then I'll bring these two together. So priority number 2 is improving local transit. This is about better serving existing riders. It's about attracting new riders. So getting that 14% on transit, we actually want to increase that number in Scarborough, create more road capacity. This is also about improving transit accessibility for neighbourhoods by investing in transit along the avenues and major streets. One of the challenges in Scarborough is there isn't a network of main streets like you see in other parts of the city. So the opportunity with addressing this local priority is to figure out how we can, in fact, intensify in areas where intensification fits with the structure of the city's fabric. This is also about increasing connectivity in disadvantaged neighbourhoods and supporting local business development. So same exercise, but with a different priority. Along the top of the screen, you see all of those same transit projects, but now we measure them against a different criteria because we are seeking to address the objective of improving local transit. So you can see the principles along the left of the screen. And when we go through this exercise, you can see, for example, the other projects that do not respond to this key priority. But what is known as the Scarborough-Malvern LRT, in fact, rises to the top as addressing this priority in a very significant and profound way. So let's take a look at what that is. Now, we've renamed this Crosstown East, in part because we now have Eglinton Crosstowns. And in fact, Eglinton Crosstown terminates at the Kennedy Mobility Hub, and the opportunity is to just keep on building, is to build right along Eglinton and to build out Crosstown East. This is 12 kilometres of LRT. The EA is complete. This is a shovel-ready project. There is some optimization that we would recommend, but this is a shovel-ready project. Work can begin immediately. It goes through 5 neighbourhood improvement areas. Those are the black dots that you see on the map. In fact, in our city, the second largest cluster of neighbourhood improvement areas that are adjacent to one another are right here in Scarborough. The first largest cluster are in northern Etobicoke, and that's where we're building the Finch LRT. Identifying this as a key priority is directly correlated to our poverty reduction strategy. So we then ask the question again, how can we optimize Crosstown East, because our objective is to build this sooner rather than later. And we identified a series of ways that the project might in fact be optimized, and I'll just show you that on the next slide. rather than terminating at Shepherd, to in fact bring this infrastructure around one of the second largest, most important destinations in Scarborough, which is the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. And if you haven't seen the visionary master plan for the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, I urge you to take a look at it, because the objective is to turn the University of Toronto Scarborough campus into a very urban place as well. And the massing has been undertaken, there's road realignments that are proposed, but that master plan, which will drive employment, because the university is a key employment in Scarborough, is contingent on the LRT. So we meet a series of objectives: increasing employment, providing access to education, but also a second key intensification node now is connected to transit. In terms of the optimization, one of the key components of the optimization here is not, in fact, building as this phase of the transit development in Scarborough, the maintenance and storage facility, which was previously proposed to be a part of this project, as well as the Shepherd LRT. So if we look at a comparison of these options, we see very quickly that the optimized transit plan that you see for Scarborough in fact responds to two of the most important key destinations. It responds to our key land use planning policies. There are extensions that can be planned for as a future phase of transit planning in Scarborough that would in fact be flagged and identified in our network planning for the city as overall. We also recognize that a critical part of this optimized strategy is ensuring that we have smart track stations at the major cross streets that currently feed the bus network in Scarborough. So, for example, you can imagine now that someone who's getting on the Finch bus in the east end of the city and is currently sitting on that bus all the way across the city until they get to the Yonge Line so that they can go south, now you will have people moving both east and west to a new station on the smart track alignment from that bus network and going both north and south on the smart track alignment. It will be a shorter trip, and it will be a much more efficient trip into the downtown core from the northeast quadrant of the city. Now, if we look at connectivity, in large part due to the LRT that has been added as a part of this proposal, the optimized network provides a transit station within walking distance of 64,000 people, as opposed to the previous plan, which provides transit within walking distance of 14,000 people. Now, what's important to note here is that this is looking at where people live today. In the future, once that Scarborough Centre is built out to its full development potential and its full build-out, we'll see a significant number of people in the Scarborough Centre who live within very close proximity of an express line right into the downtown core. There are significant economic development opportunities and educational opportunities that are a critical part of this plan. Importantly, 5 neighbourhood improvement areas are now served. We see better connectivity for people who live in neighbourhood improvement areas, and we also see that residents who live in neighbourhood improvement areas have better connectivity to jobs within Scarborough as a result of this proposal. So we've called this the immediate solution for Scarborough, but we are in fact working on a full network build-out that you're going to see unfolding over the upcoming weeks and months. What you see here is the proposal for an optimized transit solution in Scarborough that has an express subway that terminates at the Scarborough Centre, or in the reverse direction, provides residents from Scarborough who connect into the Scarborough Centre through the current bus network an express route into the downtown core. You see LRT that is going to be serving residents where they are currently going today, and which can in fact be built on a relatively short timeline. And you also see Smart Track providing that critical north-south connection. I'm going to pause here, and I believe we'll be moving to deputations.
Thank you very much, we appreciate your taking all the work that's laid behind yourself and your staff this presentation, and certainly will give us lots of room for discussion. Now, we had agreed earlier on we would hear next the deputations and then have one round of questions for everybody and anybody. So if I can just have the list, which is right here. we would move to the deputations, and first on the list is Hamish Wilson. A reminder, of course, to everybody that they have 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time, and also thanks for all the work with all of this. I recognize that there's been an awful lot of thought and effort and disciplined thinking about what's before us. Yes, there's been scheme change, but I'm still unconvinced that we're doing the right things here for all areas and the taxpayer, though I quite support spending larger sums on transit. No question about that. The issues involved thus far appear to be the role of planning versus scheming. Secondly, the relative value of costly projects and the size of the sums, like billions in subways, is expensive. Time, third issue, time and the lack thereof, including the climate response. The transport sector leads our emissions. We've got to ratchet things down everywhere. Fourth, what is the public interest, including having good process? 5, what options really exist, despite somewhat limited imaginations and EA processes not being able to see other possibilities like busways, for instance, and using the Gatineau Hydro Corridor, which I feel is potentially of real benefit within Scarborough itself, let alone linkages including to the core. To use a subway map, or pardon me, the transit ridership map, the Gatineau Hydro Corridor is like 13 kilometers long. It slices through all of Scarborough on the diagonal. Diagonality is a real key value, I think, in enhancing speed. Whether or not it will work, of course, for all of Scarborough is another question. But even, say, within the 401 and the regional context, if you build a parking garage up here, say, and have a busway to come into Eglinton in a parking garage, or not a parking garage, but you know, there's such an opportunity for connection on the regional and sub-regional, even local things. So I really feel that we need to really look at that. In terms of the overall connections, I think we could also, with imagination and some controversy and a lot of study, link up to St. Clair's with a busway, at least to start. You know, there's St. Clair Avenue East here. We can't really link to St. Clair Avenue West there, but maybe we can do something there. And then there's also the route into the core through the Don Valley Parkway or something there. Again, I think there are lots of opportunities for really thinking about other options than just what's on us, before us. One issue that I really do have here is big transit. Is it to help move people or enrich property owners and spark development? I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong, stupid, and costly to always have heavy transit go in too far ahead of the required densities of destinations and developments. So key bono with the smart or the STC, the town center destinations. If anyone knows who the owners are, it might be useful checking various donor lists. So why have this area scheme surge ahead of the lower Portlands, or the very core of the city, which has real density, real development, real attraction, and has had real plans for many decades, but nothing. There is, for instance, the 1948 Queen Street subway project. We haven't seen anything on that. There's a huge amount of travel demand in that corridor. An express subway from, say, Parkdale into the core would be a real boon to the financial district and to the Gardiner and for pollution. So how do these priorities surge ahead? And there's 64,000 people using the King Street streetcar, let alone the Queen car, and so how come the suburbs and not doing better transit in the core, which really is where subways should be? We can't be always building subways to sprawl. They do not make financial sense. I'd like to see a good analysis of how much the subways in the lower density areas really are costing us. In terms of the type of technology versus subways, for instance, like we can get really high efficiency transit and people moving with busways. There's a Brazilian city called Curitiba. Jamie Lerner had political will to actually set up busways. It set the model for South America, and now it's trickled northward up to Chicago, for instance. And they basically got the capacity of subway for 1% of the cost with political will and tweaks with the busway. So to read from a book, after all, the Smart Bus already exists. It comes with a few basic features and requirements. First, it requires a lane of its own. Next, there must be a seamless stepless boarding and exit ways, prepaid ticketing, and a choice of local express lines arriving and departing at regular intervals. I have no doubt that the city of the future will be served by surface transit. It is faster, vastly cheaper, and can be easily integrated with existing metro lines. So keep it surface simple.
All right,
keep
on
it
that
simply
note, I'll
surface.
thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions for this deputant? Hearing none, I'll say thank you. Now, there is sort of a dull buzz in the room, and I checked. It's not the electrical system, but it's on this side of the room. And that would include the members of City Council who are visiting with us. It's just, there's just a dull buzz coming over here, and members of my own staff are involved too. I just have to ask that it really made, even me sitting here, I can't hear properly. So please, that's great. Much better right now as we speak. That would bring us to Bruce Budd and Peter Miasek from the Transportation Action Ontario. Welcome, gentlemen. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you and the other members of Executive Committee. Transport Action, we've been active in transportation issues for the last 40 years. We are a sustainable transportation policy think tank and advocacy organization for better public transit and intercity passenger and freight transportation. We are pleased to debut today on this excellent report from staff on improving the transportation network in Scarborough. We wish to highlight two priorities from the report: support the development of Scarborough Centre and support the development of complete communities along the avenues and improve local accessibility. We strongly support Smart Track and the Mayor's commitment to use evidence-based decision-making. Specifically, we are pleased with the recommendation in this report to extend the crosstown eastward to Kingston Road and north to University of Toronto Scarborough campus, the Smart Track station at Lawrence Avenue East, and the rapid transit on Shepherd East, assuming that it's an LRT. Transport Action Ontario has long held that given the high cost of transit infrastructure, every effort should be made to maximize the return on the investment dollars that are put into Smart Track and any new transit project. We also are encouraged by Smart Track's ridership projections, indicating it that can serve as an excellent addition to Toronto's transit network. We note that Smart Track is less than 2 kilometers from the Scarborough Centre precinct, and would ask that an analysis of opportunities for Smart Track to support the growth of Scarborough Centre be pursued by staff through the direction of Committee and Council with the following motion. Executive Committee direct the Chief Planner and the Executive Director, City Planning Division, to undertake the technical work necessary to consider the opportunities for Smart Track to have a role in access to Scarborough Centre in evaluations of the recommended Scarborough Transit Network, and include any such opportunities in high-level evaluation tables of possible transit solutions for Scarborough against the 2 transit planning priorities. Thank you. I've been quick.
You indeed you have, and I thank you very much for that and for your submission. Are there questions of these deputants? All right, well, thank you very much. Much appreciated your thoughtful presentation, and that would bring us to Dane Gurgas, number 3 on the list. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Thank
5
you
minutes.
for this
Over to you.
opportunity to speak. I've been in this room a few times to speak, usually to throw stones. Today, as with most of us in transit advocacy, I'm here to praise these positive changes to future transit projects in our city. which became polarized by a subway versus LRT debate. Now we have seen that it's best to have both rather than one or the other. For those keeping score and stats, a 7-stop LRT was narrowly defeated by a 3-stop subway, which is being crushed by a 17-stop LRT and the 1-stop subway. The Crosstown truly deserves its name with the additions to both the east and in the west, creating a line that will go from the airport employment hub in the west to the U of T Scarborough campus in the east. A true east-west corridor that will complement Line 2 and improve the transit outcomes of many now stuck in transit deserts. It's encouraging to see us embracing an evidence-based approach rather than an emotional, knee-jerk response to our transit needs. This adult approach is already showing dividends. In closing, I'd like to applaud these changes to SmartTrack, which is now much smarter, and hope this new era of cooperative change will continue till we have the smartest track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and for your economy of words. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Beautiful.
It's well done.
I'm not going to take any questions.
Well, you're not going to take any questions. Well, you're even smarter than I thought.
Economy's my thing.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gurgis. Then we have Brenda Thompson, Scarborough Committee, TTC Riders. Good morning, welcome, and you have 5 minutes, or less.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can beat Dane's.
No, not to worry, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the executive. I'm here on behalf of TTC Riders Scarborough Committee. We have been working in Scarborough to get as many rapid transit connections going there as possible, and we're really happy to see this initiative. We very much appreciate the direction of the report, and we welcome the new development from the City Planning Office. We're especially supportive of the recommendation to build a 17-stop Crosstown East LRT from Kennedy to U of T Scarborough. We feel that bringing transit to residents in Scarborough Village, Kingston Galloway, West Hill, and both Centennial Morningside and U of T Scarborough campuses is an important transit improvement that will create a dramatic change in mobility options for the many people in these areas who are dependent on transit, are walking, and it will create much needed economic and community renewal. So as such, we feel this LRT should be approved, and by implementing this plan, the city's starting to put together the kind of rapid transit network that we have been calling for all along. It's just the beginning of a network. Large parts of Scarborough, for example, Shepherd and Malvern, and Centennial College Progress Campus, also need rapid transit solutions, and we urge you to address this transit shortfall as sooner rather than later. Construction of the Crosstown East LRT needs to start immediately. Scarborough has been waiting too long for these improvements, and the climate change imperative warrants doing it right now. Both construction and operation, we feel, should be publicly administered, and as much of the material and expertise as possible come from locally procured and smaller engineering and construction firms to help spur economic development. And we would like to ensure equal opportunity for all transit riders to access these new lines. We're hoping that we can get lower fares and expansion of bus service in all routes, to all routes across Toronto, and especially for those who are dependent on the TTC with no other transit choices. But really what I'm here today to tell you is that we very much support the initiative to build the Crosstown East LRT, and we thank you for taking us in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, with that, well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rosanna Tudo, 880 Cities, number 5. Can't make it. Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Yasmin Rajabi, Scarborough Campus Student Union. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Rajabi, thank you for coming. 5 minutes.
Sorry if I'm a bit nervous. It's my first time doing a deputation. So as I said, my name is Yasmin. I'm an SCSU representative. The Scarborough Campus Student Union democratically represents over 12,000 students. Like yourselves, that is my constituents, and I do like to represent those people. Some of the biggest, we are a commuter campus at UTSC, so most of our students are coming around from Scarborough, from Durham, from Markham, and the rest of the city. And our biggest problems do have to do with transit. As a commuter campus, we deal with long commute times, not enough buses coming to our campuses. So we really, I've been speaking to students since this proposal has come out, and there's been two sentiments. I'll get to the second one later, but the first one is, it can be summed up into one word, and it's finally. Finally, that University of Toronto Scarborough is getting an LRT to our campus. It's something that we've been waiting for a long, long time, and it's something that we are very excited for, and we're really looking forward to. We believe that Scarborough has been neglected transit-wise within the past few years, and getting this LRT connecting to U of T Scarborough is going to be a big move forward. It allows more efficient transit times and commute times for both residents within Scarborough, but also our students as well. And we know that this project is shovel-ready, as Jennifer said, but it's still going to be taking a few years to build. So in the interim, the SUSU and our students here at UTSC really are pushing for the council here, and as well as the TTC, to look for alternatives for more efficient transit times while we're waiting during that gap. Also, as a city studies student, it's been such a treat to see governance and urban planning in action here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that deputation. And are there questions of this deputy? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
You mentioned at the end of your presentation the need for some enhanced bus service while you're waiting for this. Currently, would you have a sense of by and large where the students busing to get to their main link? Are they all busing to Scarborough Town Centre, or do they go straight along Eglinton?
Okay, yeah. A lot of our students have been requesting more direct access to going downtown, where there are a lot of resources, as well as our central campus is located there. I think they want a lot more efficient ways of getting there, because right now by TTC it takes more than an hour and a half, almost 2 hours to get there, and that's a very, very long time to be commuting every single day.
So the quickest thing we could do, if we make our focus making sure that the bus service is reliable and gets you there over the next couple of years, that should be the work of the TTC?
Yes, I do believe that's something that the TTC and the city should be taking on.
In the short term. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other members visiting us at the Executive before we move on to members of the committee? Okay, then I have Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through Mayor Tory. Yasmin, thanks for coming in this morning. Just to... My wheels are turning. My wheels are turning. I'll just go with that, the speaker. So I just wanted to ask, when the Pan Am Games, the Aquatic Center was built, that there was a levy placed on students attending U of T Scarborough. And part of the rationale for the support of that levy, my understanding, and this was 4 or 5 years ago now, was that they would see a light rapid transit line onto the campus. That's true, isn't it?
That is true, and I think that's why our students expressed the sentiment of finally, because we were promised this, as you mentioned, in 2009 when the TPAS Center was being built. So every semester we were paying a student levy of a few, I think 140, I'm not 100% sure, but it's quite expensive. And so in return, we were promised to getting this LRT that would connect to our campus.
Okay, and then I also wanted to ask about bus service. So if you're going to U of T Scarborough, you either go across Ellesmere from the city, or there's the Rocket Express bus now. But currently, there's nothing coming. If you live in northern Scarborough, it's basically across York Mills and then another bus down Morningside. There's no express buses of any kind running from northern Scarborough to get to U of T Scarborough. So that's something I would think the students would like to see as well in the interim while we're building the LRT.
Definitely, that's also been something that students have been flagging to me as well, that they've been looking for transit options that come from that area as well. And we're really hoping that from the full participation of everyone here and the TTC, that we can provide not only access to getting to Kennedy and getting to Scarborough Town Centre, but also having access from all across the Scarborough and all across the city as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of this deputy? And if not, I'll thank you very much for coming. Appreciate
Thank you, everyone.
Then that brings us to Stephen Wickens. Morning, Mr. Wickens. 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Over to you, sir.
Mayor Tory, members of the executive, thanks for giving me the opportunity to depute today. I also want to say thanks for the leadership that the politicians and staff have shown in recent months. There's actually something really good going on the transit front, and it feels good to say that. How many of you read the Scarborough Express Rail report or the blog post? Okay, it's in your inboxes, okay? Okay, good. Okay, good, thanks. I and the people who produced the Scarborough Express Rail report are totally on side, except for the one-stop subway idea. In a nutshell, Scarborough Express Rail involves a re-examination of how SmartTrack can best piggyback onto Metrolinx's upgrades for regional express rail. And it turns out that Metrolinx is providing capacity for at least 14 trains an hour in each direction between Union and Markham, but it only needs 4 of those trains, leaving 10 or more that can be put to much better use. It also happens that for about $1.1 billion, we can build that 2-kilometer stretch from the SmartTrack line over to the town centre. Not only does that eliminate the need for a $2.5 billion one-station subway idea, it provides something much better. It's much better for the people of Scarborough because it provides a faster, more direct ride downtown, no transfers needed at Kennedy or Bloor Young stations. It's better for the people of Scarborough because it can be extended more easily in future than a subway can. It's better for everyone in the city because it saves us $1.4 billion. It's better for everybody who goes through Bloor Young subway station or uses the lower Young line because it reduces ridership along the Bloor Danforth, creating a bit more capacity there. And in fact, I rode in on my bike this morning partly because it's not much fun trying to get on a train westbound at Coxwell in the morning. It's also much better for the people who are working hard to transform Scarborough Centre into a real urban growth node. A one-stop ride or a one-seat ride from Scarborough Centre to Union is much more convenient in the short term, but in the long term, as you can see on my little rudimentary map here, this line can be extended to Centennial College and to Malvern much more easily than a subway, and we already have that right-of-way set aside. That was the old LRT corridor. So it provides a lot more transit for Scarborough at a much more reasonable price. And in fact, the $1.4 billion you save should get you at least to Centennial College. Anyway, I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to take Ed Levy's word for it or Transport Action Ontario's word for it. All I'm asking is that we give Scarborough Express Rail equal treatment, equal standing for analysis purposes with this one-stop subway line. I think I know what the result would be if it does get a fair hearing, but I'm just going to say let the best plan win. I also want to say I've been bugging politicians and bureaucrats for about 35 years or so. This file actually brings me full circle back to discussions I had with Scarborough Mayor Gus Harris about the SRT and why it was actually likely to cost more than a subway, and it turns out in hindsight we were right. And in all that time, we've always had this concern, you know, why are politicians interfering? Why are we making bad transit infrastructure decisions decade after decade? And I think part of it comes from this idea that actually part of it was reinforced for me, I would say, in recent days. Discussions with politicians' offices were saying, yeah, we'll consider this if city planning recommends it. And then you speak with people from city planning and they'll say that, well, no matter how good this idea is, we can't study it properly unless we receive direction from politicians to do so. It's right out of Franz Kafka or Joseph Heller. So let's take the handcuffs off the planners. The motion that the Transport Action Ontario people have presented should be a good step in getting us into a future where we really do analyze things properly. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Wickens? Councillor Davis.
Thank you for coming, Stephen. So one of the issues you raised was with this model was the providing more relief to the Danforth Bloor line as well.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Absolutely. I moved to a house near Danforth and Coxwell about 14 years ago with the intention of using the subway, and I am now in the habit of commuting by bike. And not that I'm complaining about that, because I actually really quite like riding my bike, but on the days when I do have to use the subway in the morning, at Coxwell, you're sometimes waiting 2 and 3 trains to get on, and then when you get on, it's an extremely unpleasant ride. And then you go through Bloor-Yonge Station, which handles more daily passenger movements each day than Union Station and Pearson Airport combined. It's just an extremely unpleasant place.
So by extending to the Scarborough Centre the Bloor-Danforth line, and then bringing many more people onto that line and to Bloor and Yonge, we're probably contributing in some ways to
Absolutely.
that.
Yes. Extend the Bloor-Danforth, you're going to aggravate the crowding. Use Scarborough Express Rail, and you should significantly reduce crowding on the Bloor-Danforth and at Bloor-Yonge and on the South Yonge line, yeah.
And you think this alignment is one that would work because of the existing infrastructure, is that right?
The people who produced the Scarborough Express Rail report include engineers, some extremely well-placed sources within our transit entities.
Yeah. Now, one of the assumptions, of course, is that the Smart Track, will be an affordable option as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, the province is offering to do the upgrades for Smart Track, and part of what they're providing and what we seem to have overlooked is they're producing a line that goes 2/3 of the way to the town center already.
But we would have to build any additional stations.
Yeah, we would be building if we're saving $1.4 billion over the cost of this one-stop subway line, that's $1.4 billion on top of okay, let me rephrase this. It would cost $1.1 billion, our estimate, just to get from Ellesmere Station to the town center. That's $1.4 billion less than the $2.5 billion one-stop subway line. You could reapply that capital to extending the Smart Track line east.
I'm also talking about the operating costs.
Yeah.
Smart Track is going to have a fare that's affordable for it to be
Absolutely,
used
yeah.
as an equivalent to the TTC.
Yes, absolutely. That's, I mean, all the ridership projections that were released the other week
Right.
are assuming a TTC fare, yeah, sure.
So that is a critical piece of this option as well, that it would have to be an affordable fare
Totally, yeah.
and with frequent headways.
Yeah, and again, if there are the 10 extra trains that are available, that's 6-minute headways. The ridership report that came out last week assumed 5-minute headways. Now, that's at least 10 trains that are available. Our sources at Metrolinx were indicating, yes, that they can do 14 trains an hour on this corridor. So that frees 10, but at least means that they might be able to do 12 trains an hour, which would give you a 5-minute headway, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Any other questions of this deputant? All right, if not, oh, sorry, Councillor Haynes, you go ahead there.
Try this one more time. There we go.
Oh, it was meant to be.
So, Mr. Wickens, I just want to, you made a reference in your comments that you brought this forward to the former mayor of Scarborough, Gus Harris.
Yeah, well, when I spoke with Gus Harris, Scarborough was going through the debate of, regarding converting the LRT to an SRT. I wrote a blog post about it a while ago, but when the price came up for the SRT, and SRT, of course, was supposed to have been a low-cost alternative to subway building to make rapid transit workable in the suburbs. I looked at that number, and it seemed kind of odd because just a few years earlier, we had completed the extensions of the Bloor-Danforth subway to Kennedy and Kipling. Actually, we did that under budget, by the way. But we completed those extensions, both of them together, for $127 million, and I believe the SRT was going to cost about $150, and it seemed to me that a two-stop extension, which we were discussing at the time, could probably be done in that 150 range. It turns out the TTC had also studied that.
Okay.
So.
But it just got studied. It didn't. There was nothing
It got studied. We've never been able. Actually, I worked hard with some people at the TTC and with City Archives trying to find the report that the TTC had done. Yeah, it ended up costing about $220 million to do that SRT, and the TTC had estimated that it would cost about $150 to do it by subway. So in the end, yeah, we spent more on an SRT than we did in the subway in the first place, and now we're going to replace the SRT.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Sir, it wasn't really clear to me, and so I want to ask the question so it's a little clearer. So you're suggesting to us today that in the 80s you made a recommendation to the former mayor that a subway would have been a better option? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but back in the early 1980s. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Gus Harris and I got together for a few, back before Tim Hortons was a thing. We met at a Tim Hortons out on Kingston Road. So.
Right, okay. And so today you're offering us no subway. You're suggesting that we don't follow through with a subway to the Town Center Civic Center area, and that we actually use the resources in order to have an expanded LRT. Is that what you're suggesting today?
No, this is Smart Track. So we're using the EMUs that Metrolinx would be using.
No, I understand, but Smart Track is going north, is it not?
What we're saying is that Smart Track only needs on the Regional Express Rail. They only need 4 trains an hour to serve Markham.
So there is an overabundance
of trains. We take the other 10
trains.
trains an hour and spin them 10 or 12 trains an hour, spin them over to the town center. We can do that for $1.1 billion. Give Scarborough a much better transit than they would get with this one-stop subway extension at a much better price, and then reinvest the money to extend it further.
That's very helpful. I thank you for clearing that up because I didn't understand it that way, so that's helpful for me to ask the question. Yeah. Okay.
You'll enjoy the blog post. It's only 650 words, and it's some of the snappiest writing you'll read anyway.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my question.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions of this deputant? Otherwise, we'll thank you very much, Mr. Wickens, and move on to the next deputant, who's David Hardy, Registered Professional Planner, Institute for New Suburbanism. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of council. Just by way of background, I was also a facilitator of the Durham Transit Master Plan, so I bring a little bit of knowledge to the conversation. The Institute for New Suburbanism was created by the Rotary Clubs in Scarborough as a result of the Community Renewal Campaign. My analysis is very high level, so you can qualify and weigh my remarks on that basis. I did look at the staff report, and the Institute fully supports the staff report. It's a good piece of work, and we do have some comments in terms of optimization. First comment is that it's refreshing to see the sound methodology as part of the conversation. Goals, priorities, criteria, and evaluation of options based on criteria is desirable planning. Also, it's important to see the transit as also instrument for stimulating growth and social economic development in Scarborough. I have additional observations. First, very much support the Kennedy Mobility Hub and the growth in that area. This promises to help to build that out. This subway stop in Scarborough Town Centre is incredibly important. Oxford, I believe, is going to be investing $1 billion there, so it'll help that investment to be seen, and also bring growth and development to the Eastern GTA, which is in need of considerable economic development. With respect to the Lawrence Avenue East Station, it is a major employment center with hospitals there. It's a medical cluster with medical clinics, seniors' homes, and has a promise in the future as a result of the implementation of the Scarborough-Durham West panel report of potentially another $1 billion investment on that particular subway stop at Lawrence East. I would recommend that if there's not a subway stop there as in the current plan, at least the detailed engineering be done up to that detailed design level. With respect to the Crosstown East to UTSC, as we concur with the Chief Planner that filling out the master plan at UTSC is very important. The benefit of also helping to alleviate transit needs of the poverty areas in that area on the way with the Crosstown East is also considerably important. And it also helped to bring Durham into the mix as a result of accentuating their Pulse Rapid Transit. I would add that there's 5,000 students from Centennial College there that would also benefit. In terms of other considerations, Centennial College Progress Campus is not currently connected. Bus rapid transit would be quite important there. There are 11,000 daily riders who are the students and 3,000 staff at Centennial College. The Rouge Valley Hospital is also not connected, and that, as a result of the Durham West panel, potentially will have another in the order of $1 billion, depending on where a new hospital is going to be constructed. I would conclude by also saying that I would suggest that while the Brimley and Eglinton stop is not envisioned at this time, that there'll be some initial engineering done so that there's consideration as the official plan gets renewed over the years for possible intensification of that area. There's plazas that are undercapitalized and parcels of land that could be a good node there as well. With that, I'll conclude.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant by members of the committee or other visitors from council? Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your coming in, Mr. Hardy. And that would move us to number 9, Ali Abbas. Ali Abbas, beg pardon? Not here? Okay, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Dr. Bruce Kidd, Vice President and Principal, U of T Scarborough.
Thank you very much,
Kidd.
Mayor.
Nice to see you.
Members.
Welcome.
Mayor Tory, Chief Planner, I'd like to commend you on the comprehensive, intelligent, evidence-based, and consultative way you've prepared this proposal. And I'm here to voice the strong support of my campus and the entire University of Toronto. In fact, I know that President Gertler has already written you and the Chief Planner indicating his support and the support of the entire leadership team of U of T for this. Well, I will speak on behalf of the University of Toronto Scarborough and Scarborough. We see this as a city-building project for the entire tri-campus University of Toronto and all of Toronto, because our students, faculty, and staff travel both ways, and this improved transit, particularly the LRT, will be a benefit to the entire university and all of our partnerships. As others have said, it addresses the two main needs that have been identified by recent planning studies, including the work of our geographers in our Department of Urban Geography, namely getting higher order transit to the Scarborough Town Centre and getting people across Scarborough. It will really benefit our students, as you've heard from student leader Yasmin Rajibi. There are approximately 20,000 students already in that precinct from the University of Toronto Scarborough and Centennial College. And we're projected to grow by another 10,000 or so by 2030. In addition, there are faculty and staff on both campuses who are as desperate as the students are for better transit. University of Toronto Scarborough is an academic, research, arts, and athletic hub for the Eastern GTA. We are becoming an anchor institution with a tremendous economic contribution to this region of our city. During the last 6 years, we've invested $500 million in new infrastructure, and we're on target to invest another $300 million over the course of the next 3 years. And we will continue to do that. But the lack of adequate transit continues to be a barrier for us. Our university is deeply connected with the surrounding community. We have a number of important partnerships with some of the institutions that have been mentioned by the previous deputant and community organizations, but those relationships are hindered by the lack of adequate transit. The other point I wanted to make is as a longtime advocate of more accessible sport and physical activity in Toronto, we need the LRT, the proposed LRT, to fulfill the promise of the exciting new Toronto Pan American Sports Centre that the City of Toronto and the University of Toronto created for the Pan Am Games. That facility has already surpassed expectations in terms of usage, in terms of economic stimulus, and so on. But it remains a car-dependent facility. The registration from citizens of Toronto is now double what was expected, but almost all of those people get there by their own vehicle. And the citizens in the 5 surrounding neighborhood improvement associations who in surveys very much want to use that find it very, very difficult to do that by the patchwork of transit that there's there now. And as the planner pointed out, really the lack of effective north-south routes that would connect to the east-west routes. In terms of accessibility, for this exciting facility, this LRT planned in the original Pan Am proposal, the successful bid of 2009, is necessary. So for all those reasons, we strongly support this proposal. As Yasmin indicated, we hope that you will put the shovel in the ground as soon as possible to make it a reality. It's been a long time coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kidd. Questions of the deputant from Councillor? Anybody from outside the City Council? Outside the Executive Committee, rather? Oh, Councillor de Bearmaker?
Best 8 years of my life.
You answered.
Through you,
okay. Over to you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Dr. Kidd. Without getting into the details of the benefits to Scarborough Campus U of T, if we look at the broader report that's before us, it goes from what many of us, and a number of us have had discussions, I'll call it of a subway-only proposal, to a subway LRT hybrid. And there may be people who will say, you know what, well, that's nice as a first step, but why don't we do some more studies and some more research and look at other options? Are you comfortable where this report is now, that there will be an express route to the Scarborough City Centre, there'll be an LRT to Scarborough Campus, that's it, folks, let's start building something? Or are you comfortable saying, you know what, no, let's pause everything and do some more studies?
You know, as an academic, I often believe that something should be studied further, but in this case, I believe we should move ahead as quickly as possible. Both parts of the Scarborough plan make a lot of sense, will do a tremendous amount of good from an economic, from an academic, from a community building, from a social innovation. For all these points of view, they will be important steps forward. I also think that once they're built and we evaluate, we will need to do more because this won't address all the needs that are there in this really important part of our city. But these are urgently needed, really smart next steps, and let's get on with them.
So you're comfortable at one point saying, we've landed in a place that perhaps a lot of people can agree to, let's just build, and the time for studying perhaps is over? I know it's hard as an academic.
I'm not going to volunteer that we shouldn't continue studying, but I would certainly support the immediate construction of these two important parts of the puzzle.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor de Beermaker. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Dr. Kidd, coming out good deputation. I'm graduate of U of T, not Scarborough, but downtown. Now, I should have asked the earlier deputant. He's asking maybe LRT should come to Scarborough Rouge Valley Hospital. And are you just happy that the terminal of LRT Scarborough ends at U of T, or it should come to bit west and go up to Melbourne Town Centre? I'm representing that area, a Melbourne area, and I'd like to get another opinion from kind of third party.
You know, we're partners with the Rouge Valley Hospital, and a meeting again with the leaders of Rouge Valley next week. And we understand that they are somewhat disappointed that there's not a stop right there. As I said to Councillor de Beermaker, though, I think it's essential that we go ahead with something. And we know that these two alignments and these two forms of rapid transit will provide tremendous benefits. And then I think it will be, once they're on their way, to figure out how to better connect so that those who use other public institutions and local businesses can also be served. But I think that these are so smart as routes, then we can find better ways to connect them.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cho. Then anybody else from visiting members from outside the committee? Okay, with that in mind, then we would have, I think I saw the hands of Councillor Ainslie and Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Before I start my questioning, I just wanted to acknowledge that Professor Kidd was installed on January 1st, this year as the 10th principal of U of T Scarborough. And I know he's going to do a tremendous job and is a strong advocate for University of Toronto Scarborough campus and the students. And I just want to congratulate you on that publicly.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be there. It's a very exciting place. If people haven't been out there recently, you should. I'd be delighted to offer you a tour. It is the most exciting social and educational project I've ever been part of, and I'm very proud to head it up at this point.
Thank you. So what I did want to ask you about in terms of the $300 million capital plan that you mentioned, I know that when the environmental assessment was done for the previous version of the LRT that we're looking at, one of the concerns that was raised at the university was that the LRT would be going down Military Trail and on a raised track, and there were some concerns from the university about how the two would mesh together. And would you expect more consultations from the TTC, how the LRT mixes in with your capital plan?
You know, I'm very confident this will work out in the Chief Planner's recommendations. she takes our master plan into consideration and incorporates the change configuration into account. And I really think it can be done in a way that will be both pedestrian, bicycle, student, faculty, staff friendly, and also conducive to rapid transit. I know we all have our favorite examples of good LRT in other places. Mine, for that part of the plan, is Portland State College in Portland, Oregon, where the LRT wraps around the campus in a way that will be very similar to what is proposed for the University of Toronto Scarborough, but does it in a way that is at the scale of pedestrians, students, faculty, and so on, and cyclists, in a way that if you don't see the LRT, you'd think that you were in the middle of a cloistered campus. Really smart design and landscaping, and I have every confidence that with the indication that and the support of the chief planner and the city and the TTC, we can do something like that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Head Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming to City Hall. Just some clarity on some comments that were mentioned earlier about the Aquatic Center and student fees. Now, it's my understanding that a student referendum was held prior to the introduction of the fee that would help retire some of the debt of the Aquatic Center. Is that?
That is correct, and I think the way that UTSC students stood up and enabled that important facility to be built is exemplary.
Well, I actually went to the Aquatic Center for the first time during the Pan Am Games, and my daughter and I had a great time at that remarkable facility. Now, what was also mentioned in that discussion earlier this morning was a passing reference to the LRT, and it seemed to be a feeling among students that LRT was rolled into that. Was LRT ever mentioned in that referendum? And do students believe that their fee is going to city capital projects?
Oh, no. But the LRT was part of the bid plan, and part of I mean, I was part of the bid group, and I can confirm this, that the decision on the basis of needs studies, both on the city's part and the university's part, was that was the best location for a legacy facility. And then in the light of discussions around transit then, it was felt that the benefits could be ensured, strengthened, if one of the LRT lines delivered people there. And that was a proposal at the time that the referendum occurred, and many students had the impression, whether legally binding or not, I cannot say, but certainly the impression that if they enabled this important facility to be built, that at the same time or around the same time, an LRT would be implemented to the campus and to the doorstep of the Toronto Pan American Sports Centre.
Mm-hmm. So there was a feeling that as you build it as a community hub, it would attract high-level transit, but there was no indication that students believed their student fees were going to fund an LRT.
No. Their student fees are going for the capital cost of the facility, which has been shared by the city, the university, and the federal provincial governments.
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, Councillor Kelly, who was here earlier, reminded me of that history too. I think it's a well-established fact that the LRT was part of the proposal for the Pan American Games.
Okay, thank you.
I see Councillor Thompson's hand up for some questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dr. Kidd. Dr. Kidd, now, most people obviously listening to you here this morning recognizing that your affiliation with the University of Toronto would presume and assume simply that it is, maybe your position will be simply this is what's best for U of T students at the UTS. Could you perhaps comment on your perspective overall with respect to the plan. And I gather at some point you were introduced to the plan. Was it by staff, or how were you introduced to the plan firstly?
Well, I think I was introduced to this particular plan by the chief planner in her discussions and meeting with faculty and staff who have done our own studies about need. So I've been engaged also in continual ongoing lobbying with the TTC, Metrolinx, GO Transit about the needs.
Right. But what I was trying to establish, the needs, as you tap that, you weren't simply looking at the needs, or were you simply looking at the needs of University of Toronto Scarborough campus? Were you looking in general? You also look in general in terms of what the needs were for the rest of Scarborough?
By all means. I mean, this will be a game changer for the city and the people of Scarborough. And as someone who strongly identifies with Scarborough, who's probably spent a big part of my life, a third of my life in Scarborough, I can tell you personally how valuable this will be.
And that's, sir, that's what I wanted to get at, because as I said, some may view simply that there's a bias on your part simply for University of Toronto Scarborough campus and obviously impact. Let me just finish.
I no longer live in Scarborough, but I try to get out there by transit. And as the students said, I mean, a third of our students live west of the 404. A significant number of our faculty and staff live west of the 404. I live west of the 404.
Right.
I tried to get out there by public transit, and like everybody else, it's 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Sure.
The TTC has responded to our request for a faster service from Kennedy, but it's still, because of the local needs that the planner's report identified, it's still a slow process. So this is a city. This is a city project. It's not just a Scarborough project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of Dr. Kidd? Otherwise, we will thank you very much. And again, as Councillor Hainsey said, congratulate you on your relatively new
thank you, Mr.
appointment and wish you well with it in every respect. And thanks for being here today. So that brings us to what I think is our final deputant, Cherise Burda. Hello, Ms. Burda. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me, and I apologize. I decided this morning to come and do this, so I'm not very prepared.
Is your mic on there? Is it a little yellow light? There we are.
Sorry,
That's
should I
better.
repeat that?
There we go.
Hi, my name is Cherise Burda. I'm the Executive Director with the Ryerson City Building Institute. And I decided this morning to come and be here, so I didn't have much time to prepare. But I really wanted to be here because I wanted to show our support for this plan. I'll be very brief. There are 3 main points that I would like to make. And the first is that I'm thrilled that the plan is evidence-based. I really trust the Chief Planner, and I applaud the Mayor and Council for listening to the evidence base that's been brought forward in this plan. I was not supportive of the previous plan for the 3-stop subway. I don't think it met a lot of important criteria, such as being cost-effective, ridership, it was low density along the corridors, and it was very challenging to bring development along those corridors. So I think we've made a much better decision in looking at this new plan. Now, I would describe this plan not in terms of one line or one subway or a one-stop subway. It's a network. We finally have a network. And what's so exciting about this network is that it's the beginning of a network. It's a network that you could build on. So when we're able to look at those maps of here's what it would look like in the near term, and here we can build on in the later term, we're actually seeing some network capability, which is incredibly important. I'm very excited about the possibilities for Scarborough around the Crosstown. The Crosstown LRT will take us along Kingston Road, which is an avenue. And as we know, an avenue is so ripe for development. There is a huge opportunity, just like along Eglinton Connects, to transform city building there. So we can take some of the old plazas and low-rise commercial buildings and some of the other types of old infrastructure like auto plants and sort of auto body shops, and we can transform them into mid-rises and public realm and create a streetscape that is going to help this community. I also would like to talk about the Scarborough Town Centre. I think that the objective of bringing rapid transit to the Scarborough City Centre is really important to activate that city. So right now, the Scarborough Town Centre has a density of 178 people and jobs within 500 meters. Now, the transit supportive guidelines put forward by MTO suggest 200 is the right number. So we're not starting from scratch. There is some density there. There's just not enough, especially if you look at the entire urban growth centre. The urban growth centres were established by the provincial government during the growth plan, creation of the growth plan, as centres to try and direct our growth. We have 100,000 people coming into the GTA every single year, and they need to go somewhere. We want to reduce our sprawl in this region, so a huge opportunity is to direct that growth to our urban growth centres. And in terms of our urban growth centre, the Scarborough City Centre is very low. The target is 400 people and jobs per hectare, and right now it's under 150. So we have a long way to go, but that presents a tremendous opportunity. So I believe that if we build this, it's a huge, expensive investment, and I understand the contentions with this. I understand that there are probably more cost-effective options. But if we choose to do this and build this, we must ensure that we are building the density and we are doing the placemaking in the city centre in order to justify this, not just the ridership, but to create the type of community, the type of city building that Scarborough doesn't just deserve a subway, it deserves some complete communities and a real neighborhood that they can call home, that they can live, work, and play in. And that's going to require some efforts amongst both the municipality and the province to put in the rules in place to level the playing field in the development world so that developers are wanting to come to Scarborough and build there. And looking at how we can upzone that area and how we can create incentives for developers. Because as someone had mentioned earlier, we can't build subways to nowhere. Well, this isn't nowhere, but we need to make sure that we're building subways to somewhere that is growing and that provides opportunities for city building.
And I will ask you to conclude on that note if we can.
That's the end.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Davis to question Ms. Berta.
You mentioned the need, and one of your comments that were positive about this was that it looks at it from a network perspective. It looks at it from a Scarborough network perspective, but we have a much broader network that we have to look at both for the other areas of the city. Would you agree that we need to be looking at it very holistically beyond what is here as well?
Yeah, I would.
Including the waterfront and the relief line and...
Yeah, I would say that this does a better job than it did before because it was using quite a bit of money to build 3 stops on a subway. And now, because we've liberated some money for the crosstown continuation that is going to then create a hub at Kennedy, then we have links to Smart Track, we have links to the crosstown. The crosstown's the full network. I think there's also other opportunities to look at cost savings. There's been some discussion I hear about looking at a surface option for the subway extension, and that might save further money to try and invest in some other important areas. But I think that with a network in place, you can now easily start to look at how the relief line is going to fit into that, how the waterfront line is going to fit into that, and certainly how we can get some BRTs in the northern part of Scarborough where there's high priority neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Any other members not on the committee wishing to question Ms. Berta? Okay, members of the committee? Okay, well, thanks very much. We appreciate you being here this morning. That brings us to the end of the deputants, and so it would bring us to questions of staff and the presenters, of course, included. And I just will see who I've got. I've got Councillor Campbell. I've got Councillor Holiday. These are for members not on the committee. We'll start with that list. Councillor Davis, Councillor Cho, Councillor de Beermaker, Deputy Mayor de Beermaker. All right, well, there's a good start for us. And so we'll go first then to Councillor Campbell, and you have
a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. In looking at this is for Chief Planner. Looking at the
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if our staff could come back to the podium because I know that people are moving back and forth and sometimes we can't even see them. Nothing personal, Gary.
When do you get to make points of order? It's those big square shoulders that hold the city's finances up. You can't.
All right, I started the clock over again.
All right, thank you. So,
Councillor Campbell, you go ahead.
So, for the Chief Planner, if assuming Smart Track is in place, what would be the estimated time for a Scarbarian to get downtown from Ellesmere, and how would it compare?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
I'm sorry, who is Councillor?
I believe the district in that's east of Yonge Street is called Scarborough, not Scarberia. Please.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you.
Scarborough it is, and Scarborough indeed it is. Go ahead, Councillor Campbell.
So let me rephrase that rather inappropriately phrased question. How long would it take a transit rider to get from Ellesmere on Smart Track down to Union Station?
Through the chair, we estimate that it would be approximately 5.5 minutes from the Scarborough Town Centre to the Kennedy Mobility Hub. At that point,
from Smart Track at Ellesmere to Union Station.
We do not actually have that information at this time, but we are currently running the model and will be running the model over the course of the next month, and expect that within 3 to 4 weeks, we will begin to have those kinds of time estimates.
So the Eglinton East LRT is predicated on the savings that would be realized from the lack of, from the delisting, if you will, of 2 stations and not extending to Shepherd. Do we have an estimate as to how much the Eglinton East LRT would be in comparison to the savings from the one transit stop to Scarborough Town Centre?
Through the chair, we do have order of magnitude costs that have been developed as a part of this transit planning exercise. There have also been conversations with both the TTC and with Metrolinx around the assumptions that go into both of those planning projects. There's further work that needs to be done that pending the direction at this committee, we will in fact proceed to do so that we can bring forward those order of magnitude costs. For example, there are decisions that need to be made about the number of stations along the LRT, the terminus, whether it terminates at U of T or if it terminates elsewhere. There are also opportunities for savings, as an example, with respect to the Scarborough subway as a result of using a single boring machine instead of a twin boring machine, which is required when you're building stations along the alignment. So there's significant work that needs to be done. The higher order of magnitude costs have indicated that we are within a similar range.
So in terms of ridership, right now 26,000 riders utilize the Scarborough Town Centre and the SRT according to the report. I believe it's 26,000. And is not one of the key considerations going to be how Smart Track ridership will cannibalize the use of Line 2?
Through the chair, one of the key considerations has been understanding when we take a network approach, the different choices that people will have in terms of how they will move through the system. Our objective is to increase choice within the system. Currently, there's very little choice, so you have people doing a relatively long trip because there's only one route that they can take. So we're looking at the overall network, identifying the choices that people make when you change the baseline assumptions. So we will, in fact, see new ridership numbers that are coming forward that demonstrate the ridership on both the Scarborough subway alignment as well as the Smart Track alignment. We know from some earlier work that we undertook, and it's intuitive, so it's not something that needs to be studied in detail, but that, for example, the Lawrence East station on the subway alignment and the Lawrence East station on the Smart Track alignment, in fact, did draw from the same ridership pool, and as a result, you had a relatively low ridership. So that was precisely the motivation behind taking a broader network approach and ensuring that there was an alignment between these infrastructure proposals.
Just one last question. Will we not have to find out where the users of the Scarborough Town Centre extension to Line 1, where they're going? Because if they're going along, if their destination, ultimate destination is in the downtown core, then perhaps they're better off with a Smart Track opportunity.
Through the chair, absolutely. The objective is through the modeling to understand both the origin and destination, but not only in peak period, also throughout the day. So that will be information that will be available to us as a result of the new GTA Model 4.0 that we have now been testing and we've recently just built. That will exactly be the output that we get.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a planning question, and I'm going to refer to slide 5 of the Chief Planner's presentation on transit in urban form. And this slide seems to indicate that we're having equally a discussion today about transit and connectivity as we are built form of the city in the future. And it says right here, areas around stations should be intensified to accommodate more jobs and people. Could you provide comment on the degree of congruence between our existing official plan and what is contemplated under this? And I know that, and it says in the report that the official plan discusses Scarborough Town Centre, but what about other features of the network? Do they match? And was the assumption there of increased transit capacity when that plan was created and accepted?
Thank you very much, Councillor. That's actually a critical question that relates to precisely the key drivers behind this presentation, which are about connecting up the built form and the intensification with the transit infrastructure. It's critical to know as a starting point that we have frequently approved new planning projects on the basis that there was new transit infrastructure that was coming and the new transit infrastructure did not materialize. And that has created a tension in many areas of the city, including in the downtown core. The objective in what we've done here has been to better align the proposal for transit with our existing established policy objectives in the official plan. So as a case in point, if we look at where we can add more jobs and intensify in the Scarborough context, the Scarborough Town Centre is a critical key destination, University of Toronto Scarborough campus, and then Eglinton and Kingston Road are the two key main avenues where we anticipate to see intensification. So that's precisely where we want rapid transit.
Can I be confident that the people of Scarborough have been adequately consulted through the various different plans and that they're quite clear that intensification will come if it's not already there along these routes?
Through the chair, in some ways that's a bit of a tricky question because in fact we are coming forward today with a proposal that is somewhat different from what had been on the table before. However, along Kingston Road and along Eglinton, there have been avenue studies. They do need to be updated. Part of the direction we're looking for from City Council today, from Executive today, is to go and consult with the communities that would be impacted, in part to assess the appetite for that kind of change. That being said, When our official plan was created, it was made abundantly clear that our avenues are the key areas where we will drive intensification. So at the citywide level, that's absolutely true. This is going to be an opportunity to speak more specifically with those communities.
Are there any conflicts? And I know that the report talks about neighborhoods, and we know that neighborhoods are stable places. Are there any instances where the proposed LRT goes through a stable neighborhood and now will attract growth, and this is something that somebody living in that area should pay a lot of attention to?
Through the chair, we identify the areas where intensification should be taking place. The Eglinton West corridor is a good example. There are established neighborhoods, but there is a ridership and a demand. We don't assume or anticipate that those stable neighborhoods will redevelop their protected and official plan policy as low-rise residential. That being said, one of the key drivers for this plan and the removal, quite frankly, of the Lawrence East Station and the Shepherd Station was precisely because they are not good areas for intensification.
Okay, and I'm going to change themes here quickly, and it is about cost. I'm going to set capital cost aside. But given that this potentially is new infrastructure connected to the TTC, I wonder if we have a sense of scale or a long-term sense about what this means to the cost to operate the system. And I know today that, we struggle to make ends meet, to keep fares low, to receive funding from whatever source we can. And by adding this on, is it material? Is the system large enough that it could absorb the impact of an added piece here? And what does that ultimately mean for riders?
Through the chair, this too is an important question. I've corresponded with my colleagues at the TTC, and once they in fact have direction from executive committee to proceed, one of the first next steps they would like to begin with is understanding, as we have outputs from our model that identify the ridership, they would like to begin understanding both the implications on the capital cost of construction, but importantly also understanding the operating cost implications.
Thank you.
So that is a critical next step.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Next we have Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your excellent presentation and report. It does raise questions, though, for me, about the other priorities across the city, of course, and the Victoria Park is a line, but of course people travel between that line, and being right next door, I want to understand how the network that you're proposing for Scarborough is going to impact the rest of the network for the entire city. And you undertook a DRL or a relief line EA as well. We know the waterfront is a challenge. Will we get the DRL or the relief line proposed alignments, the results of that EA and the waterfront in one report in March?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could answer the question, there are actually two big reports coming.
Okay.
We're going into public consultation in February. There's going to be briefings on that upcoming consultation, but it's going to be a consultation on the network to give you some assurance that that is indeed what we're proposing to do. We're going to come with a March report that has at least 5 components. It will have a network analysis both in a city and GTA context. It will have the ridership results of all the individual elements that we've been talking about across the city. It'll have all the givens that we've got, including the extension of the Toronto-York Spadina subway extension, the building of the Finch LRT. It will have various development scenarios. You've seen some of the preliminary work that we've done on statistics, but you see all the high, low, and medium development statistics. It'll include recommendations around Smart Track, the Western Leg, that now we think is an LRT.
All of these
the Scarborough subway, 3-stop versus 1-stop. Yep. It will include Crosstown East that we've talked about today, relief line and its combinations of phases.
Okay.
It will look at update on waterfront. It will have Metrolinx's RER network and how we connect with the TTC and its reconfiguration. I'm sorry, it's going to take me a little longer, and if I can just beg the indulgence of the mayor, I'm not trying to slow you down.
No, I want to understand.
It's going to include an update on the TIF analysis.
Okay, yes,
It's going to include an update on fares, an update.
yes.
It's going to do an update on EA approvals and what may be necessary from our end versus Metrolinx.
Yes. I have this list right in front of me. I was
I'm
gonna
suggesting
ask,
that
so
this
it's
is going to be a large and wide and broad contract-setting document.
In March.
In March. And then coming back in June, this is the one where we'll expect decisions to be made by council.
Okay.
We will have, by then, narrowed down stations. Actually, that'll come in the March report. We'll start to narrow down stations, look at corridor and engineering issues around grade separations, extra capacity at Union Station, what that means for extra traffic, all those kinds of things. Some preliminary financial, that's all in March. In June, decisions around what the recommended network would be, what the fare integration issues are for us in recommending that network, what the financial implications of that network would be, the principle for negotiation with the province and Metrolinx vis-a-vis how to share in those costs. So that's the
Great.
broad,
Wonderful.
inclusive proposal that we're bringing
Because we
forward.
can look at this before us today, but there are many huge questions. It relies on Smart Track, and there are many big questions that remain with respect to Smart Track. So my question about the reports back in March then, will we have the results of the business case that Metrolinx has been deciding about RER and Smart Track?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, we will have a preliminary view on that. We won't have it finalized from Metrolinx, but we'll have most of it, I think,
Okay.
worthy of your consideration.
And are you looking at the governance question in these reports? Because we've asked several times about governance.
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, that would be an issue we would canvass in June.
Okay. The other thing that just, what you call throwaway costs in this report, we've previously called sunk costs, is very briefly identified with respect to the Scarborough subway extension. And whether or not you're going to put tools down, which is another expression we've used before, how are you going to stop the additional costs associated with the Scarborough extension work from today forward, or council? Well, this is not going to council, correct?
Through the chair, the objective and the reason why we brought this forward in the timing that we did was twofold. One was to integrate this proposal into the larger network analysis. The second is to ensure that we're not continuing to do work that's taking us in a direction we may not go. So
we're stopping work?
The work has not stopped. We're looking for direction from committee today that would in fact redirect our efforts.
Okay, that was your final question. Thank you very much. Then we have Councillor Cho.
Going to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Planner. You work so hard, and I'd like to thank you and the TTC. Now we have a new express bus line from Morningside Heights on Finch and connecting the Smart Track. I think that's a very efficient, practical line. Now, my question to you is, I heard from Mr. David Hardy, registered professional planner. I think he made an excellent deputation. He's recommending that LRT should come from UT Scarborough campus to Rouge Valley Health System. And as we know, Rouge Valley Health System, that covers huge area. And a lot of people, I often go there to visit the patients. Many of them, they're new Canadians and seniors, they don't drive. So why is not coming over there instead of stopping at UT Scarborough campus? Another question is, if the LRT come to my area, Melbourne Town Centre area, there are so many high rises. Many people, they depend on transit, so can have a new plan extending from UTSC to Rouge Valley Health System and up to the at least the Melbourne Town Centre area. And is it possible at this point? If it's not possible, why is it not possible?
Through the mayor, we are seeking to take a network-based approach, and our objective in creating the feeling congested evaluative criteria was to identify the key priorities based on a council-approved vision and council-approved objectives. It is fully our intention to revisit those priorities through that network-based citywide approach to identify the next suite, if you will, of recommended priorities for the city in the context of our network planning. So that will be coming forward. They may not be the top priorities. As I mentioned earlier, we know that we must solve the challenges on the Yonge Line, which means the Relief Line is a key priority. We also are very far behind in our waterfront transit, where we already have a significant amount of congestion and ridership. We know that those come very high up in our priority list, but we will be looking at all of the projects and prioritizing them based on the evaluative criteria, and that will include the projects that you've identified.
Okay, next question. Earlier, we had a meeting with the 3 levels of representative at the MP Gary Anand Sandagra's office, and MP Shan Chan representing north of 401, Gary representing north of 401. MPs north of 401, they are not really happy with these projects. I say, we do this because you guys don't give enough money. And they're saying, U.S. will work hard to bring money. So this plan is not final, right? If we get enough consultation, we see the rising the ridership. If we extend all this, it's possible still, or it's not final thing. It's up to council and your recommendation. Am I correct to understand?
Through the mayor, we've brought forward an optimized transit plan for Scarborough based on the current funding envelope. Council will direct us as it wishes. We are looking for directions to continue to proceed this, but in keeping with my earlier comments, we would urge Council to continue to use a network-based approach for evaluating priorities as funding becomes available from all levels of government, to ensure that we are addressing the priorities in sequence so that we are creating a fully functional network across the entire city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Cho. I have Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who to direct this to. I know that there are live conversations between the city and the federal government about stimulus spending. Is any of the package in front of us part of that conversation?
Am I allowed to answer a question? I mean,
well, the city manager's sitting right there. Just tell him what you want him to say.
He's been less involved in most of those discussions, but
oh, okay. Oh, sure.
We've both been involved in different sets of discussions, but
absolutely. So, I think this is publicly understood and well known through the chair to the councillor. The Government of Canada has expressed an interest in providing assistance to a number of Toronto Transit projects, and as you would expect, Toronto staff have prepared and are in dialogue, informal dialogue with the Government of Canada about the need to support priority Toronto projects.
Wow, that was illuminating. How close to are we on any of the 3 pieces considered here? The Smart Track piece in the eastern leg, the subway piece, and the LRT piece to having bid documents? Like, which is closest of the 3 of them?
So the bid documents have not been prepared for any of these things pending the discussions that we're going to have in
I understand that.
March and June.
But which one would be the most developed technically?
We have good technical documentation on the Eglinton East, the LRT. There is a sense that we would go back and look and revisit and make sure it's current. We've got work underway on the Scarborough subway extension, technical work on that, which would be, I think, of a level suitable for the initial bid documentation. And we've got work underway on Smart Track that has less of the engineering kind of work done, but would have the concept well presented.
Excuse me. In terms of, excuse me, I'm going to have to pass.
But just We'll put things on hold for a minute. We can do that. What button do I have to push? Stop. Hey, do you want to take a minute?
That wasn't a reaction to the answer.
Oh, come on now. Are you wanting to carry on?
Yes, I do have a couple more questions. So I don't think it's any secret, in one of the briefings it was suggested that part of the switch here is to remove the proposed LRT car house from Scarborough and to rely only on the one in the western end. Does that put us in a circumstance where the cost of building out a full network in Scarborough of LRT lines doesn't have that car house in, and that cost becomes a pressure towards achieving that goal? Is that a fair understanding?
Through the mayor, that's correct, that the Shepherd LRT is in fact, currently there's funding committed, but it is not prioritized. It has been pushed back in priorities, but that's an absolutely fair assumption.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. The staff recommendation before us today, I believe there's only the one recommendation, which is to receive this report for information and to continue work on the issues that you've identified and report back no later than June 2016. Do you think that's all the direction that you need from this executive committee at this time?
Through the mayor, yes, it is. In part, our objective is to take this solution and to integrate it into our larger network planning, and in keeping with the Deputy City Manager's comments, really integrate it into this much broader network planning recommendation that we will be bringing forward.
And you've heard the deputations today. There are a lot of very good suggestions. Your review would take into consideration the public input today, the emails that we have in our package, and I'll call it the 101 other emails that we'll all be getting about variations on this theme. So you don't need any additional motions today. If we have the Smart Track spur idea, you'll be looking at all of that stuff.
Through the mayor, that's correct. I believe we have the direction. We've been in the room for the deputation and taking copious notes, so I believe that this is a valuable input into the process.
So it might actually be unwise for me to identify my favorite and tell you to look at it. We should let the professionals do their professional work without political interference, perhaps by me telling you to look at just one. Just let you go and do your work, and you're going to look at the whole spectrum.
Mr. Mayor, I think that question's a setup. There's only one answer.
Is that the first one you've heard in this room over time? Yeah. Okay. Keep going, Councillor de Beermaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have, for example, today heard about the Smart Track spur idea. I've been on this file a long time. I don't think it's viable, but have you even looked at this suggestion in the past or currently?
Mr. Mayor, we in fact have looked at this suggestion because it has been floated for quite some time, and in the context of our evaluation of the alignment for the Scarborough subway, it's an idea that has been on the table. At this point in time, it's our understanding that building a heavy rail spur off of Smart Track would not result in the frequency of service that we need in Scarborough. We're looking at it being a higher order transit that potentially has a less than 5-minute frequency. There are also some other relatively significant technical constraints with respect to constructability in terms of the turning radii required at both Kennedy and Ellesmere. And there are also concerns around the constructability and the construction timeline of 5 years, given that the when the RER would in fact be complete. We are happy to report out in more detail and to undertake more due diligence to ensure that that it has been given due consideration.
Okay. Again, through you, Mr. Chair, and I think it was on page 13 and 14 of your report. I think I quoted one of these sentences at a media availability last week, but when we talk about the priority neighborhoods in Scarborough, there's a sentence on page 13 that says, when it talks about the neighborhoods, they currently experience, and it's in quotes, unnecessary, unfair, and unjust differences that lead to inequitable outcomes. Is it your opinion and your advice to us that there are certain pockets in Scarborough, large pockets of Scarborough, that indeed currently experience unjust differences in their access to transit in the City of Toronto?
Through the Mayor, that's correct. The language that you're quoting is in fact from the Strong Neighbourhood Strategy, and we've in fact integrated this thinking into the poverty reduction strategy, in part because transit is a critical part of alleviating poverty in the city.
And on the next page, on page 14, there's a description of the SRT, saying that it is well used. And it says, and I'll more or less quote it, the SRT represents a slow, inconvenient, unreliable, and crowded rapid transit connection to the rest of the city region. Do you stand by that statement in your report, that the current SRT represents a slow, inconvenient, unreliable, and crowded rapid transit connection to the rest of the city?
Through the Mayor, absolutely, and the objective here is to increase the level of service, which is one of the reasons why some of the proposals that you've heard we would not recommend, because they don't in fact increase the level of service. They maintain it or could in fact result in a slower level of service.
And Mr. Chair, for my last question, because I see my time's running out, one of the things, and maybe drilling down a little bit, which surprised me, but is it my understanding correct that the Eglinton Crosstown, which came to Kennedy Subway, and the old Eglinton Malvern weren't actually, I'll call it, connected? You would have had to make a transfer, and your suggested optimized plan makes the line one line, which astounds me that we didn't do that before. But can you explain why that didn't happen before, and why none of us noticed it until your reports are out now? Because that would have been a major flaw, in my opinion.
Through the chair, there's a variety of different reasons, including that there was the earlier intention was that there would be an LRT that would turn up the SRT corridor and head to the Scarborough Town Centre. So this is like a puzzle, and once you change one piece, you need to change another piece. Now that we've changed that puzzle piece fundamentally, now we have Smart Track, which presents an opportunity to think about the Eglinton corridor in a different way, and as a result, have continuous service through the Kennedy hub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. The final questioner from outside of the council, outside of the committee rather, is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to wrap it all up then, if I'm the last of the non-members, this is an update report. We're not going to see it in the next session of council. You're asking executive to endorse continuing to study. The report that comes in June will give us another update, or will you at that time be asking that the network, as the studies dictate, will you be asking council at that time to endorse?
So, Mr. Mayor, the March report will be the update report on the network analysis, all the things that are in play, all the projects, Smart Track, Scarborough Subway 301, Crosstown East, Relief Line, Waterfront, all the pieces that are in play here in the city. It'll have integration with Metrolinx recommendations.
Yes.
It'll start to narrow down the
That's my next
station.
question.
It'll start to look at some of the technical issues around grade separations, trackage, additions, Union Station capacity, an update on some of the TIF analysis from the land use that we produce, an update on where we stand on fares, which will lead to a June recommendation for council on fares, for submission to the province and Metrolinx and negotiation, update on EA approvals, what needed. So the March report is an omnibus report that will cover the entire spectrum of issues, and the June report is the one we expect to be seeking your direction and decisions on the preferred network, the way to finance it, recommendations to go forward on fares. And
This is the start of that work going public. March gives us the bulk of the details on that. But until council says we like this optimized network, council, which monies are you using? When did the funding envelope to do all that stuff for March emerge? When did council
We've had
give that to you?
authorization for funding to do the work on all these things from previous council directions on updates on Smart Track, on relief lines, Scarborough, et cetera.
So you're combining the previous authorizations on those into one envelope in terms of one envelope of study.
And it has been also closely integrated with the TTC and Metrolinx. So all those reports that we had with various funding envelope, we're looking at holistically and using the resources that we have, the staff and consulting resources.
Okay. And my last question, the mayor won't like this question, but it's a real concern.
When did that become a factor?
Yes. Never stopped me before.
Suggesting a new procedure where I get to filter them, but you go ahead.
Should we get to June and Metrolinx has not finally committed that yes, Smart Track will work, yes, we can squeeze those trains into Union Station, and yes, we'll pay. If those things aren't signed off on by Metrolinx in June, then council can't really adopt the optimized network at that point, because part of the network will still not be committed to. Is that not the case?
Mr. Mayor, I think that certainly having clarity from Metrolinx on some of the constraints and the opportunity, that's really important. What we want to do is be able to crystallize in advance the City of Toronto's interests in the negotiation that inevitably will unfold with Metrolinx in the province over what the network looks like, who's going to pay for what, capital and operating, how the fare structure is going to be set. So we need to know what the preferred network is for our going into an effective negotiation with them.
So that's the actual final piece that we need. That's the puzzle piece that nails it down. Okay, thank you.
And we are working on those things on a daily basis, and the progress is excellent.
Who's
excellent. We? Well, we, meaning all of your teammates. Official.
We're watching.
Yeah. All right, Councillor Carroll, thank you. I have, just looking ahead here, I have Councillors Palacio and Thompson on the committee members, but I have one more that just added his name, namely Councillor Perruzza, and you're most welcome. So if you have some questions, please go ahead.
Well, yeah, basically it flows from the line of questioning that Councillor Carroll was asking. So why is this here? I understand I asked like tongue in cheek, but please.
No, it's an important question through the mayor. This is here to surface and integrate the work that we've been doing into the process. We've done some preliminary work around this idea, and what we would like to do is get direction from committee to take it into the public, to begin to advance the idea, to do further due diligence. To Councillor Carroll's point, there's a tension for us as staff that we would like some authorization before we are putting a significant amount of effort. We've been asked many questions from Councillor Holiday and others around costing implications. There's staff resources and time that's actually required to begin to advance an idea. So we wanted to bring the idea forward. We feel that we've done enough due diligence at this point in time to identify the merit of the idea. We would now like direction to proceed to advance this and to proceed to take it into public consultation, to integrate it into a more formalized process. So rather than us working behind the scenes and going too far with this idea, we're bringing it before committee to seek direction. Committee will either decide they do want us to pursue this or they do not, and we will continue with our network planning accordingly.
Well, precisely. So now I'm somewhat confused. I thought only council can give direction on these types of projects at this scale. I mean, what I'm looking at here is a one-stop subway for Scarborough. We've never had a fulsome discussion about that at council. What I'm seeing is an extension of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT and a change in terms of where that's running without any council debate on that. So how do you get direction from just the committee to basically rejig all of our transit lines in Scarborough?
So, Mr. Mayor, the council staff have the authorization already on the Scarborough EA to do work, including a variety of options which would be in the family that we're talking about, and we're simply making sure that there's been some public dialogue in advance of the public meetings, so that if we came out of the public meetings without doing this, we would have been criticized for announcing through public meetings. We felt it was more appropriate to have this popularized through this committee. We have the direction already.
Well, precisely. So I guess it begs the first question again. Why is it here? If you have the direction already, then why don't you just out there doing the work and doing the consultation? And
Just said why.
yeah.
Through the mayor, the alternative scenario would have been that we surfaced this idea in public consultation, not having any sense of whether this was something that was palatable to the decision-making body in this city. And we felt that it was a much better process to first bring this to the mayor's executive committee to ensure that this was a level of effort and an idea that is in keeping with the decision-making in this city.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to add to that. I think staff are acutely aware that this is an issue of profound public interest and public dialogue, and we felt strongly that it was appropriate to surface this through the mechanism of a dialogue with Council first, rather than proceeding directly to public consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza, and I think that would now bring us to members of the committee wishing to ask questions, and we had Councillor Palacio first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, first and foremost, I want to thank city staff and for your excellent presentation and report. Now, in terms of timelines, there is an aggressive timeline commitments from both levels, at the provincial level from the province in terms of delivering the proposed regional express rail, and also the level of commitment from the administration to have the smart track built within 7 years. Now, I know that you are seeking direction from the committee at this point. So my question to you, do you feel comfortable that the deadlines can be met in both fronts, in terms of the expectations from the province and city as well?
Through the mayor, this is one of the reasons why I began by saying this is 2 steps forward, because this plan can actually be advanced on a shorter timeline than the plan that we were looking at previously. So this moves us forward 2 steps for a variety of reasons. Smart Track, the Express Subway, as well as Across Town East can all be advanced in parallel. They're not concurrent projects. So this is, in fact, a better story in terms of delivering more transit on a shorter timeline for Scarborough.
Have you had any discussions, perhaps, with the other 2 levels with regards to this, to what's before us?
So we've had extensive discussions with Metrolinx and our partners at the province with the TTC.
Great. In terms of the smart track line, which will provide an important north and south connection, how will the smart track line create the feeder stations for the bus network, for example, Finch and Lawrence, which tend to be the most busiest ones, I guess?
Through the mayor, in the context of the due diligence and analysis we're doing around Smart Track, the TTC has been fully engaged in looking at the operations of the bus network and bringing a higher volume of bus ridership into the Smart Track stations. In fact, the Smart Track stations will be primarily fed by the bus network in this portion of Scarborough, as opposed to the density around the stations. So there has been an overlay of service planning and operations with the alignment of the station location analysis.
So this is part of the discussion what the Deputy City Manager was talking about in terms of how bringing a report forward in March, in terms of the connections with the TTC, with Metrolinx, and so on. So this would be reported as part of that report as well.
Yes, we actually provided an update on those potential connections in October, and we'll be refreshing that and bringing that back in March as well.
My last question in terms of the scope and quantum of what's before us, because that's been a situation in the past with other projects across the city of Toronto. Do you foresee any financial pressures on the final cost analysis? And if so, what kind of provisions are you putting in place? Have you had an opportunity to look into it yet, or you having got to that point?
So, Mr. Mayor, we're obviously very interested in what the expected quantum of cost will be relative to timing and relative to other things that we have to incorporate. We'll be bringing that back. Analysis will start on the TIF analysis in March, but we'll have a financial analysis on to accompany the network that we come forward in June.
Thanks so much.
Sorry about that. We were just consulting on timing of items after the lunch break. Thank you, Councillor Palacio. And next we had just an indication of others from the committee that wish to ask questions. All right, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Crawford, that's good. And Councillor Thompson is next.
And just before you start my time, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if staff could put up the slide that says immediate solution. Thank you. I want to try to ask the questions around impact or unintended consequences, if you will. It's my understanding if GO Train, the Smart Track, the GO Train were to be traveling in sort of 5-minute intervals and so on in the area which is close to Progress, Kennedy, Midland. We have one of our largest employer, which is Atlantic Packaging, which has a lot of trucks going through Kennedy Commons, which is in Councillor Kelly's area and so on, but coming off the highway and tremendous amount of traffic through there. If we were to look at 5 minutes, sort of the numbers suggest about 190, 92 trains flowing through the course of the day. If it was 10 minutes, about 140 trains and so on. There is the arm bar there that's now where traffic is stopped as a result of the train going through. I'm just wondering, in terms of impact and things like grade separation, at which point would that be viewed or looked at as part of the process that you actually have in place now, and what the overall impact would be? Because if in fact the Smart Track vehicle, the GO Train is going to be going that frequently, but that's 5 or 10 minutes, we would have a tremendous amount of traffic impact in the immediate area around this area in Scarborough Centre. So I'm just wondering, how are we going to address that? Will there be grade separation as part of the feature? I understand Metrolink only has a small amount of money. I did speak to Mr. McQuaig. Small amount of money is for grade separation. So how do we manage this impact?
So, Mr. Mayor, a very good question. So the work that we're doing right now, currently, is looking at precisely those kinds of questions. What the ridership and the loading could be at particular stations, so the merits of the stations, and what impact that has on the level crossings, and obviously at certain parameters you have to go into a grade separation. So that's a detailed analysis we're undertaking right now, given that we've got the preliminary ridership numbers still coming forward.
Okay. And at the point where you do bring this back, obviously those will be addressed, and at that point, we will look at the details and see what the impact. And I guess my final question, in terms of consultation with the community as such, business and other, and I know we've talked a little bit about it and so on, but it's not apparent based on the businesses that I've spoken with that there has been a real consultation with them. Is there a piece that's associated with that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the TPAP process that we use and Metrolink use will be the one vehicle that would have the requirements for consultation on individual impacts around grade separations and other things. Sure. So there will be a place for that. Right. And we're not sure yet whether it's us or Metrolinks that will be doing that particular, taking that particular lead on that TPAP.
So no pun intended, but it seems to me what you're doing, it's all about smart planning and collaboration in terms of bringing all of this together. Not dissimilar to a question I asked Mitch Stambler almost like 8 years ago. What's the plan or network for Scarborough, which the TTC really didn't have one at that point in time? So that network, and it relates to the question that's being asked by Councillor Davis, you're actually not avoiding looking at the overall city. You're looking micro, macro in a comprehensive way. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. We had next Councillor McMahon.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that presentation. So I just want to follow up on Councillor de Bearmaker's questions with regards to the deputants from Transport Action Ontario and their suggestion. So the idea of the Smart Spur for Scarborough Express Rail, you've you've looked at this, you've heard about it before,
That's correct.
and, but I guess you're concerned that you won't have the frequency, or we won't have the frequency of service we need to get to the Scarborough Centre?
Through the mayor, that's correct. We, in fact, if you imagine, for example, that Scarborough is that Smart Track is running between a 7 and a 5-minute time frame, and you have every other train that is going off the track, you're looking at a level of service that's actually lower than the level of service that is provided today with the SRT. This does warrant further consideration. We've done a cursory analysis of it, but as I indicated to Councillor De Beermaker, we will include an evaluation in our report moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These questions are probably a little more technical, and I would assume a lot of the information will be coming back to us. But understanding, this is about the LRT on Kingston Road, that Kingston Road is probably second or third busiest east-west connection coming into the city of the 401, 407. I would assume that the LRT will bring Kingston Road from 3 lanes on each side down to 2 lanes. Would that be correct? And again, don't know if it's been determined yet. But.
Through the mayor, in the context of the earlier environmental assessment, it was 2 lanes on either side with the LRT in its own right-of-way in the centre. We would, in fact, in the optimization, be looking at the design. The design that we have settled on for the Crosstown LRT on the west side of Kennedy would likely be very similar to what we would propose in this right-of-way. That's the previously approved council design.
Okay, because I think that would be sort of a key in understanding, you know, Eglinton is one route, but Kingston Road is the busiest route into the city outside of the 401, so that will definitely looking at sort of congestion and traffic patterns, I think, will be really key in that, because it could really have an impact on that. And I know there's probably been studies done previously, but I'd like to have them looked as part of the, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Ainsley, and then Councillor Pasternak for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Through you, I wanted to ask Ms. Keesmaat, the slide deck presentation that you gave us this morning, where you talk about, on page 7, existing travel patterns. And I guess one of the issues I'm trying to raise, or like incorporated, is that my community in particular, and southeast corner of Scarborough, for a long time has been trying to get a community bus. And because most of the travel patterns, the bus routes run east-west, and there's not a lot running north-south. So if we're running an LRT through these neighborhood improvement areas up to U of T Scarborough, trying to find some way to deal with that.
Through the mayor, there is another exercise underway looking at optimizing the bus network in Scarborough. And as you're aware, there were 5 new express bus routes that were announced this week. The intention would be to continue to optimize the bus service as a feed into those other orders of transit.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask about, I guess, from a planning perspective, right now, Kingston Road, for example, in my ward, into Councillor Crawford's ward, there's an avenue study where there's a maximum density height of 8 stories. And one of the issues that we've had since that avenue study has been implemented is that developers seem to sit on a piece of property. They'll develop property that they own in downtown Toronto or other areas first. If we're going to look at putting this LRT route through these areas, are we going to be looking at changing those restrictions on height so that we intensify along the LRT routes?
Through the mayor, we will continue to use a built form driven process which looks at performance standards. So the height of 8 stories isn't necessarily identified because that's the maximum that you can achieve on that site. It's often because of adjacencies to other uses, and we don't want to overshadow those adjacent uses. The fact that the development industry has been sitting on those sites is likely not because of the permission, but it's because the land values are suppressed, thereby not yet making it viable to build an 8-story building. We've seen in other areas of the city that when we introduce higher order transit, that the land values increase, and that in fact makes it viable to build a mid-rise building. So it's not likely that more permission is needed. It's likely that the public sector investment of LRT will increase land values, thereby making the permission a viable entity to build the mid-rise building. So I wouldn't suggest that higher density is necessarily what's needed. We, in fact, will go back and look at those avenue studies in light of the LRT and identify if there's more areas for intensification. But I suspect that in many areas there are limits that are driven by the existing built form.
All right. And then my last question I wanted to ask about was so the environmental assessment that was done for the LRT and that was completed. And there was a number of outstanding issues that were brought forward. For example, as Councillor Crawford mentioned, Kingston Road is one of the main thoroughfares entering into the city of Toronto from Durham, and that if we're reducing the Kingston Road from 3 lanes each way to 2, what we would be doing to encourage people to get out of their vehicles in terms of parking and getting on the LRT, or have there been any discussions with Metrolinx or any anticipated for increased GO train service from 905 that will encourage people to get out of their cars?
Through the Mayor, in the event that we do proceed with a recommendation around LRT, those are all the critical questions that we want to look at and evaluate. The connections outside of the region are critical as well. For example, the Durham region BRT would provide people with connectivity into our network, which would make transit a real choice coming from outside of the city. In addition, it's important to note that Kingston Road currently is a wide right-of-way with suburban standard lanes, and one of the first opportunities is to in fact narrow the lanes. You still have the same volume of traffic, they're just traveling in a narrow lane with a more urban standard. So that's one of the opportunities that we can look at as well as we reevaluate the corridor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. One of the unpleasant surprises of the Union Pearson Express was a $100 million bill afterwards to the City of Toronto for municipal upgrades. I assume a project of this scope could trigger such costs in the future. Is it anticipated that municipal upgrades are included in the current envelope for the project before us?
Well, Mr. Mayor, this has been an issue. It's an ongoing issue outstanding with us to come back to council. And yes, when we come back on report on financial implications for the city, the pre-existing agreements that obligate us to pay for municipal upgrades will be quantified and brought forward for your consideration.
When council sees sort of a global budget for this project, we will have within that scope these potential costs, these municipal upgrades.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Speaking of Metrolinx, I believe they sent us another bill for $85 million for sunk costs for the, I guess, the Shepherd East LRT. Is there anything within the documentations before us that should reopen that discussion on a downward side, that we should re-examine that, which many of us felt was a little exorbitant to begin with?
So, Mr. Mayor, that money's, I think you're referring to as the cancellation of the LRT dollars, that the city manager is still talking to Metrolinx about the final bill. We believe it'll be less than that. But I think this illustrates the more global discussion we need to have with Metrolinx about our relationship on both capital and operating, city to province, and the future of rapid transit financing here in this area.
Is there anything you see in these documents, though, going forward, that would make the point that that figure is high and that we're in fact using much of their work?
I just don't think that that's where we'll be going. I think what we'll be doing is identifying the fairness, the equity, the long-term city interest, provincial interest in seeing a successful implementation of a rapid transit network. I don't think we've reached that equilibrium with them, and I think there's all kinds of little things on the margin that you can talk about, but I think there's a bigger global discussion that has to happen.
The tone of the documentation and the presentation, including, I guess if I wrote this down correctly, ridership is not a planning framework, is that we're moving from gross ridership to social good. Is that a paradigm shift that you support?
Through the Mayor, I wouldn't actually position it as that kind of a framework. The framework that we have that in fact was approved by City Council was a framework we brought forward in the context of feeling congested, and it in fact identifies 8 priorities and weights those priorities equally, and they include supporting our neighbourhood improvement areas as well as supporting economic development, if you maybe want to put those 2 things on the different ends of the spectrum, with a whole variety of criteria in between, including ensuring the affordability of the infrastructure, improving choice within the network. What you have here is an approach that is based on the vision of what we're seeking to achieve by building transit in the city. And this is an outcome that is consistent with that framework.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. I think that could bring us to speakers then from outside the committee. We still have 10 or 11 minutes to go before lunch. And so may I have a list of one at the moment, which is Councillor Davis, to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion, and
Well, I guess you can't put that correctly, though. It's like
well, I was about to say it, and Councillor Ainsley has agreed to table it on my behalf. Okay, I just wonder.
Have you agreed to table this motion? Okay.
He's agreed to take carriage of the motion on my behalf, which asks for the city manager to include in the March report issues and options with respect to governance related to Metrolinx and the status of the business case and negotiations related to SmartTrack. I think it was pretty clear we're going to have to get all of this information, but I think we ought to make it very explicit that a key to all of this network is going to be what our relationship is with Metrolinx with respect to the operations, the capital cost sharing, the frequency of headways, and the integration of fares. If SmartTrack is going to become a backbone of the Scarborough Rapid Transit Network, if it is going to provide partial relief, and we are proceeding now, after approving this today, to develop that model further and consult on it further, we are really going to have to understand what the position of the provincial government is before we make those decisions. Now, I heard today that we want to have a direction to go away and negotiate, but I think we need to understand where the negotiations are at this point. Whenever I ask somebody, what color will the trains be on Eglinton, I get this strange look back like, I don't know. Will they be red? Will they be green? Maybe if you combine them, they will be brown. I don't know. We are creating something very new. And this relationship with Metrolinx and our accountabilities as elected officials who are now responsible for the TTC are going to change, because we are blending to create, and I hesitate to use the word hybrid again, we are creating another hybrid. And we're trying to create a regional rail system that will form an important part of our overall network for rapid transit within the city. So before we really move forward, we need the provincial government to tell us what is our share going to be to operate? What is our capital share going to be to build the stations? How many stations? There was some leak last week that said we're not going to have 22 stations or 13 stations. I don't know how many stations. Somebody's having some discussions about number of stations. I think we need to understand what our representation is going to be in Metrolinx. What is Metrolinx's role? It is now 100% politically appointed. We used to have political representation. We have to have that discussion. What are our accountabilities? There's historically been a you pay, you say theory of governance so that we have clear accountabilities. So I do think that we obviously and absolutely need to go out to consult on this model. And there are some elements in here, much of it I completely agree with. And it is a tremendous improvement over the three-stop subway model. But as we integrate, I think we need to really understand the terms and conditions and the accountabilities. We know that Smart Track will work if the headways are frequent, the times and the cost is affordable. It is so critical to whether or not this will work. Now, we've had 2 pilot projects underway, and I got the numbers yesterday about the number of people who are going on to the GO line at Maine. Because they can now, $60, they can put a stamp on their Metro Pass and get on at the Danforth station. 60 people have done it a month. It is not working now. Now, there are reasons for that, and they should be addressed. It's too costly at $200 a month to switch between GO and the TTC. They have to walk a significant distance to get on the train. There are issues. So how we blend these systems are going to be very important for us to understand. What is the role of the TTC? What is the role of the city government? And what voice will we have during this process? Somebody pointed out the $95 million. Councillor Pasternak, going back to amalgamation, we get a bill for the upgrades. For Metrolinx, that's 15 years old. We need to understand what the upgrades are going to cost and what our expectations are going to be in terms of those costs as well. And I'm glad that he's raised that. So I look forward to the very comprehensive report that's coming in March, and I hope that we will have very meaningful information to give further direction to our staff at that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. We would probably stop there and pick up after lunch. And just again, for the information of people, because we'd said right after lunch we would start in with the housing, and that was on the anticipation we would finish this. And so I would say, just trying to guesstimate, and it's hard to know depending on how many people speak and whatnot, but it may be, the housing in fact will be the first new item dealt with after lunch, but it's likely to be around 2:30, 3 o'clock. So I'm just telling that to people who are here specifically for that, and if they had something else they wanted to do, it's probably in that time frame, because I think with your concurrence we'll finish this, obviously, rather than pick up housing and then start this over again. So we'll pick up with with other speakers who are not members of the committee. Councillor Kelly, you're here. Does that mean you wish to speak on this? Okay, and who else did we have from not members of the committee? Councillor de Bearmaker, Councillor Cole, he was here, I saw him. Councillor Peruzza, yes, no, yes? Okay, may as well get it all down now. All right. Did you say somebody else? Okay, that's Councillor Ainsworth. He's on the committee, though. Oh, no, I already had noted him, yeah. Okay, well, that's great. Then we'll resume at 1:30 and pick up with this, and then we'll move on to the housing directly afterwards. Thank you.
Andy?
That one's fine. It's on. Is it popped out? Anything? I think it's the microphone, man. Who's you guys? It's on.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you of where we left off and what we've got to do here in terms of at least the order of proceedings, we're going to pick up on the speakers on the transit item, and then 11.5, and then we're going to move right away to the Housing Task Force report. And, of course, we'll hear pardon me, deputations first on that, and then we will move from there to the Exhibition Place matter. So that's what the order of proceedings is for the first part of our deliberations, with Councillor Pasternak's wife's birthday, of course, always in mind. And I think we already heard from Councillor Davis, so that would have Councillor Kelly as the next up to speak. Good afternoon, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity to address the members, yourself and the members of the Executive Committee. I want to make 3 points very simply. First of all, I support the plan and the timing of its presentation. I think that going forward, we have to have a framework that informs negotiations with the other orders of government and with Metrolinx. Secondly, although most people go through the gateway of transit when they're looking at this plan, I go through the gateway of economic development in Scarborough. When I sat on the government of Metropolitan Toronto, I supported its official plan, which was to identify the Scarborough Town Centre as the economic hub of the east end of Toronto. And as well, I voted for a subway that would reinforce and expand on that official designation. Regrettably, that subway that we had envisaged at that time along Shepherd Avenue was never realized, but finally we have that opportunity to give the Scarborough Town Centre the transit support that I think is vital to its development. As well, over the last few years, Mr. Mayor, I've learned that there has developed another centre of economic growth in Scarborough, and that's the campus of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. And if anyone has had the opportunity, as I and my Scarborough colleagues have had, to see the plans that the university has for the development of that campus, they would be very impressed with not only the scale, but the nature, the characteristics, the character that informed their planning and hopefully will shape the execution of that plan going forward. Thirdly and finally, I want to address the Shepherd subway line. Now, I noticed that when the chief planner talked about the Shepherd subway line potentially delivering enough passengers to the Yonge line that it would overload the system and that it shouldn't be entertained until a relief line was put in place. Well, I would put it to you, Mr. Mayor, if you built an LRT across Shepherd Avenue, you would be funneling people to the Yonge line with almost the same sorts of numbers as are envisaged for a Shepherd subway. So the point I would like to make on behalf of my residents and from a perspective that has been following this issue for many years, that if you're not going to build the subway on Shepherd, please don't build the LRT until you've got a relief line in place, and then you can come back to that issue and make your choice. And I think I'm speaking accurately on behalf of my residents when I say that they would rather have no rapid transit of an LRT sort on Shepherd Avenue and would rather wait for the right time to build a Shepherd Avenue subway. And I think it's the subway that makes sense in this issue over time. It creates a loop. And frankly, as I envisage it, it's not only designed on Shepherd Avenue to reinforce the Scarborough Town Centre as the economic hub of the East End of Toronto, but as well it is to lead to what I call Bloor Street North, because the Metropolitan Government, Mayor, envisaged an east-west subway line for the northern part of the city. And so I would hate to see that concept, that vision, compromised by putting in as an intermediate step an LRT. If you're going to build that northern Bloor subway line to facilitate rapid east-west public transit, then I would argue, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of my residents, and from that perspective of that larger vision of growing Toronto, that the LRT not be pursued vigorously by this council, rather that we wait until the relief line is put in, and then we could address that particular issue. So, Mr. Mayor, those are my thoughts. To reiterate, I certainly give my enthusiastic support for the plan as presented and the timing within which it's framed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. Then we would go next to Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, another quiet few weeks for transit in Toronto. I think, though, the good news that this speaks to is that for all those who are maybe waiting on bus stops or who are, upset with the fact or the notion that nothing's happening at City Hall, in fact, it's quite the opposite. And it's been well documented what's under construction in the city. I've been in many tunnels in the last few weeks and months that show the progress of both transit on Eglinton, which I think in some ways captures what Councillor Kelly envisions about an east-west line of rapid transit across the city. And with the announcements in the last few days and this report in front of us today, what that actually amounts to is a line that would go from Pearson Airport to U of T Scarborough campus across the entire city, linking dozens of neighborhoods and providing that higher order transit that so many residents desperately need. On top of that, we are looking at a plan here that I think recognizes the fact that the town centre is the major driver of riders when we look at this part of the city. And on top of that, there are planning principles that have been talked about in fact, for years, that see the Scarborough Town Centre becoming a node and a hub of development and commercial activity and employment that haven't been realized to date, and this plan will help to see us get to that point. The last year we've seen, I would say, historic investments in TTC service, which is all good news. We have new buses, new streetcars, new subways, new services across the city that are helping dealing with our increasing ridership. But what we know is with the rate of growth in this city, which is a nice problem to have. I was in Buffalo on the weekend. They're not worried about congestion or some of the issues that we have to struggle with here. And I love Buffalo. It's a nice town. So, but I would just say, with the growth we're experiencing, the challenges we then have with growth and congestion, we have to do more than what we've done. And so while we've added historic levels of transit service and we have new buses hitting the roads and just this week announced new express routes hitting all corners of Toronto, we recognize that the network has to be enhanced, the network has to be built out, and what we have in front of us today, or what you have in front of you today, is that opportunity to continue that work, or maybe even accelerate that work, to see the network enhanced and to ensure that the part of the city that is transit deprived becomes transit rich. My rough count that I did the other day looks at almost the result of this plan that's in front of you now would see 26 rapid transit stops or stations in Scarborough. And so I think some people want to fall back or dwell on a narrative of 1 stop versus 3 stops. Well, that's not the story here. The real story is 26 stops. And I think that should be good news for any transit rider or any resident of Scarborough or the City of Toronto. There are some good questions that still need to be looked at, and we will do that. People wonder, well, who's going to operate all of this? Well, I would contend that the TTC should. Those are negotiations, discussions we have to have with the province. Those are good questions that we should be asking. But to the question of what color a train will be or what color the uniform the person operating that train will be, Toronto residents are so past that. There's a question of, is it going to be red, green, or brown? And I think if you ask any resident, any TTC rider out there, they don't care what color it's going to be. They don't care about intergovernmental dickering between Metrolinx and the TTC and the province and the city. I think their message to us would be, get it built yesterday. And so what I think this does is it gives us a plan that's viable, it's an improvement, it responds to needing that network in a part of the city that doesn't have it, and it's a network upon which the TTC continue to add and build service. So I'm supporting this plan. I encourage you to do so, and I look forward to the work that will be done to flesh this out so that we can actually get people in the city moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Perruzza.
When I first looked at this, I thought to myself, wow, this is like really confused. But as I continue to look at it, I say to myself, man, this is becoming so much clearer. This is what we should have done 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. We should have gone through this exercise. We should have tested a 3-stop subway. We should have tested a 1-stop subway. We should have tested all the different routes against the then Transit City proposal. We should have done all of that. Perhaps if we had done all of that, we wouldn't have made so many costly mistakes. We just simply would have done made the decision that served the greatest number of people in this area for the lowest dollar amount. That's what we would have done. We didn't do that. We sort of did this process in reverse. We picked the best line first, and then we tested against all the other options to try to make them fit, to try to find or broker a political compromise that would get political support for this, both at the council level and amongst the people, the residents of Scarborough. And it's cost us a great deal of money. $85 million or something, and the dust hasn't cleared on it, on canceling Transit City, the subway dig now, and those kinds of things, and the delays and the time, and all of the teams that were put into place, and to draw up all these grandiose plans over a great amount of time. Nobody's going to ever add that up, because if you did, you'd probably, you'd be shocked at the amount of money that we've actually wasted in this exercise. I guess what's good, and the good thing that's coming out of it is that we're getting more and more information to be able to see with greater clarity what we should have done. But here's one of the things that's actually confusing me on this. Is I believe, and I understand the staff's somewhat nervousness and their desire to bring the report forward today to get some sense of direction on where to go with this. I get that. If I were them, I would be nervous too. Instead of just simply getting my marching orders from some staff person in the mayor's office, I would like, with some certainty, some clarity, that where the mayor would like to go on this, and to some degree, where the city council or a portion of the city council would like to go on this. But I believe that this is another decision that the city council needs to make. It's big in scope. And the direction to move in this direction, I believe, firmly rests with the council. We shouldn't be afraid of it. The council, you have representatives from border to border to border to lake, lots and lots of experience. You should test the will of council on these decisions, as opposed to coming as sort of at some point and say, by the way, we have done some further work on this, and this is what we're proposing, because it just stretches it out some more months, many more dollars, and quite frankly, I'm not sure that it provides a clear sense of direction on what the will of council is on this otherwise very, very important evolving matter. I don't know whether the council will support a 1-stop subway in Scarborough at a cost of billions of dollars and billions of dollars for Torontonians on a go-forward basis. Because that's the decision at the end of the day. That's the big bitter pill in all of this. I believe that that should be tested first. And should go to council and ask the council, say, do you want us to explore this? We've had lots and lots of information on this. And the information is becoming clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. So that should happen. And then, on the basis of what council's will is at that point, then you move forward. I mean, you heard our staff. They want a clear sense of direction from this government on where they should be going. And that's where the government is. The government is the mayor and council, all 44 councillors and the mayor. So, so from that perspective, I'm somewhat nervous because I believe that, as I indicated earlier, we have made some very, very, very big and costly mistake on this particular file. We should stop doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Then I had Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very glad to hear Councillor Perruzza's remarks just before mine, because it speaks to why I asked the questions that I asked. I viewed the process this morning and thought, yeah, this is a hard part, doing these update reports, but had we done these, I think Mr. Livy used the words, Deputy City Manager Livy said, we thought bringing the update here would at least cause some reading of and some popularization of this concept, so that if we're working on it, we know that there is an appreciable number of Torontonians who know that it exists, and that's what we're working on. And that's something we didn't do with Transit City. So is it any wonder that it went in all different directions and ended up being, despite being a very good plan, some of the parts of which have shown up in other leaders' plans, it was vulnerable because we didn't use these steps. And so I hope that there isn't a lot of conspiracy theorizing about the steps that are being gone through now. I asked the question about funding because I want it to be clear. I don't want there to be accusations, you have no authority to spend money. Yes, we have given authority to study this line, and this line. Pooling them together to take the network approach is entirely within the recommendations that we've given. There's just a turning point in the way we analyze these things now that says you can't leave it just in the TTC silo. You can't leave it even just in the city silo, but we have asked that all these things be looked at thoroughly. This optimized network approach and the way in which staff are reaching out to do it actually engages all of the components, whether they're TTC, city planning and urban design, and even the very important conversations with Metrolinx. So there's this update, there's the more full update in March, and finally a report in June. And the last question I asked was, so the June report goes to council. If Metrolinx has yet to decide whether or not it can accommodate SmartTrack all the way down the line to Union Station, would you be looking for council to sign off on the whole plan as of that day? In fact, it would be very difficult to do so, because the most important part, particularly for the northern residents of Scarborough and indeed the east parts of my ward, the most important part of the plan will be the northern length of SmartTrack. We will need to know that that is there. If we don't know that in June, we may decide at that point to extend the envelope and allow us to then begin to go beyond study to straight up making the case, but we will have to know what their thoughts are then. They are a key part of this network, their ability to accommodate SmartTrack and to work with us to make it a realization. They will have to be, lastly, a lot further than they are today on explaining to us their interpretation of fair integration. The TTC will have to be more clear about what their definition of fair integration. And certainly it'll have to be stated in a report that we adopt, because I would submit to you that today there are 45 members of the mayor and council, 45 votes in the council chamber, and there are probably 45 different definitions and expectations of what those two words mean, fair integration. And so in a report, it's going to have to describe to us what that is so that going forward, we're working on a no surprises basis in that regard. Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I had other speakers from outside of the committee. Okay, I have Councillor DeBaremaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. I come here today with some mixed feelings and emotions, but I come to certainly support the staff recommendation and to support the contents of the staff report. And I say this as one of the many people who has fought very hard to get what I believe is Scarborough's fair share of transit. And we have yelled that out to our colleagues on council, and I have to say thankfully they have listened to us and supported us in the past. But the staff report makes it very clear. People in Scarborough currently experience unnecessary, unfair, and unjust differences that lead to incompatible outcomes. They describe the current situation that we have with our SRT as a mode of transportation that represents a slow, inconvenient, unreliable, and crowded rapid transit connection to the rest of the city. Does anyone here, not from Scarborough, not understand why people have been so upset in Scarborough? Why the appeal of Rob Ford was so high in Scarborough, when there was one guy from Etobicoke who yelled and screamed, subways, subways, subways. We knew, east of Victoria Park, that we weren't getting our fair share. People can argue what that fair share or what that pie might look like, but we knew that we'd been last in line. We got the worst transit in the city. And if you look at the United Way reports that are coming out now, you look at Deputy Mayor McConnell's poverty reduction strategy, makes it very clear. We have the worst transit in the City of Toronto out in Scarborough, and we fought to get what we believed I would call it the equalizer. The 3-stop subway was approved by council, put before council on 6 different occasions. And a majority of councillors on their city council, not just from Scarborough, but from all across the city, May 2013, June 2013, October 2013, all supported the 3-stop subway. We had a tax increase of 0.5% for the Scarborough subway. Dedicated levy for the Scarborough subway was approved last year again. The DC report was approved. So we've had this issue before council 6 different occasions, and I will call it us subway only folks have won on 6 different occasions. So it's very difficult for me to see a staff report that, on a positive note, recognizes the inequity in this city, recognizes the unfairness that people in Scarborough deal with every single day that they try to come downtown. Like the one student said who's from Scarborough campus, so it takes us an hour and a half to 2 hours to get downtown. Yes, if you work and if you live in the east end of Scarborough, it's going to take you an hour and a half each way to get into downtown Toronto if you take transit. That's a long journey. Saying that, when I looked at this report, I have to say, and why I've decided to change my position, is that overall there's a net gain for Scarborough in this report. Certainly when we had those numerous votes, Smart Track hadn't been invented yet, hadn't been proposed yet by a candidate in the mayor's race and who became elected. Smart Track has been the game changer, because what you did, in addition to the $3.5 billion subway, is you overlay a new Smart Track line that's actually even faster than the subway. If you get on Smart Track, you'll get downtown, if that's where you're going, even faster than if you got on the Danforth line and stopped at all those 22 stops, transferred at Yonge and Bloor, and came down to Queen or Union or King or wherever you may be going to university or to work. So with the change of Smart Track, the question then became, do we stay and stick with the 3-stop subway, which is, I would call it the holy grail of political desire in Scarborough? And I would say, I have to say to my residents, I feel comfortable looking them in the eye saying, you know what? That plan was a good plan. We put that on the table. We fought for you. We got what we think would be right. Now we're actually getting even more transit. This plan gives us a smart track system. It gives us a subway system. It gives us an express line out to the Scarborough Civic Center, where about 70% of all the people on the subway system or the transit system, 70% of all the riders coming downtown, 70% of them get on at the Scarborough Town Centre shopping mall. So we're helping those people. We are helping Scarborough campus and the people in the East End. So, Mr. Chair, I know that we have had a back and forth on council with people, probably even to this day, planning and scheming to sabotage in any way they could building a subway in Scarborough. So I hope that the majority, I think if not all Scarborough councillors will say, you know what, this is a fair and equitable plan. It brings fairness and equity to Scarborough for the first time ever in the field of transit, and it's something that should be supported by all of us. I hope if there's a unanimous endorsement today from this executive committee that staff do have the confidence that they can go invest the time, energy, resources and money into looking at a better plan for Scarborough. And as much as I may have to bend and bend with the wind of what's going on here, I think I can carry this out to my ward, as we'll find out tomorrow when we have a meeting, to say, you know what, this is a better plan for Scarborough. It gives more transit to more people. It is a good plan that we should support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deputy Mayor de Baeremaeker. So I think that's all the members that aren't members of the committee that have wished to speak have spoken, and so I don't have a list at the moment, but I'm sure there is one of members of the committee who would like to speak on this. So who would like? We've got Councillor Crawford. Just if I can see if there's Councillor Thompson. Anybody else? Okay, well we've got the two anyway, and I will say a few words at some point. But Councillor Crawford, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I guess I got the telephone call a couple of weeks ago to have a briefing on a sort of a new idea for Scarborough Subway, and I have to say I was a bit nervous on sort of, uh-oh, here we go again. But after seeing the briefing and, of course, the presentation today, I do have to say this is something I can absolutely support. And it really came down to when you talk about the importance of the Scarborough Centre, the Scarborough Town Centre as a regional hub. I think that got lost when we had the previous debate a couple of years ago. We talked about the ridership. We talked about 7 stops compared to 2 or 3 stops. But we really didn't talk about the importance of Scarborough Centre, the Scarborough Town Centre as a regional express transit hub. And that was one of the reasons I support subways in Scarborough. I have always supported subways in Scarborough for many of the reasons that Councillor de Baeremaeker mentioned. But my focal point was this is a regional hub, and we have to look at this as a regional hub as it had been planned many, many, many years ago. And again, that didn't, from my perspective, didn't really come out in the debate last time. This report, when you look at it, it says that the Scarborough Centre is a major regional hub. And as a major regional hub, it needs a subway. It's very clear that it's a subway that has to be built to the Scarborough Centre, not an LRT. And I'm glad that it says that, and I'm glad that it's now recognized, and I hope all of our colleagues understand that it's a subway that needs to go to Scarborough Town Centre, not an LRT. And I would invite, all councillors to not to go onto Google, not to look up maps, but to come up to the Scarborough Town Centre area, take a drive, and I'm sure Councillor de Baeremaeker would love to talk to you and show you the plans of what is happening up in that particular area of the city. And it's not 10, 15, 20 stories, but you're talking 49, almost 50-story buildings going up there. And there's a lot there now. There's going to be a lot coming in the next 5 years that he's working on. And it's not just the residential, but we're also looking at the opportunity, the economic opportunity up there. So I'm very pleased to support this. And I understand that it's going from 3 down to 1, and there'll be those naysayers who support subways that say Scarborough's losing something. I don't think they're losing anything now. And that brings me into my other comments about the LRT. I've had my trepidation about an LRT on whether or not they are, better than subways. I mean, ultimately, I think a subway would be better. It's underground. You don't have to worry about the traffic problems. But the reality is, especially in this part of the town where this LRT is proposed, chances are there's never going to be a subway there at all. I mean, that's the reality we have to face. We know that maybe 30, 40 years, but here's an opportunity to put an LRT in a part of the city. As was mentioned, there are 5 neighborhood areas in need. Scarborough Village is one of mine, and it's going to greatly enhance that particular community. And the fact that it's going up to U of T, again, I think is a very positive move forward. Now, we're going to have to look at, when we start looking at the reports and everything coming back, the viability of this LRT, and specifically on the Kingston Road portion. As I mentioned in my questions, that is the second most frequent major arterial direction east-west into the city outside of 401. I drive it very regularly. In fact, I drive it almost every day, and it is a major, major thoroughfare. It's a major highway. Even though there's lights, even though it sort of goes in between a residential area, it's a highway in all concerns. A lot of traffic, a lot of buildup of traffic, and we may need to look at the integration between the LRT if we take it down from 3 to 2 lanes and what the impact will be, because I think there could be some impacts. Can we solve that? I'm sure we'll be able to solve that as we move forward, but I look at that will be, something I'm looking forward to seeing the reports as they come forward in the next couple of months. I think we can achieve that mix that we need to have between cars and the LRT on Kingston Road. But overall, I do support this. I know and I'm confident that the residents of my community will support this because it does net value benefit Scarborough on the whole. So I'm looking forward to seeing the reports, and at some point, yes, it's going to go to full community or full council for approval, but from my perspective as a Scarborough councillor, I think this is good for the city and good for Scarborough.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, first of all, I want to thank our staff for the outstanding work, in fact, that they've actually done on the information, the presentation that they presented us today. I think that it is certainly groundbreaking in the sense that for many years we've always circled the wagon and attempt to supposedly put forward a plan. And I think this actually does help in terms of enhance the work that they're actually doing and incorporate, obviously, this needed information that I believe will be of great benefit to the residents of Scarborough. Councillor Bearmaker and I are the representatives from Scarborough Centre. He's on the east side, I'm on the west side. And we note that for many years there had been plan and conversation about the Scarborough Centre precinct and Scarborough Centre plan, etc., that talks about economic development, talk about better transit, and talk about new modal ways of ensuring that people can get around and what have you. It's been a lot of talk. I recall a meeting that I had almost 9 years ago in my office when I asked Mitch Stambler, what's the plan for Scarborough in terms of transit? And Mitch, great transit guy, said, well, Councillor, we don't really have one for Scarborough. We just have a general plan. But I said, well, that general plan has not been beneficial to Scarborough. And so we've seen that. The people in Scarborough have bear the brunt of that, quite frankly, for a very long time. There have been days and days and days over the years where the SRT has not worked. In fact, it's been stranded, if you can picture, in the middle of a hydro corridor where people can't actually get off. There's no place for them to go for many, many, many hours on end. And so that has been a major issue for the residents in Scarborough. So when people talk about, well, Scarborough residents, we actually know what's good for you. We can save you a lot of money. The residents have said, we are disinterested in your notion as to what's good for us. We're quite capable of deciding. But clearly, this isn't about a Scarborough-only matter because we're part of this great city of Toronto. So everything that we do has to be within the context. But of course, it's important that we deliver good public transit for all. And the residents of Scarborough who are traveling, students who are going to university downtown or people going elsewhere and so on, need better transit. This plan, as we've heard from staff, the component parts of it, which provides better express connection between the Kennedy Station and the hub, which we've always talked about, a regional hub, the Scarborough Town Centre, in order to help us to magnify development in that particular area, which is lacking now. There's a great opportunity. More people are now starting to talk about their plans in terms of moving forward when we actually have a subway system that's built. The extension of the crosstown along Eglinton Avenue, up Kingston Road, and into the University of Toronto, I think it's actually long overdue. Create a great opportunity, great capacity for people to really connect. People talk about the fact that it will only be one connection between the Scarborough Town Centre and Kennedy Station. Fact of the matter is that it is my understanding, and remember a question I asked here, whether or not SmartTrack would actually have an impact on actually the subway development. I was told no at the time, but here it is that in fact it would actually have a positive impact, not necessarily needing to have those additional 2 stops, but in fact the SmartTrack itself will provide obviously an option for people to be able to get on and off, and it provides that option, which then requires us not to actually have the additional 2 stops. So I think it's actually a win-win situation. I note that there will be some impact. We asked staff about the traffic congestion and so on, to ensure that the number of trains that will pass, whether or not it's in a 5-minute interval or 10-minute interval. Looked at the numbers, a 5-minute interval, it's about 192 times. A 10-minute interval is a little less, 140 and so on. Those are things that staff are going to consider. And at the end of the day, I think that this plan will create that jewel of transit opportunity in what is considered the jewel of Toronto, which is in fact Scarborough. And I think that it's extremely important for us to be able to understand as well that through the crosstown extension, you'll be going through more neighborhoods in Scarborough, allowing people to be able to get home, go to work, or to do whatever they wish to do in a much more reasonable amount of time and so on. Create greater opportunities for jobs and other prospects that are beneficial to the residents of Scarborough. It's not perfect, no system is, but I think it's long overdue, and I think that we ought to, again, thank the staff for bringing in. And I don't want to bring this to Council to have a huge debate. Let's bring the full matter to Council. We can debate it at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Shiner.
I was next on your list. Well, terrific. And I guess that's the word for the report today. I think it is absolutely terrific that we have a plan that finds a way to serve the residents in Scarborough even better than the plans that we had on the table before. It gets transit out to the far east end of Scarborough and lets people get on rapid transit routes and get moving. It is a plan that'll connect the city centre, and I think to have that together and find a way to spend the dollars wisely is a great thing. And I think then it shows the benefit that we wanted to be able to see in the SmartTrack proposal. I appreciated the comment that the chief planner said that if we actually extended the Shepherd subway out further out into Scarborough, it would be so overloaded, it would have so many people, it would overload the Yonge line. So that kind of tells me that it's always been the right decision to build the Shepherd subway out there because the ridership actually exists. I think it's the way that you look at the numbers. Because if you'd overload the system, you'd actually have the riders. And even the numbers that we have in the report on page 10 show 3,350 people in peak hours getting on the very short subway that we have now compared to 5,800 at Kennedy on a very long subway coming all the way in from Scarborough. So it's there. And I believe my colleague earlier was right. I think that the thing to do eventually is to build the Shepherd subway out farther into Scarborough, but it can connect now to SmartTrack and only be a 4 subway stop extension to give you then that north, south, east, west connection as well, which will be great to have in the future. But what we're looking at now is the way to serve Scarborough residents, the way to get Scarborough moving on public transit, and the way to see more intensification along the routes that we're going to put the public transit lines in. And this is going to be one. So please, my colleagues in Scarborough, you're going to get public transit, but you're going to get intensification. And I think the overlay map that was in here that showed the size of the area of the Scarborough Town Centre, and many of you may have missed it on the slide that was there, but it runs the equivalent of from Spadina on the west to Jarvis on the east, from King in the south, almost up to Gerrard Street. That area is huge. That area is a very large area that is all considered the Scarborough Centre. area. That's their downtown of Scarborough, and that's what this is going to help develop. So I support the plan. I support the going forward. I think we're doing the right thing. I think the reports we're going to have later on the year will help us address the comprehensive needs for transit across the city, because all areas of the city need improved public transit. And today we're dealing with the best way to spend the money in Scarborough and to get people moving. And I think the plan in front of us is great.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shiner. We have next Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm going to start by moving a motion. I'm moving an amendment to the recommendations. It's a minor amendment, and it's based on the questioning I did with Professor Principal Kidd from the University of Toronto, and it's in the bold there in the middle of recommendation number 1, which is basically asking for, when staff are reviewing their issues as they move forward in the next step, to look at improvements to bus transit for students to the University of Toronto. As the students mentioned, trying to get from Northern Toronto, Northern Scarborough to University of Toronto, Scarborough campus is very difficult, and also to look at consideration for the University of Toronto Scarborough Campus Master Plan and how the LRT is integrated into that. And the reason for that is when we originally looked at an LRT plan in 2009, when this was brought forward, one of the issues was the connection between the LRT and the student camp and the University of Toronto Scarborough. And the connection that I talk about is they talk about a grand vista on Military Trail of interlocking bricks and streetscaping. The LRT actually comes in a raised platform, and there was a lot of issues between the University of Toronto and the TTC, and I would like to have that reviewed, and I know people from the University of Toronto would like to have it reviewed as well. Next, I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this report. I've been on council now for 9 years, and you know, we've seen different variations in ridership numbers for the LRT versus the subway. That was a long debate I think a lot of us would like to forget about. I'm very supportive of this plan. It brings the better, higher grade of transit to the Scarborough Town Centre, which if you go to the Scarborough Town Centre area, I'm not going to repeat everything that my colleagues have seen, but you know, it's increasing rapidly, and it's a mixed-use community. It needs a higher level of transportation. In terms of the LRT, I'm very happy to say it's going to run right through the middle of my ward. And when I say through the middle of my ward, along Kingston Road through 2 neighborhood improvement areas. One of the difficulties that I've always had with Kingston Road, and I could show you a map of the area now, there are numerous development applications along Kingston Road in the waiting. People are waiting for something to happen to build these mixed-use buildings, condominiums, commercial office buildings. I have a vacant lot right beside a GO train station. And the developer that owns it says, you know, there's not enough capacity for him to put up a building beside a GO train station. Now there's one right, it's going to have an LRT right past the front doors. I have residents that say to me, we have no interest in going up to Kingston Road or down to Kingston Road. There's no reason to walk along it. There's not a lot to do. I think that an LRT, will really reinvigorate that stretch of Kingston Road. You know, the next phase of it going up to the University of Toronto Scarborough. They have a $300 million master plan. It's all University of Toronto Scarborough is almost going to become a university unto itself when this master plan is all rolled out. They need a higher level of transportation. I don't think we'll ever see enough people living in that area to support a subway along that route. But I think an LRT is very appropriate and it's needed. Some of the other issues that I raised, I know my community has raised, has to deal with how it ties into GO Transit. As Councillor Crawford mentioned, it's Kingston Road in and out is the gateway for Durham. People driving into Toronto, there has to be an integrated look at how we get people out of their cars and onto our public transit. It's also a good tie-in for the Durham bus rapid transit system that runs to University of Toronto campus. I think it's very important in this day and age. We just can't be looking at public transit in Toronto and Scarborough in a silo. We have to see how it's going to integrate into the other municipalities if we want to reduce gridlock, because gridlock is a huge economic hindrance
to this city and the region as a whole. And I think if we're looking at better integrated regional transportation system, that's going to be very important, and that's going to go a long way. And I think this is an excellent first step in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bailo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to be brief. I wasn't going to even speak on this item, but I'm glad that quite a few of people thanked our staff, but I think it's never enough, because sometimes we feel a little bit frustrated with staff, but I can't even imagine how frustrated sometimes they are with us, because one day bring the report, the other day you shouldn't bring it because it's not enough information, the following day it should go to here, the following day should go there. Boy, you did amazing work in this report. Thank you for bringing it to us. Thank you for putting it out there in public so that public is informed of what's going on, what direction we're proceeding, how we're moving forward. So I'm very appreciative of the work that was put in front of us, and I'm particularly appreciative of having something in front of us that is not about the subway versus LRT or having us playing with the toys. I imagine us, all of us, being little kids playing with the little buses and drawing lines on a map. It's not about that anymore. It's about how do you build a city? How do we create jobs? How do we intensify in a city center? How do we, in 5 priority neighborhoods, get that mom that probably has 2 jobs to her home earlier to make sure that she has time to do homework with her kids? That's what we're doing here. This is pure city building. The way that the lens that was put on this report is about city building, and that's what I find exciting about this report, and I can't wait until you bring the report in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailo. Are there other members of the committee that wish to speak that haven't as yet? Well, I'll just say a few words then, and I guess we can then move forward from there. First of all, as Councillor Bailo just said, you can't say thank you to the staff often enough. And you know, there have been people who've sort of said somehow that this report emerged out of some wish to satisfy some particular group or some particular point of view on all this. I can tell you right now, and I think the proof of the pudding is that I was going to say I have scars. I don't have any scars, but I had a few bruises to show for the fact that our professional planning staff, led by our chief planner, when they feel that they have a particular point of view, they don't hesitate to put it forward, and whether it curries favor with one group or another. And I have I had some bruises, Twitter bruises I'd call them. It's a unique kind of bruising, but the nice thing about bruises is they go away. And so there are some reports, just like everything else, that they'll prepare that some people will like, and some reports they won't like. But I think if they're professional, that's what we ask for, and that's what we have the right to receive, and that's what the public should expect. And in this case, I want to particularly commend Jennifer Keesmaat and her staff for what they've done. And what they've put forward here is something that I think escapes the sort of polarized, I'm not even sure, they weren't ideological, they were just polarized debates of the past, and tries to put forward a plan. And it's a plan that has goals and priorities and criteria that then lead to a conclusion. And I think if we're looking for a plan that's going to be unanimously supported by everybody in the city, every member of City Council, every citizen, we'll be waiting forever. And isn't that just the point? That the reason that I'm so supportive of moving this forward, and quite frankly not today adding a bell here and a whistle there or more things to be studied and so on, is that the real bottom line is that we have not, after all this time that's gone on, long before I was here, not built any transit in Scarborough. As part of the city that is a residence to 625,000 people, that should be a hub for all kinds of new jobs and investment going forward, so that people can work closer to their home, and just so people can work in that part of the city or work anywhere for that matter. And this, I think, has the makings of the right kind of plan, the right kind of plan to do that. What does it do? Does it enhance the connection of jobs to people? Definitely. Does it enhance the connection between people and education? Definitely. Does it enhance service to connect neighborhoods, especially neighborhood improvement areas, to the rest of the city and to the opportunity for jobs and education? Absolutely. Does it enhance the chances of making the Scarborough City Centre an even more dynamic place that will be a magnet for the new kinds of jobs and for people who want to innovate and people who may say, you know, there's a real opportunity. There are lots of people out there who are looking for a place other than downtown to go because it will be a little bit cheaper and it will be this and it will be that. They're pioneers and they're looking for a place, but they're not going to find a place that isn't connected by transit. And so this is going to provide at last that express connection between the city centre of Scarborough, an area when it used to be a city, and it still is an important part of this city, of 600,000 people, and it's going to attract investors and jobs and make the Scarborough City Centre a home for innovation, a great place, an even greater place to live, a great place for arts and culture and all the things. Make that civic centre that's there, as much as it needs to be itself redeveloped, a place where people will team to get there because they can get there on proper transit. So I think if you sort of want to start putting tick marks beside this, I mean, I would put a tick mark beside the fact that you take a handful today, a handful that were planned on any plan that's been on the books before now of higher order transit stations, and take that number to 26 or something in that neighborhood. Boy, that deserves a tick mark. A tick mark that you're going to have a north-south transit spine. We've heard today that that's been missing in Scarborough, and it actually then gives a place for all these buses to go, other than just to funnel everybody over to Yonge Street and have them go south and contribute. This will provide some relief for the Yonge Street subway line. The facts back that up. Better transit for neighborhoods. There's a tick mark beside that. Better express connection between the Scarborough City Centre and the Bloor-Danforth subway. And again, I say this all the time, and people don't disagree. If the RT had never been built, and God bless him, it was my friend and my political mentor, Bill Davis, that built the RT to showcase that transit they were promoting at the time. If that had never been built, what would they have done to the Scarborough Centre long before now? Extended the Bloor-Danforth subway there. That's what this is. They would have done it decades ago had he not built that RT. So I don't want to say it's his fault to get mad at me, because he still follows these debates. But the bottom line is, when they put that in, they postponed something that is now going to happen, that was on the books. It's been contemplated an express connection of this kind since official plans, I think, going back to 1968. Is it going to be added to what's already been done? And Chair Cole referred to this earlier on, which is better bus service. I am proud of the fact that this City Council, yes, under my leadership, reinstated bus lines that had been cancelled in the previous term, and is adding new express bus routes and other bus service now that will feed in to this higher order transit and make sure we do, in fact, connect people up to transit. And is it more and better transit, which is the ultimate test for roughly the same amount of money? Absolutely, that's what it is. And I think when it comes to what the people expect of us, that's exactly what they expect us to do. And in this case, the staff, deserve the credit for sort of having looked at all of this and all these debates and all these proposals and bells and whistles and decisions and non-decisions, and have come forward with a plan that I think has the best chance of drawing the broadest consensus and achieving all the things that I just mentioned. And so I know there are those, and I'm sort of figuring out how this place works, and there are those who would use endless studies and adding things on and saying we're not ready and saying we should have more things before we decide as a means of just postponing a decision. And sometimes I even think there are people who don't want any transit at all to be built to Scarborough beyond what we've already got. And I'm not trying to polarize that debate. I'm just trying to say I think there are people who believe that, and if they say so, that's fine. That's a perfectly valid point of view. I just don't happen to accept it. What I think people want us to do is this kind of planning that we've done, and most of all, get on with it. Get on with it, so that they can see us doing something that's sensible, but that we just do something. And so I'm very committed to pushing this forward, and I'll be campaigning for it, and campaigning in that sense that we do around here to gain the support. And finally, to Councillor Prutz's point, I wouldn't have sort of said, yeah, let's bring this forward if I hadn't believed, just based on actual consultation, there was a very broad base of support for this on the City Council. Because I'm not about creating new polarized debates that go down in flames. And so I did my homework in that regard, and so I'd say it's not the same as a City Council meeting, but quite frankly, it may be better. Just in terms of consulting a lot of people to see what their thoughts were on this. So my time is up, and so I thank you for your attention. So we have here just one motion, am I right? That's it? All right, we have the one motion, which is an amendment to the, moved by Councillor Ainslie, an amendment to the recommendation here. You see it in front of you on the screen. I would ask all those in favour of the amendment. Let's see now. It's not, nobody's asked for one, but I mean, no, it doesn't matter. So I think all those opposed. Well, that's all. But with this, yeah. And then on the main motion, you want to record a vote on the main motion, right? A recorded vote on the main motion, as amended.
Correct. On the item as amended, all those in favour, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, with apologies to, I was off by Half an hour, which is off in a positive way. We're still heading towards that birthday celebration, Councillor Pasternak. Yeah. With apologies for being half an hour off, I hope nobody's out having a cup of coffee while we're starting the housing item. I think we are ready to start the housing item. We have deputations on that, and it's right here in front of me, the list. And
Sorry, before you start the item,
yes,
can I release an item?
Sure. We're always happy to have anybody release an item. Councillor Pasternak especially.
Well, I'm only doing this for Councillor Pasternak.
I knew it. You're a considerate man, Councillor Shannon. Which item would it be?
And I have a bridge I'd like to sell him as well. Item 11.20, purchase options for additional garbage trucks. Just like to release it.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner's released the item, and therefore the recommendation would be moved as per what's written on 1120. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. We don't have to have another vote on the item itself once its release is done. Thank you. All right. Susan Gapka is, I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. We're doing quick releases, I understand, right?
Yes.
Could I please release the item? It is the Maple Leaf Sports. 1 second, I'm just trying to find it here.
11.9, apparently. Basketball training?
Yeah, the basketball training facility. I wanted to release that and to simply say the following. I wanted to thank Mr. Frag and others. There were a couple of things that I had moved in advance in the last go-around of this matter, particularly the naming to ensure that the City of Toronto's logo and name was attached to the building, and that's been incorporated into the lease, and that's being done. So I'd like to thank Mr. Frag and team and to basically release this item.
Basically, or really?
All right, so Councillor Thompson is releasing the item, and that would mean we could move then to accept his release and to approve the item. All those in favour?
But what do you mean? It's an executive item.
It is an executive item, and he
No. I didn't know you wanted to say anything. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Chair, I will actually allow that then. So I'll ask that this item not be viewed as a quick item, to allow the local council the opportunity to speak. I didn't
That's
know.
fine. We'll hold it down then and leave it, and it'll be dealt with later. Okay.
Mayor Tory?
Yes, sorry.
Another item that I'm going to try to release later is 11.7, the report with the Development Charges Act. I'm working on a motion which I will ask circulated to the members, which if it's circulated, then I'll have an opportunity.
You're saying there's a prospect for a release on that, depending on the document which you will circulate while we're talking about housing.
Yes.
Very good. All right then, on to housing, 11.21, and Susan Gapka was the first deputant that we were to hear this afternoon. Susan, welcome.
Five minutes? Yes, 5 minutes. Well, we're back. It's been quite a housing week for people like me, and just wanted to start off. My name's Susan Gapka, and I'm here with Tenants for Social Housing. We're a group that started it was about 5 years ago we formed around a crisis in housing, and here we are again, back working on how to best improve the lives for TCHC tenants. And I just wanted, since last Thursday or Friday, been talking to a lot of people in this room about questions about this report, about what's in the report. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's been part of that conversation. It's been a really important conversation to have about housing and tenants in Toronto community housing in the city. So I want to thank the Mayor and his task force for creating a platform for that conversation to occur. I've been listening to a lot of different points of view, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And it's our homes. We're tenants for social housing, and we're not for sale. And I just wanted to say we've had report after report, and we feel at times a lot like it's a political football. And what this report, and if it goes to the city manager for recommendations and a report coming out, it does take it out of the political football realm. And so some of us who have been engaged in this for a while, just, you know, the Super Bowl is on going to be a week Sunday. Let's leave the football to the football players and housing to the housing experts. I'm going to read our statement on this report. From Tenants for Social Housing, and I'll just make a few comments. And so I think right now we're not at a green light, we're not at a red light on the stop sign, we're at amber light. Proceed with caution. And so that's the recommendation coming forward. Tenants for Social Housing issued the following statement. Tenants for Social Housing is committed to affordable housing system, which includes social housing, rent geared to income, market rent, and a wide range of housing types to meet the range of needs of tenants. We believe in neighborhoods that work best when they are mixed incomes and housing types, where tenants have a real, meaningful role in shaping our homes and communities. Tenants living in Toronto community housing have experienced broken promises for decades, and our hopes have been raised and then demolished, much like some of our homes we've seen come and go. Tenants in social housing is encouraged by this report and the city's response to the TCHC crisis, but insists no one, absolutely no one, should lose their home as a result of a new direction or a change. And we will wait for real details and real achievements before our hope can be restored again. We will monitor this report in the pursuit of finding that hope. And so that's our statement on this, our amber light on this. And a couple things, again, the no home sold is more or less non-negotiable. We're hoping that that'll play out as we see this report through. Tenants deserve to be here involved in the implementation of this report, and so we're requesting and almost even demanding that we be part of that implementation rollout. Tenants best know how to organize our own lives in our own buildings, so that's really important. And that there be a conversation, a public consultation, much like a lot of opportunities for that conversation we've had the last few days. There's a lot of questions, there's a lot of concerns. We need to be talking about that so we bring people into the conversation as we move forward, so we don't have a political football, but we actually do improve the daily lives of our tenants. You know, basically not all our tenants are engaged, like some people like myself or those of us in this room. A lot of tenants across the portfolio, they want their elevators fixed. They want cleaner buildings, could use better security in our building, could use windows that don't leak, could use the heating that doesn't cost as much a month as rent. And we want our plumbing to work. Basically, that's what we're hoping for, those real results. Of course, having that political ideology on the horizon is important too, and that's why we get all dressed up and come to executive. I'm at time, so I just want to just say thank you for your work, and everyone deserves a decent home. Let's work on accomplishing that.
Thank you, Susan. Are there questions of the deputant? All right, well, thank you very much for being with us today. Aaron Den-Hartog, Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, Ontario Region Office. Not here, okay. Sharad Kaur, Executive Director, Nonprofit Housing Association. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, thank you for permitting me the time to speak to you on this important report tabled on Tuesday by Senator Eggleton and the Mayor's Task Force on Toronto Community Housing. As an organization, we applaud the work of the task force and recognize the difficult job they had to undertake. My name is Sharad Kaur, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association. Our association represents 730 community nonprofit housing providers throughout Ontario, including Toronto Community Housing, which has been a long-standing member. Our members operate 166,000 units of housing that house nearly 450,000 low-income households. For nearly 30 years, we have been providing our members education, research, government relations, policy support, and group procurement services. Annually, we hold the largest nonprofit housing conference in Canada, attracting over 1,500 participants from all areas of the housing sector. Our association supports the direction that the task force has laid out for TCH's future, specifically the move converting it from a municipal nonprofit to a private nonprofit. We say this knowing the struggles that both TCH and the city have faced with the current corporate and accountability construct, struggles that originated with the merger of 3 housing organizations as a consequence of municipal amalgamation and housing devolution. From our standpoint, the shift from a municipal to a private nonprofit is not a commentary that a private nonprofit construct is somehow better than a municipal one, since we can cite numerous examples of both good municipal and good private nonprofit housing providers in Ontario. However, when looking at the recent history of TCH and the environment within which it functions, the current structure and accountability to the city needs to be rethought, if for no other reason than to ensure that its residents have safe and decent housing in which to live. The private nonprofit model allows the provider to operate in an independent and innovative manner while still being accountable to a regulator and ultimately the taxpayer. During the press conference held on Tuesday, Mayor Tory pointed out to the successes of 240 nonprofit housing providers in Toronto. We can also point to over 700 other such community nonprofits within our membership who function this way. We have also seen many examples in other countries, such as the US, the UK, and Scotland, where housing organizations function independently. They generate profits for purpose through the provision of market rental and ownership housing, and then use those profits to leverage financing for affordable rental, home ownership, and the regeneration of their current social housing stock. In one example we visited, Poplar Harka, located just outside of London in the UK, we not only saw a relatively young housing organization do all of this, but witnessed how they are also building schools, community centres, shopping plazas, and health facilities to be used by the residents and those within their community. In the U.S., we've seen examples of large public housing authorities such as Boston, Cambridge, Oakland, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle successfully providing housing services with links to health, education, and employment. Although those entities are still accountable to the federal government and rely on their funding, they are permitted a great deal of flexibility. What these examples illustrate, and what the report states, is that this type of potential cannot be achieved unless a new corporate structure is put into place, a structure that is nimble, flexible, unfettered, and responsive to its core customers, the tenants. Flexibility, innovation, and independence doesn't mean a loss of accountability to the city. On the contrary, in Ontario, nonprofits must work within the legislative framework of the Housing Services Act, which sets out the oversight roles and responsibilities for the city as a municipal service manager. For example, the sale of nonprofit housing assets must be approved by the municipality. And even where those assets might be sold, the Corporations Act requires those assets to be distributed for charitable purposes. As well, the Housing Services Act gives the municipality powers to remedy nonprofits that get into financial or operational difficulty by appointing such things as advisors, a role that we at ONFA have played with many municipal service managers through our own mentorship program. As with the task force in the city, ONFA also has a mission to ensure that tenants have a safe, decent, and affordable place to live. As with the report, our strategic plan specifically points to and supports excellence in housing with first-class customer service. Going forward, ONFA wishes to offer its expertise, advice, and resources to help both TCH and the city's implementation team achieve the important outcomes set out in the task force's recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think we had a question from Councillor Bailão for this deputant. A question for Councillor Davis. Thank you.
I'm over here.
Oh, hi,
I just
Councillor.
wondered if you could expand on, I mean, I think for some of us, the issue of accountability is really a critical question in whatever models are being discussed. So you're saying that the existing legislation provides us with some accountability. to remedy financial difficulties, what other accountability exists currently?
The accountability, let me clarify that the accountability in the Housing Services Act, which is a provincial piece of legislation, sets the roles and responsibilities for that accountability for the city as a municipal service manager.
Yes,
and in turn, housing providers must operate within the framework of that accountability structure. So, for example, when a nonprofit does not do the kinds of things it is supposed to do or gets into some operational difficulty, the city has many powers to be able to ensure that those nonprofits can be brought back into a state of good form. One of those things is actually to work with advisors, to actually work with boards of those nonprofits or staff of those nonprofits or help them with their financial plans. And that's where that accountability structure lies.
I was just asking if you could give us some more examples. I know that we've dealt with financial matters, particularly with some co-ops at some point, and we've loaned money and attempted to put in place remedial action.
Through our mentorship program, Councillor, we've encountered many situations where there might be governance issues, they might need help in staffing issues, they might need help in restructuring their debt, those kinds of things. So we play a role in all those sorts of areas where we've been asked to by the municipal service manager.
Oh, so you've provided those
The nonprofit,
services
the nonprofits
contract?
are our members. They are our members. And so in turn, we work very closely with municipalities to be able to help them deal with the nonprofits within their geographic arenas.
Have you been contracted to do that work?
We have a mentorship program, and in fact, we do this on a contractual basis with municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Are you concluded, Councillor Davis? You're done. Okay, thank you. Are there other questions of the deputy? Councillor Barlow.
Just very briefly, so if any of your members wants to restructure or say, let's say, have some of those properties going up for sale, they will require permission from the city and the province. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is a legislative requirement that sets out the roles and responsibilities in the Housing Services Act. Currently, that act also requires a ministerial consent by the province, but so there are two layers of consent provisions under the current act.
And that is the act that actually legislated the amount of numbers of rent geared to income that the city has to provide.
That's correct. It's referred to as a service level standard.
And right now we have some of those units that are managed by TCHC and some that are already managed by our nonprofit sector, correct?
That is correct.
We have 93,000 units in our city, 60,000 are with TCHC, the other 33,000 are already with other providers. Is that correct?
Correct. Approximately 240 nonprofits.
And together they fulfill the requirement of this city as the service manager.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Other questions of this deputant? Well, thank you very much. Very helpful, sir. Thank you. Clive Williams. Thank you for coming, Mr. Williams.
I'm out on my feet here, so I'll do my best.
Not a problem. Take your time. You've got the 5 minutes to present. And
I want to thank you for your service to the city, sir. I don't say that lightly to any politician, but I do appreciate what you're doing and the way you approach the job. I'm completely brassed with the hypocrisy that surrounds Toronto Community Housing. The legislation that is imposed on it is almost impossible for them to deal with. It's so complex. I haven't read the report that Mr. Eggleton put out. I haven't received a copy of it yet, but there is one coming to me in the mail. So I was told by Jennifer that I could write to the executive committee, and I will do that once I've read it and digested it. In the meantime, Part of the hypocrisy is the fact that, from my perspective, the board is compromised. It is not totally independent. It has two people on it who are put there by the company, by the company's interpretation of the shareholder direction. This is a misinterpretation of the intent behind the legislation, the shareholder direction 911. No one listens to us, the general us. They listen only to those people that they've put in place. They don't reach into the community and talk to wildcats like me who don't like the way the system is put in place and don't like the hypocrisy of it and the fact that there's no voice. So they only cater to their own. I have, in 12,000 hours of service to TCHC of my own volition, and unknown to them substantially, never ever once, not even once, been invited to any of their so-called talking to the tenant sessions. Not once, not once, in 12,000 hours, not 12, but 12,000. The chairman of the board blocks any deputation outside of what's on his agenda. He will not allow a deputation. He will not allow communication without him blocking it or standing in the way, vetoing it, holding the power of veto with the members, with your people who sit on the board and the others that sit on the board. Can't do it. The mayor's task force was a well-intentioned involvement of Mr. Eggleton, but it's just another hypocrisy. The figures that they bandy around of 900 people came to these open forum things. Take away the regulars that go around because of the free handouts and the subway tokens, and you can have that number. It's the same with everything that TCHC puts out is a lie. They use numbers to their own advantage, just like they say 7,000 people voted for this tenant rep system. Well, that leaves 97% of us who had nothing whatsoever to do with it. So please don't tell me that anybody represents me. There's not a person in this room that represents me except me.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think some of the comments the deputy are making are baseless accusations without the opportunity of people to respond. I think he should be warned about some of the things he's saying and the brittle nature of them.
Just, if I would ask you, Mr. Williams, to be careful, take care in what you're saying in terms of things that are sort of potentially actionable by other people, and sort of, just impose that test of civility that you might, and then address the civility, at least the substance of the report. And you've got only about 30 seconds left. I'll give you an extra 30 seconds because we've taken time doing this, but if you could just try to deal with the substance of the issues as opposed to personalities and people, that'd be great.
I tried to tell it like I see it.
Sure. Yeah, you go ahead. You've got 1 minute. Thank you.
So what I have suggested, in as much as I have been able to squeeze the words out into confined time frames, is that you raise the clawback of people who are on social services from $100, where the clawback starts, to $300. This won't cost you, probably won't cost you a dime. In fact, it might actually add money to your system because it will allow people to get their feet underneath them. TCHC should follow suit and mirror that so that people have a real window of possibility rather than a narrow one that they can't get through. You should consider doubling the land transfer tax on residential housing that is flipped within a 5-year period. The people who cause the problem by driving the prices up should pay for the solution to the problem. My thinking.
All right. I'm going to have to ask you to stop there because we did allow you basically an extra full minute. We allowed you an extra minute to take account of our little exchange. Okay. I think that's it. We'll thank you very much and see if there's any questions for you. Do appreciate your being here. Any questions of Mr. Williams? Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. We then would have next Donna Borden from the Toronto Community or Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, ACORN. Oh, okay, Andrew Marcinak, Toronto Association for Reform Now, ACORN as well. So
Donna had to go to work, so this is Kelly on behalf of ACORN.
all right, thanks very much. Over to you.
As Andrew had said, thank you very much. My name is Kelly Lalonde. I'm an ACORN member, and I'm living in TCHC also. I'm here to represent ACORN members who are working, some who are on rent-geared income, that are rent-geared income tenants. I'm here because there is a housing crisis in Toronto that is larger than TCHC's backlog. There are approximately 174,000 on the waiting list for housing. If we treated the housing crisis as a natural disaster, something would be done to get the housing for the 174,000. But we don't think this report does anything to address the housing crisis. We are concerned that this process is moving way too fast without giving working TCH tenants the chance to get a handle on it. We are still digesting the report, and our membership is going to have discussions moving forward. Regardless, ACORN wants to be part of the process. These are our homes, after all. And people ask why I stay in TCHC. It's because it's run by the city, and we are all accountable, unlike private housing. We are concerned that by privatizing TCHC or giving it away to nonprofit is pushing the problem away from the city, from the city's responsibility. What happens when they screw up or don't have the money? How can we hold a nonprofit accountable? The problem with TCHC was mismanagement and a massive lack of funding from all levels of government. This does not stop that. This report doesn't address the lack of funding issue. The public housing stock is a treasure or a natural resource. Once gone, it will never come back. This council must understand how important the housing situation is to the low-income people of the city. We are urging you to proceed with caution because we plan on being part of the process, whether you like it or not. And we thank you for listening.
And I thank you. Did you want to add something at all? No. Okay. Well, thank you both. We thank you very much for coming out. And yes, I was just going to ask for questions of the deputants and Councillor Davis.
Hi, Kelly. Thank you for coming. I know how difficult it is to speak down here sometimes. You said that it's an awful lot to digest, and that you're looking at it further, and I agree. It's a very significant document. Are you looking for some further consultation opportunities or opportunities to have input on this?
We would.
Yeah.
We would, yes.
Our members are working people living in TCHC
Yeah.
who have not had the time.
Yes.
I don't fully understand this report, to be honest with you. So it's like, it seems like released 2 days ago, now it's here. We don't know what's going on. We want to be consulted.
Yeah, well, as I read it, and I'll ask staff, but as I read it, the motion that the mayor's recommending is to refer it to the city manager for an initial assessment and then a report back in the spring of 2016. So I will ask if there is further consultation involved in this process when we get to staff. I presume you'd want to have some input between now and 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Or, sorry, fall 2016.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Other questions of the deputants? Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So just following up on the comment/question from Councillor Davis, you do understand that today we're not approving the report. We're actually, the mayor received the report and is actually being sent to the city manager and then for an assessment, and then that will come back.
Right. We're just letting you know what our feelings are about this.
Some concerns. So you do agree that this is a jewel, and as a jewel needs to be maintained.
Right.
And that the jewel can also be used to enhance what we already have, correct?
Yeah.
And you would agree that a lot of times when somebody has a home, if they have a leaky roof, or if they have a family that is growing and they need an extension in their house, a lot of the times they use the money that they have in their home that they're already paid to get that done, correct?
Oh, I know, yeah.
So shouldn't we be trying to do some of that with TCHC to get more housing for more people and make sure that it's...
The fundamental issue of funding has not been addressed with this report. But we're concerned about the lack of funding for repairs in TCHC. We don't think handing off to a nonprofit is the solution.
Okay. Well, I hope that through my questioning after to staff sheds you a little bit of light. But I just, it's not a question, but I just want to reassure you that tenants need to be part of the process, absolutely. And I think there's many people that will make sure that they are.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor McConnell, questions of the...
Very much. And I do understand that question. It's a good question, and it needs to be addressed because this was never intended as that. Are you aware that when are you from City Homes originally, or from the amalgamation? Were you ever a tenant of City Homes?
I've been in housing for quite a while.
No, I meant when it was City Homes. Were you ever?
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay, that's great. So maybe you're not aware, but are you aware that when we started City Homes, which was started by a tenant movement, that we also had, that we spun properties off through tenant engagement to housing cooperatives and nonprofits?
No.
Did you know that we did that?
No.
Okay, and I think that that's what this report is going back to, and I think that it's quite correct. I think it raises a good question that there is very little knowledge about how that worked in the past. Are you aware of the work that went on in St. Lawrence neighborhood, for example, where you have TCH co-ops and nonprofits all and then private houses, all within the neighborhood?
No, I haven't.
I think
Great,
the point
okay.
we're here to make is that we don't know enough.
No, I understand that, exactly, and I agree that some education, information, I mean you need to be educated, but a two-way education piece and an information piece might be very helpful with regards to this. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for that, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Are there other questions of these deputants? All right, well, if not, I'll thank you both very much for coming and for your answers and your submissions, and we will move along. And Sean Mahar was next, the Executive Director of the Social Planning Toronto. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and for 10 years before I took that post, I was closely involved working with literally thousands of Toronto community housing tenants on a variety of projects designed to help improve their housing and their quality of life. So I want to commend the task force for taking on this important work. Reform is badly needed at TCHC. Tenants face considerable challenges, and they have not been accorded the standard of housing and support that they, and frankly all of us, deserve. And it's critical that we find effective and reliable ways to address this. Unfortunately, the recommendations in this report don't consistently provide a clear connection to those goals, which makes it hard to rely on the outcomes that are intended, and it advocates for several significant changes, but provides very little evidence that those changes would in fact improve the circumstances of tenants. For example, the transfer of ownership to a community-based not-for-profit is identified as an effective way of overcoming the challenges faced by the existing corporation. I would be the first to say that community-based not-for-profits do wonderful things for this city, but community-based not-for-profit status does not inherently lead to better governance or better management or better outcomes for the people who are connected to it. Goodwill is a community-based not-for-profit, and while I don't know the details of their recent troubles, I think it's safe to say their outcomes are not the outcomes we want for TCHC. And conversely, Toronto Hydro is a very successful arm's-length corporation that has effectively managed highly complex systems with great skill and great success. The truth is, there are many corporate structures that can serve tenants well. Good management and good governance is what is required from all of them. And the reality is that the challenges that face Toronto community housing, like poor maintenance and repair backlogs and tenant engagement, are caused primarily by a lack of resources. Changing structures will not solve resource problems, resources will. Here again, the report sets out a strategy with no clear indication of why it would produce the desired outcome. The report relies on investment from other orders of government, but fails to clarify why, after being refused funding by 4 different prime ministers and 4 different premiers across 2 different parties through over a decade, we think we will see a different outcome now. It is true that community-based not-for-profit housing is different from TCHC, but it is also desperately in need of financial support from the federal government and has been to date every bit as unsuccessful as TCHC has in obtaining it. We know we need money to solve these problems, but it is a dangerous gamble to make big changes, assuming that it will come, unless we have sound reasons for believing that it will. On the other hand, the report does little to address the most pressing structural problems at Toronto Community Housing, the divergent needs of its tenants, because in addition to 24,000 homes with severe mental health issues, TCHC tenants include seniors, immigrant families, low-income families caught in generational poverty, low-income singles, all of whom have divergent needs. The report recommends partnering with other agencies to address these divergent needs, but though this is a laudable goal, it is not a real strategy. TCHC tried this approach with children's programs about 8 years ago. They brought little or no resources to an already under-resourced sector and asked them to address unmet needs, and not surprisingly, that approach failed. Without new resources for partners, we will not be able to tackle the issues that are already overwhelming a large corporate structure like TCHC. The report also resurrects several other failed strategies as if they were enhancements. The rationalization of units, referring to the disposition of scattered houses, is something the city has twice rejected for the specific reason that it would cause harm to tenants. Proposals to sever some elements of management from the engagement of tenants is a strategy that would have undermined the successful redevelopment projects at Regent Park and at Lawrence Heights. I raise these issues not because there is a problem with change at Toronto Community Housing, but because it is so important that we have it. Tenants in TCHC face significant challenges, and we owe it to them to get this right, with clear information and strategies that we know will work. So I want to ask that before City Council take a step back from being fully accountable for addressing the needs of TCHC tenants, you seek from the City Manager the details that will support a fully informed decision, and that the City Manager ensure that the report that you're provided specifically identifies why the proposed approaches would be expected to produce the outcomes that they are intended to achieve, and why they are better than alternative approaches, what revenues are needed to achieve these goals, and what sources we can rely on for those revenues. That any changes in ownership in public assets be spelled out clearly, including how and why those changes provide enhancements for tenants, how accountability, tenant engagement, and transparency will be assured, and how tenants will be broadly and actively involved in the planning and implementation of any changes taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maher. There are questions from members not on the committee. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for your submission, and I'd love a copy if you could send one. Some of these things I do recall, the decentralized model with maintenance and work orders and everything being handled by local CHUs. That was a reorganization that was reversed and because of many problems. But I absolutely remember the model that had TCHC being more than a landlord, which was to provide a range of services to meet the needs of tenants.
Yeah.
And definitely the children and youth programming, the health promoters, all of those roles that were reversed 2 years ago when the mandate for Toronto Community Housing was changed back to being a landlord.
Yeah.
Those failed because of the lack of additional services that were actually available to replace them originally. Would you have any other, or could you gather more information about that from the community-based sector, about what happened when those youth and children's programs disappeared from TCHC?
Absolutely, and certainly if restructuring were something that could solve the problems of TCHC, they would be solved by now. I can't remember how many reorgs TCHC has gone through and how many restructurings it has gone through, but it's a significant number, and none of them change the fact that without sufficient resources, they can't actually do that job. And similarly, when the community-based sector was asked to step in and fill the void, by TCHC withdrawing from the delivery of children's services and health promotion, they couldn't do it. If the community-based sector had the resources to do that work now, they would be doing it now. And in the absence of those resources, stepping away from that responsibility simply means people go unserved.
One of the other models that was expanded was the contracted out management, building management. I don't know whether you've considered that at all, but one of the things that I think is interesting in terms of accountability is this question of who manages the buildings. If there's another layer of accountability to get to the decision makers, I think that might be an issue too. Do you have any information about contracted services at TCHC?
Yeah, certainly there are a number of contract managed buildings at TCHC, and as I was saying about other structural changes, the structure is not in and of itself magic one way or the other. There are wonderfully well-run contract managed buildings, and there are badly run contract managed buildings, and there are wonderfully well-run direct managed buildings, and others that don't do so well. There is an added layer of accountability and a cost related to that accountability in contract managed buildings, but there isn't any one model that somehow through some mysterious mechanism causes everything to be great. It takes diligence, and it takes resources, and it takes commitment.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Sean. Looking forward, I appreciate that you gave us some important historical information. The organizations that you represent are in the business of a lot of social service delivery. Is the funding or capacity there to take on providing social services to tenants who are currently in TCHC and will, if this is proceeded with, be in New Home, I think it's called?
So many of the nonprofit organizations, community-based nonprofit organizations that are members of Social Planning Toronto currently do deliver services to Toronto community housing tenants. They would love to deliver more. By and large, the reason that they don't deliver more is they don't have enough resources to do that. If
the lack of resources is because the funding programs don't exist to provide those resources.
Because there are funding programs that don't have the amount of dollars in them to provide the capacity to do as much work as is needed. And I don't think there's a neighborhood in Toronto that doesn't recognize that the demand for community supports dramatically exceeds the supply, and that it's really, really important to continue to fund and support those organizations. But the assumption that they could somehow fill a large number of unmet needs on existing resources isn't really borne out by facts.
Are you aware of any provincial announcement or federal announcement that's taken place recently indicating that the resources, like giving a specific amount of dollars of new resources coming into those systems?
Not that I'm aware of, but
okay,
it would be nice.
Thank you.
Other members not on the committee? Okay, I'm going to start with a couple of questions, and then Mr. Councillor Pasternak as well. Just picking up where Councillor Perks left off there. This report came out 3 days ago, and yes, admittedly, there hasn't been any announcement. But are you aware of the fact that, because in terms of you're talking about a different outcome, are you aware of the fact that the finance minister, for example, asked for and received a tour of Toronto community housing buildings specifically with regard to seeing where they might be helpful?
Yeah, and I am conscious of the fact, as a number of people have mentioned in recent weeks, that we have a somewhat unusual alignment in the various orders of government, and that there is an attractive possibility there. Susan Gapka mentioned an amber light. That you look at this report and it makes sense to see an amber light. Proceed with caution. There are some people who see an amber light and they step on the gas to try and make sure that they get through it as quickly as possible, and some who get ready to slow down in case things don't all turn out the way they're hoping. Pending a firm commitment from the feds in the province, we need to be very careful about stepping back from responsibility and accountability for supporting these tenants.
Okay, so you are aware of that then. You're aware as well that the Minister of Infrastructure also sat in my office and also had a tour last week that we took him on, Councillor Bailão and myself, to see these buildings and to understand how the money could be applied. You're aware of that?
Yeah, and I see every reason to be enthusiastic, just not yet a reason to be confident.
Because you are aware of what the recommendation asks for today, which is to take this report, which I think is an excellent piece of work that puts forward some alternatives, and simply refer it to the city manager and ask him how we could go about implementing it. And I'm assuming that since he's not even asked to report until the spring, that there would be some news coming on the federal budget by then. You'd probably agree with me on that?
I would hope that was the case, which is why I made those 4 suggestions, including that the decisions about what role the city plays not be taken firmly until we know clearly where finances are coming from.
And you've seen the recommendation that doesn't call for anybody to take any decisions until after we get a report back from the city manager.
Right. And so what I'm suggesting is the report from the city manager, the current report, and I understand that it was done with some urgency and wasn't expected to cross every T and dot every I, but simply holds out the prospect of financing as a way to potentially solve some of these problems. The report from the city manager, I'm hoping, and that's the reason for this recommendation, will rely on firm commitments before we make any recommendations about changes in the role in the city to managing that housing.
Okay, now, while it isn't a firm commitment, it's an opportunity. You would acknowledge, I assume, that if the Housing Corporation was in one of the different kinds of structural forms that is discussed in the report, that would give them the opportunity, quite likely, to refinance themselves at a level of refinancing that is more customary to real estate as opposed to the city's imposed level of borrowings, which would potentially produce hundreds of millions of dollars to both repair and or increase supply of housing. You would acknowledge that, wouldn't you?
Well, I would acknowledge that the city chose, it's not imposed by any other order of government, the city chose a capital spending ceiling, and that capital spending ceiling does impose some restraints. But frankly, from what I see in terms of how Toronto Community Housing operates, their principal difficulty with borrowing doesn't stem from a capital ceiling that's artificially imposed, it stems from the fact they don't have the cash flow to support that kind of borrowing. And on top of that, were we to divest ourselves of these properties, their capacity to borrow would be constrained by the fact that they would face higher costs of borrowing than they would as a public sector corporation unless we were to underwrite them, in which case we'd be back at the same capital spending ceiling problem. So I'm not sure that spinning off any of this housing offsets any of those constraints.
But you'd acknowledge that you have to take this report as a package in the sense that it's put together in a thoughtful way that isn't meant to say, well, if you did one thing and you didn't do the other. I mean, the mix of housing, for example, that's proposed to be changed, and the ability that would be given if it was put into a nonprofit corporation to borrow more up to the customary levels of real estate holding would address both issues. You'd have the increased income to better repair and maintain, but also to finance greater borrowings, and you'd have the ability to borrow that is not relevant or not constrained by the city's own debt ceiling.
Yeah, what I'd say is that the current corporation has been spectacularly successful in doing just that in Regent Park. So assuming that we need a different structure in order to achieve those goals, I have difficulty understanding. And that if we were to move this out of public ownership, there would be as many new constraints on generating new capital as there would be opportunities. So I don't see an advantage there either.
Let's just talk about one other thing you mentioned in your deputation, and that is the scattered houses. And you pointed out there's been a long history to this, and I wouldn't propose to go over that because it is a long and sort of divisive
and painful.
You'd agree with me, though, that all this report suggests is the possibility, for example, I mean, it suggests, and I think it's right, and you can agree or disagree, that we should be examining every holding this company has and making sure that we are utilizing it and structuring it in such a way that it maximizes benefits for the tenants and maximizes supply. But in this case, you'll agree that one of the most relevant prospects that's provided for in this report is having those houses managed by other people, not sold off. I mean, the notion that's conjured up, including by your own remarks, I say respectfully, is that we're going to sell it off to some evil, developer or something, when in fact it's maybe...
I do remember saying nonprofit corporations were not evil in any way.
Well, turning it over to a Fred Victor mission or a successful person that manages a lot of these houses, frankly, half the time better than we do for vulnerable people. And you wouldn't see that as being quite as threatening as your remarks suggested if you turned it over to some of those people to manage them better than we do, and that's not any threat to tenants.
So my remarks assumed that what we're talking about when we talk about spinning these off is spinning them off to nonprofit corporations like many of the good, successful, valuable nonprofit corporations that have served this city. My cautions are twofold. One, the structural change will not solve these problems. You can spin it off to nonprofit corporations or anything else. If the problem is resources, and it overwhelmingly is, the structure of the corporation will not make those problems go away. And second of all, we have attempted this in a number of other fields. We built the Warden Hilltop Community Center and immediately turned to the not-for-profit sector to say, we can't afford to really operate these things, why don't you guys take it over? And we ran into two difficulties, and one was they weren't actually going to be able to provide the same kind of service in that setting that was standard for other community centers across the city, and the community around them felt that this was an inequity. And the nonprofit corporations couldn't afford to operate what the city was asking for. There are difficulties on both sides of that equation that are complex and substantial. So I'm not saying that this is impossible. What I'm saying is the devil is in the details, and we don't have them.
Okay, thanks very much. My time is up, and I think Councillor Bailão was next.
I appreciate a lot of the concerns you have and the questions that you have, because I think the report is putting out some principles and ideas and then telling us, say, now you do the homework. And all of us, the stakeholder, the tenants, and everybody needs to do that homework. But do you believe that we have any less accountability, or we serve these people any less, the 33,000 people that we now have in the nonprofit?
I think that there are different structures, and they operate in different ways, and they also serve
But as a city,
different
as a
populations.
service housing provider that has 93,000 units, we have 60,000 through TCHC, 33,000 through other non-housing providers. Do we do a worse job in these 33,000 units that are done through nonprofit housings and co-ops?
And I couldn't speak to that, to be perfectly honest. I do know that as the sole shareholder of Toronto Community Housing, we have more levers for directing how they act. I don't know that the outcomes have been different.
So you would agree with me that I think what I get from this report and what they're telling us is if tomorrow we get $2.6 billion, do all the repairs at TCHC, it is very, very likely that we are going to end up in the same place just in a few years, because the corporation has a financially structured problem on their operating budget, and there's a hole, right? So the suggestion to move into the 70-30 from a 90-10 is not only to make it socially sustainable as well, but actually to improve the cash flow of the corporation, correct? So that we could actually borrow more. And potentially, if we go like any other real estate, from a 15% borrowing that we have today to a 35% borrowing, that actually means that we could take out of this corporation and put into housing, I would say $3-4 billion.
Yeah, I would say, among other things, there's very, very compelling social research that suggests, in fact, 60-40 would be even better.
I'm with you. But you agree that this idea of having that mix, and this idea of taking this equity and saying, let's build more housing, let's create more incomes communities, let's take this equity that we have and have better service, these are good principles.
And they're wonderful principles. The difficulty is that currently the corporation is doing that, so this structure can do that.
Well, but it's
And
not allowing
secondly,
us. It's not allowing us to have the 70-30 because they're constrained by the 52,000 units of RGI that they have to produce, and they can't be doing it more borrowing because they don't have the cash flow, like you said. Absolutely. So, giving those powers to the housing You agree with that? That is a good way.
The notion of diversifying neighborhoods.
So if we get there through a nonprofit or not, that's the question that we're going to study. But those principles are good principles. You agree?
Those principles are great principles. What we need to know is, are there nonprofits that can sustain the operating deficit over the period of that transition or not? And that's another one of those details where the devil is.
Absolutely. We might not even do any transfers until we have those situations resolved, which is one of the options that they can.
And Councillor, I want to say again, as I said to the mayor, I'm not saying that these are wrong answers. I'm saying they're answers we don't have anything like enough detail on to know if they're the right answers.
Absolutely. And if we ask you to collaborate with us, because these are good principles that we should have all of us collaborating, working together to make sure that the end result is a good result, you'd be ready to do that.
As both Councillor McConnell and Councillor Cole note, it takes almost nothing to tempt me into working in social housing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Barlow. Other questions of this deputy? All right. Well, thank you very much then. Good of you to come by. Then we have Harvey Cooper, Managing Director, Ontario Region Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. Mr. Cooper, nice to see you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Harvey Cooper. I am the Managing Director of the Ontario Region of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. We represent some 550 nonprofit housing cooperatives, proud home to some 125,000 people across this province. Each one of those co-ops is its own independent, mixed-income, community-based co-op corporation where residents play a very significant role in making decisions that impact their housing and impact their lives. So a pleasure to speak to the Executive Committee today. And also thank you for the invite to attend Tuesday's announcement of Senator Eggleton's task force report. Before I get into some general comments on the task force report, I've noticed there's been a lot of comments, questions around resources, some of the bigger affordable housing issues. So I'm just going to take a moment and actually thank you, the Executive Committee, and through you, City Council. And I'm always reticent because I'll probably leave some people out, but I particularly want to thank Mayor John Tory, Councillor Anna Bailo, Councillor Pam McConnell, and I'm sure many others, for the advocacy that you have actually been doing, particularly in the last 6 months, to raise the issue of affordable housing, whether we're talking about supply, whether we're talking about affordability, whether we're talking about capital repairs. Because as an association, we track this very closely. I've heard speakers asking, well, have we seen any federal money? Have we seen any provincial money? No, we haven't. Budgets are going to be delivered soon, but what we have seen, quite frankly, is a lot more attention to this as a first-tier issue, and I think that's directly proportionate to the fact that you've made it an important issue. So hats off to you, and thank you for that work. Okay, as far as comments on the task force report, we want to congratulate them as well. We've had a preliminary look through the report, and what we feel is they've actually tackled head-on quite a number of difficult issues that in a lot of ways have troubled Toronto Community Housing Corporation and its predecessor well before the housing was downloaded to municipalities from the province over 15 years ago. And we believe that the Senator and the task force members have produced a candid report. It's potentially, I think, path-breaking. Offers a number of interesting, some clearer recommendations than others. We think the process that you're embarking on is a good one. There's momentum. Hand it off to the city manager to, as a number of speakers have said, take a good detailed look at whether some of these recommendations are viable or not. Very important to engage all the stakeholders that you've heard from today. Once perhaps that city manager report has come out, there's a lot of experience in this city. I won't speak to the specific recommendations. We'll await perhaps the review by the city manager, but I do want to comment on one, and I'll comment on it very briefly. My colleague Sharad Kaur already talked about that one. But we actually think that the transition of TCHC into a new private nonprofit, a truly arm's-length, autonomous, community-based corporation will be transformative. And part of the reason for that is engaging in residents. Again, my friend Sue Gapka, I think, spoke quite eloquently on that. The report speaks, I think, to that issue. We believe empowering residents is actually one of the most effective ways to improve not only their lives, but to create a more engaged housing community. And speaking for our own association, the co-op model, I think, has shown for decades that there are more effective ways to deliver affordable housing when residents have an actual opportunity to play a larger role and the ability to make decisions in those communities. With that said, certainly one of the concerns we have, I think it's addressed in the report, it's been talked about this afternoon, you have to ensure that no rent supplement units are lost. And of course, we've also have to make sure, as a number of speakers have commented, that the senior levels of government come to the table and provide the assistance in terms of funding necessary for such a transformation. What we can assure you is the cooperative housing sector looks forward to working with the city closely, as well as senior levels of government, to ensure that the challenging work of transforming TCHC into a new, truly community-based organization proceeds successfully and proceeds in a nimble manner. Thank you.
Goober, very much. Questions of the deputy? The Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Harvey. And I think that it is fair to say there's a lot of misunderstanding. We do need to get the details of this. But just if I could go back historically. If I were to say the following 4 housing cooperatives to you, Spruce Court, Bain Avenue, Kip and Davy, and Diane Franklin, would you agree that all of those housing cooperatives are on good, solid, engaged, and still providing good housing? Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councillor McConnell, and I think your subsequent question will be perhaps that those were formerly city-owned buildings and they were transferred to become co-op corporations.
And they have not had any difficulty through their 40 years of their mortgage. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. They are some of our most vibrant members, and my colleague Judith Collins from CHFT may speak to some of that in her couple of minutes.
And that's about over 1,000 units, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And those were transferred in the first, I would say, 5 to 7 years of the new city homes being in place. Is that correct?
That's true.
And am I correct that, and I'll talk about the role of CHFT in a minute, but those were helped, tenants of those were helped by the co-op movement to stand independently and were trained to do that, were they not?
Yeah, I mean, a good amount of work that I think the cooperative housing sector has done over the years in both developing new co-ops and transitioning other forms of housing into cooperatives is assisting the residents in terms of management, in terms of financial training, in terms of governance training, maintenance training, that they can truly run these as successful, not only as communities, but as real estate operations that have a healthy balance sheet. That's been, I think, part of our mandate for 40 years.
And my last question with regards to that model, which was the model of city homes, was that model stopped and no further transfers happened after, I think Jack Beck was in, I can't remember, but it was all in that era, where they stopped divesting themselves of properties. Is that not correct?
I'm pretty sure that's correct, yes.
Okay. And would you say that if I was to ask you, what's the neighborhood that has the nicest mix of nonprofits and co-ops and...
All right, well, you know, you're really putting me on the spot there.
Would you say it's St. Lawrence?
But I'll tell you what's interesting about St. Lawrence. Absolutely, Councillor McConnell. Former mayor in the chair there, Mayor Tory, David Crombie, I think was the pioneer of the St. Lawrence neighborhood. It was an industrial wasteland, and he had a vision, frankly, in the mid-1970s that was a spur to the senior levels of government that why don't we get the community nonprofits involved, the cooperatives involved, and create mid-sized, community-engaged housing communities, and people said, you're crazy, there's railway tracks down there, there's old factories, and now it's one of the most sought-after neighborhoods. You've got the Distillery District next door. Just look at some of the fairly well-to-do condos that have went up. We get visitors from around the world want to take a look at housing. We have an international cooperative development arm. The place we often take them down to, in fact, they tell us, don't keep taking visitors here. We can only, show so many people around. We'll take them to Bain and Spruce Court as well, but we often take them to St. Lawrence area because it's got shopping, it's got services down there, the trees have all matured, beautiful parks, and people all know each other. And who anchored that community? Again, there's nonprofits, there's condominiums, but Mayor Crombie in his wisdom has always been well thought of in the cooperative housing sector because we have 6 large housing cooperatives down in St. Lawrence Market.
Excellent. Thank you.
Me, of all people, I want to be fair because I've just been reading John Sewell's book.
John Sewell is a big supporter as well.
No, but I'm just saying in the context of St. Lawrence, it's very interesting to read of the whole history of it going all the way back, and there were many fathers of that, including, of course, David Crombie, who sort of saw it through. Anyway, his book is very interesting in terms of an account of that. Who else has questions of this deputant? Anybody else? Going once, going twice? All right, Ms. Cooper, thanks very much for being here. I appreciate it very much. Judith Collins, Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Judith Collins, and I'm representing the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto. The Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto is the organization in Toronto and York Region that represents housing cooperatives. So housing cooperatives choose their voluntary members of our organization. We represent about 165 housing cooperatives in Toronto and York Region. That works out to about 15,000 units and about 45,000 people that are living in housing cooperatives. The Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto has been in business since 1974, and we offer resources, education, training, support to housing co-ops as part of our key role. Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto also acted as a resource group and assisted community groups in development of new co-ops when there were government programs to do that, and even we continue to do that with the Local 75 Hospitality Workers Co-op with the Affordable Housing Program. So that co-op was opened in 2012 or so, and Councillor McConnell knows a lot about that as well and was a big resource in developing that co-op. The Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto supports the policy framework of the task force, which recommends a nonprofit community-based approach to housing. I would just like to mention a couple of our many co-ops that can provide an example of a community-based housing model. Councillor McConnell mentioned some of those successes. One that didn't get mentioned is Atkinson Housing Co-op, which is the co-op at College and Spadina that was the first conversion from public housing to nonprofit co-op housing. It's 404 units, and councillors will probably be aware that it's in the process of a revitalization. But what's important to Atkinson Housing Co-op is that revitalization process, and indeed the management and the day-to-day decision-making in that community, is based on a resident board of directors, people, former tenants of what was, and there's still part of it that is Alexandra Park Public Housing, but the part that became Atkinson Co-op, the 404 units, the residents that live in those units form the board of directors, and in conjunction with management and support from the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto and from the councillors, they make good decisions that result in affordable housing that's safe, that people want to live in, and people are engaged in their community. So I just wanted to mention that as an example. One other one that we always have to mention is City Park Housing Co-op, because it's 770 units, our largest co-op in Canada. It was a different kind of conversion because it went from private sector to a housing co-op in the beginning of the 90s, where there was a lot of property speculation and flips of private rental housing, and the co-op housing sector was able to make a proposal in that case and be able to have 770 units of affordable housing just north of the old Maple Leaf Gardens. So those are early 60s rental buildings that are now part of a stable housing mix that adds to the affordable housing mix for the City of Toronto. So again, we congratulate the task force and hope to work with the city on the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Councillor Perks has some questions.
Over here.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. And while you're here, thank you also for the work you do. I'm just curious, I can't stay on top of all aspects of housing policy at all times. My understanding is that over the last couple of decades, there have been substantial changes in the rules regarding co-ops that are creating the federal role in supporting co-ops that are actually coming to a head right now. Could you just take a minute and give us some advice what we as a city should be advocating for in terms of the federal role in supporting co-ops?
Those co-ops that were funded through Canada Mortgage and Housing through older federal housing programs, which pretty much led up to the beginning of 1988, 89, I guess is probably the last federal housing co-op that would have been opened under those programs, maybe 1990. So some of those are as early as, well, some of them are old programs that have 50-year operating agreements that go to 2025, 2026 that are similar to some of the operating agreements that would be part of Toronto Community Housing's portfolio. Those are those 50-year ones that have the fixed mortgages that are so difficult to refinance. The more current issue with housing cooperatives were the program that was developed from about 1980 or so to 1986, which had a 35-year operating agreement, and those are the housing cooperatives which by 2020 will not have operating agreements with Canada Mortgage and Housing. And the issue with those cooperatives is that when those operating agreements are finished, any funding for rent geared to income assistance disappears at the same time. It's been decreasing because of a program mechanism so that the amount that Canada Mortgage and Housing has been sending co-ops to be able to fund rent geared to income within the co-op has decreased in some cases over the years, but it's still being funded. That will be gone, and that will cause a crisis for moderate and low-income households who have lived in their homes for a long time, where they will not find the housing charges or rents affordable anymore.
So if I heard you correctly, we have a crisis coming with the abilities of co-ops to support people on RGI that the city should be advocating around. I'm curious, does the federal...
Maybe I could mention that the city has stepped in,
yes,
in two cases of federal housing co-ops where their operating agreements did end last year. Beach Hall Co-op, which is a seniors co-op in the West End, and Norris Crescent Co-op, which is in South Etobicoke. And the city was able to work with the residents and with CHFT to offer housing allowances to those residents where the rent geared to income assistance was going to end with the operating agreement. Okay. Whether that's a go forward in every case, because obviously the resources.
If I could just turn to another question. So I understand the ones about the legacy co-ops, if you will. Right. What should we be advocating, or should we be advocating at all for the federal government to step back into assisting making co-ops go? Is that something you would...
That's certainly been our campaign with other housing partners. You Hold the Key campaign, which is a strong message to the federal government to maintain a role in those federal housing co-ops, as well as providing the funds to the provincial and municipal level to support housing, affordable housing, all programs.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Davis to speak, or to answer questions.
Could you just tell us again, I think you mentioned it or someone has, the percentage of market, the percentage of market versus rent geared to income in co-op housing overall in Toronto?
In the older programs, the federal funded programs, those ratios were mandated as a minimum of somewhere between 15 and 25%. Many co-ops got additional rent supplements from provincial programs, so that, and also there was more money in the system, so they often would be closer to 40, 60-40. The co-ops that were developed under provincial housing programs, the ratio can be as high as 70-30.
Okay. And one of the things that changed when municipalities were given the system management function was the centralized wait list. And I recall at the time there was a great deal of concern over the new wait list process, and there's been a review, or a review is currently underway. I wonder if you could just comment on that issue as well, over autonomy for selection and so on.
Yeah, I think that the housing cooperatives have used the centralized waiting list in the way that the requirements and the legislation expects the centralized waiting list to be used. That being said, I think people did recognize that there were problems and that the recent review and the changes are going to make that process better. In the end, in terms of the community basis for housing cooperatives, the people who move into housing cooperatives from the centralized waiting list, they could be on the board of directors in the next year and be taking a meaningful role in managing and thinking about their own housing. So I think that the frustration I always heard was just that it took a long time to reach people, so it was a time issue for managers in their office more, and I understand that's the kind of thing that the changes are trying to address.
Okay, thank you.
Are you, Councillor Davis is done? Okay, thank you. We had, yes, members not on the committee, so we had Deputy Mayor McConnell, and I have Councillor Bilo there.
Actually, quite quick, because some of the questions I was going to ask you about were about Spruce Court and Bain Avenue, but those were coming out of the old city homes disbursement policies. The new policy that you mentioned was Atkinson. And I wanted to, and I'm sure that Councillor Cressy wants to ask some or do some crowing about Atkinson too. Am I correct that everyone said that it was not possible to turn MTHA tenants, OHC tenants, 100% into a housing cooperative? Is that not the case?
Well, I'm sure a number of people had that.
Yes. Could you, for a minute, confirm it is one of the strongest housing co-ops that we have? When I go to the scholarship awards, I think we are always overwhelmed by the number of Atkinson young people. Now, to be fair, they outdo some of my co-ops by 100 units, but they do very well, don't they?
I think that they're, ironically, the Atkinson Co-op was assisted by the Atkinson Charitable Foundation for a couple of years, where there was a grant given to the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto that assisted in significant community development that I think made a big difference in raising the engagement of the residents, the members at Atkinson Co-op, and also the emphasis that both the board and CHFT developed, which was youth engagement and developing new leadership. So
that's right.
A combination of those efforts did result in the number of young people who received diversity scholarships through our program for post-secondary education, and also a number of those people were both directors on the board of directors at Atkinson and directors on our organization, CHFT.
And you've had vice presidents that have come out of, or presidents that have come out of Atkinson, isn't that correct?
That's right.
And so what people believed could not be done was actually wonderfully done in this particular case. And am I correct that really the movement of young people into running their housing cooperative and being actively involved really had to do also with engaging your organization and other organizations, as with Spruce Court and others, to help develop the expertise for people to run their own housing. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe that we could say fairly confidently that those people come from all walks of life, all incomes, and all background experiences. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Any other members not on the committee who wish to ask questions of this deputy? Otherwise, then we'll go to Councillor Bailão. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. So how many units do you have in Toronto again?
Well, Toronto and York region is 15,000 units, 45,000 people.
And the municipalities don't own any of it? It's a co-op. It's owned by its members.
But I mean, there's some that are on leased land.
Yes.
But
yes.
Not as owned by a municipality.
And there were some issues with the federal government stepping back, and actually the city stepped in and funded and came in and actually assisted some of your members, correct? And you're actually having a conversation to see what else is actually coming down the pipeline and how it can be of assistance and coming in. The other thing is there are some instances, so I have a co-op and I'm working with you on a co-op that is having some difficulty with their own building, and the city is actually coming in with some funds to do the study, to assist the co-op, to have a feasibility study if it should be revitalized or not. So the city is right there at the table with you and your members to go through this and to help them.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think that may speak to the concern that I have heard, which says that in moving to a community-based model, that somehow some of that accountability or some of that, interest that the city council or councillors will have may not be as strong. From my own experience, if things are going on with a housing provider, in my case, a housing cooperative, the councillor is going to know about that, and people are going to have to sit down together and work it out. And I think that, in the report it says that that involvement should be at those local advisory councils, which have the tenant involvement. And I think that's probably a good place for that, to formalize that, what happens kind of informally, at least for housing co-ops. I understand that the scale is much larger with looking at the Toronto Community Housing portfolio, but I think some of the principles are the same.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. Other questions? Yes, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in. Just a couple of quick questions for clarity, follow up on some of my colleagues. How many of your units, or are any of your units, under rent supplement agreements?
Under rent supplement agreements by the
municipality?
Oh, by the municipality? If you went across the whole portfolio, ones that are funded provincially, ones that are funded, well, if you're just thinking of the ones that are municipally funded, it's probably about, let's see, maybe 100 co-ops, and maybe instead of 15,000 units, maybe about 9,000 units, something like that, that currently receive funds through the municipality for rent geared to income.
9,000 out of 15, is that?
Are
covered under rent supplement agreements with the local municipality?
With the local municipality? Yeah, about that.
And housing allowances. approximately how many of your tenants or
Are currently
residents are
receiving?
under housing allowance agreements?
Well,
Or not
that
agreements,
was a
eligible.
new allocation in 2015, so it was probably 50 or so, about 50 housing allowances in 2 co-ops.
And where do your rents normally sit vis-a-vis the marketplace? I mean, you've got some that are at market rates and some that are below. How would you describe
Co-ops
your
were
rent?
developed under programs that would say that they should be at low end of market as a nature of the program, and then the funding model that was developed and established in 2005 for the municipal program set in a benchmark rent, which was a combination of a setting of a rent from a nonprofit environment. I would say that generally those market rents are not representative of private sector market rents. So they're probably even what would be what a co-op would call a market rent is probably 90 or 80% of what would be considered a private rental market rent.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other questions of this deputant? And if not, I'll thank you very much for your patience and for your very helpful presentation. We have one more, and that is Mr. McGuire, President of Local 79. Just add, because Mr. Libby's here too, I think, yeah, there he is. He wasn't, he was here. He's add our thanks again for your leadership on the United Way, which was recognized. I don't know if members know that our group last night at the United Way Success Dinner was specifically singled out for success in kind of a joint campaign between Labour and management, and so thank you for your leadership on that.
Yeah, thank you. And for a little bit of specific history, it's because Joe Penichetti, former city manager, and myself sat down 4 years ago and decided there would be a completely joint approach to our United Way employee campaign, that it's had 4 running years of increases and 3 running years of record donations to Toronto's communities. And so we're very proud of that, and thank you for your remarks last night. Thank you. Here on a very important matter, of course, and I'm involved in a few other important processes right now, so this might be the back of a napkin speech. However, back to transit in a moment, because there is a parallel in my view. We think we're not here speaking against the report, and we're not here speaking for the report, because we do recognize that the report, and thanks to the Senator and the task force for giving its thought to this very important matter of social housing and social supports for Toronto's vulnerable. But we do have some cautions in some areas where we think that as the city manager receives it and council gives due consideration, matters for very careful and thoughtful consideration. And one of those that has been raised a number of times already is accountability and transparency. One of the chief remarks, criticisms that have been made about TCHC, and we've made them ourselves, is because not only was the TCHC arm's length, but because there were subsidiary corporations which were arm's lengths of arm's lengths, we got into troubles. And we have to make sure that no matter what model is chosen, that the effective accountability measures and screens are in place to make sure that those things don't happen again. But that's financial accountability. There's also service accountability. What is the exact model that serves Toronto's citizens best when they're vulnerable, or whatever those vulnerabilities, whether they're mental health or other issues associated with hopefully the track from homelessness to affordable housing to decent housing, or more decent housing. The other is political accountability. I recall when the City of Toronto had a discussion about creating a separate water board in 2001, the point was effectively made, and we made it too, that because politicians do not sit on boards, it doesn't mean that politicians, nor the rest of us that are engaged in important civic governance matters, aren't accountable. So just because politicians aren't going to sit on boards doesn't mean that it doesn't have to come back here when things go right or things go wrong. So I would advocate that as the city manager and others look at this, that's not a key figure in terms of whether things should be arm's length or not. Sometimes they need to be directly operated in order for true accountability. So I want to posit also an option that's not been reviewed by this report. I don't think, because I didn't read it entirely, every page, but we can't discount, and this, in my view, would be kind of an expanded recommendation number 9, that there may be not only services, but may be some housing that ought to be run by the city and directly operated. And if in its wisdom, both the city manager and council determine there are aspects of TCHC that ought to be directly operated by the city, even if there are costs associated with that, then we should look at that as options, whether it's parts of the services, parts of the housing, or housing in its entirety. If in the full, thorough review, that has to be directly operated. Secondly, funding. I agree with the remarks made thus far by a couple of deputants, where it is all about funding. It is all about resources, and no matter what structure you put in place, if it's not sufficiently resourced, then that structure isn't going to be a success. And we recognize that there are nonprofits and there are co-ops delivering services and housing Toronto citizens where they're needed that do a great job. But make sure that whatever structure it is, it's resourced. And so the first thing would be to determine what are the resources that are needed and what do we have to do to make sure those resources are there. Thirdly, I'll talk about our members. Members of CUPE Local 79 at the TCHC have been delivering valuable services to Toronto's vulnerable at the TCHC since its beginning, and formerly at City Home, through a lot of change. And while we made, the first point we made when we did a presentation was the task force was around accountability. The second was the amount of change that has happened at the TCHC through reorganizations and governance models, decentralization, centralization, yo-yo. And we have to make sure that they're looked after while they continue to do the work. The only mention in this report around frontline staff is that they would be giving the entitlements to transfer to New Home or other organizations that are established. We have to have, the report says, appropriate discussions, and those appropriate discussions about is there a framework as we move forward, or are we going to have, and from my perspective, this is what we would have to do, litigation at every single organization that's set up, because if there isn't successor rights ensured, that's what we would be doing with each of those organizations. And finally, I want to talk about social responsibility and risk. There's an organization called Urban Institute in the United States which says there's not a single county in the United States that has sufficient social housing. We have to maybe look at some of the models there. What are the models that guarantee the best success in terms of social housing? And if it's not, if the best, in the breadth of what's happening there are things that are happening in the United States that we certainly don't want happening here. We are who we are because of the safety net we provide, because of health care, because of respect to trade unions and our bargaining rights, and because of things like social housing. That's why social housing was worked into the poverty reduction strategy. We have to make sure there are good jobs. Social housing is a part of the poverty reduction strategy. And if that means spending money, it means spending money. And so I think we should also listen to the community partners that are talking about not just about housing, but about revenue tools. And if it takes additional financing to do some of the things that might need to be done, whether it's arm's length or at the city, then have that discussion and raise the sufficient resources that are needed to do the work.
I've given you the United Way bonus of 55 seconds. Mr. McGuire, so we'll have to ask you to wrap up there, but I'm sure there might be some questions. I have a couple, but there may be others before me who are not members of the committee who wish to question first. Members not on the committee? Okay. Well then, Councillor Bailão, you go ahead, please.
Just a very brief question. So thank you very much for your presentation. Truly appreciate it. I understand that this can, it's another change. Oh my God. How, in your opinion, can we mitigate this anxiety right away? Is there anything that we can do? Because one thing is very important. We value the work of your frontline staff, and we need them to maintain, to be committed to deliver the services to our residents. So at the same time that we need to think of our residents, we need to think of our staff that need to continue to deliver the services.
I think the first thing we do is to tell our members and the public that it's not guaranteed that this is the direction we're going to go in, that there's going to be a thorough review of these recommendations and other options, including the one that I've raised and others have raised, in terms of the way to move forward. That's the first thing I would do, not to assume it's going to be spun off into New Home or other potential organizations, not to assume that that's the direction. Let's have a thorough review. The second thing, as I said, is to make sure that from our members' perspective, that going forward, there's going to be lots of consultation in terms of what that looks like. As I said, whether it's New Home or other organizations that are established or existing organizations that are already established where some of the services they provide would be transferred, that we would have successor rights in place.
Thank you.
Sorry, I asked you a couple of questions, Mr. McGuire, and thank you for coming. I want you to work with me here now, just to acknowledge a couple of possibilities. There's a possibility, I assume you'd acknowledge, that genuine consultation and good faith could mean that we could end up, with real consultation and cooperative change on how the union members end up, being affected by that, as opposed to the sort of dark, litigious scenario you set out. That there is that possibility that could actually work.
We could have that possibility on a number of fronts, yes.
Okay. And you'd also acknowledge the possibility that a structure featuring less involvement by politicians in kind of top governance, and maybe having their involvement in working on a local basis with tenant organizations that are set up on a local basis, that actually could. I'm just asking you to acknowledge the possibility that actually could lead to better governance and better results for tenants than an organization that necessarily has politicians on the board of directors.
Could, but doesn't necessarily lead to that.
No, I'm just saying it's possible. It could.
It could. That more direct involvement.
How's your assessment of how things have worked out so far with a lot of politicians on the board?
Sorry?
How's your assessment of how...
I don't think it's the... I don't think it's the fault of those politicians sitting at the table.
I didn't say that. I just said, how do you think things have worked out so far with
I don't think it's the factor of those politicians sitting there that's determined the success or failure of TCHC.
So those people then are what's the word I'm looking for, relieved of any responsibility for being involved in the governance of the Housing Corporation over all the years. They're somehow given a pass. They've been there, but they're not really. None of what's happened is their fault.
I'm sure they would accept full responsibility.
Well, everybody has to. I'm not saying it's just.
There are 44 politicians at City Hall that have to respect.
And we're talking about the board of the Housing Corporation.
Right. I don't think the leading politicians from boards discounts or wipes out the responsibility, whether it's water.
I totally agree with you.
It'll come back here if there's problems.
Totally agree with you. But maybe you'll get the place run better so the politicians have less to be accountable for, except good news, if you change it. But I'm just asking you to acknowledge that's a possibility.
It's a theoretical possibility.
It's like pulling teeth, Mr. McGuire. Anyway,
Sometimes.
I appreciate
Not easy.
I appreciate you being here today, and I think unless anybody else has any questions, we'll move on. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So that would then bring us with all the deputants having. Sorry, what was that? That might be a. That's happening in other rooms, hopefully.
There are other parties involved.
Other parties in other rooms. That's right. Now that would bring us then to questions of staff on the recommendation. I mean, I think we're actually the whole purpose of this is to send it off to staff to answer 1,000 questions. Well, maybe 997, Peter. But are there questions of staff from outside members of council? We've got Councillor Cressy and Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. So, just a couple lines of questions, and I guess I'll direct them to the Deputy City Manager, perhaps, and as need be, over to Shelter Support and Housing Administration. So just to confirm the timeline and the next step. So we're intending to have a report come this spring on the broad principles, and then a more detailed version in terms of recommendations and the go forward in the fall. Is that right?
That's correct, along with an implementation plan in the fall. It would be a longer-term implementation plan because we anticipate that the transformation will probably take multiple years.
Okay. And so I understand that there is a motion that is coming that Councillor Bailão and I have worked with, that I understand she's moving, that's going to ask for, if passed, a couple different points to be considered. And I just want to make sure that as part of the review that we're not asking for anything that is out of the realm of possible or to ownership. So the first is, as it relates to, a question related to the ownership of the asset, both the land and the units, in the context of what protects the affordable housing stock that we have. Is that something that will be considered?
We will be looking at that, and we'll also be looking at, one of the things we're also hoping is that the province might provide some additional flexibility through the legislation and see how that would help us move forward on addressing the needs of current tenants and future tenants.
And you're saying that not in the context of ownership, because transfer of sale of a nonprofit requires provincial approval, but you mean that in the context of the RGI rules, is that right?
The RGI rules, and others.
Okay. And as it relates to accountability, there's been some questions raised around finance accountability, but also accountable to whether it's city policies, for example, the Ombudsman and others. Is this the accountability framework? Is that something you'll be looking into?
Well, we're going to look into the accountability framework and what the current legislation provides in terms of enforcing some of those standards that we want to see that we have currently in the legislation.
All right. We just heard a deputation as it related to frontline staff and as it relates to labor. Of course, collective agreements are being negotiated right now, I recognize, within TCHC. Issues related to labor, whether it's successor rights, as was stated, or in a transfer scenario, would workers still qualify for OMERS and others? Is the issues related to labor something that will be considered?
There's numerous issues related to the labor that we're going to work quite closely with Human Resources and our labor relations people on moving forward, as well as the union representatives.
And then the task force did a quite, I have to say this, impressive job related to consultation over the last year. Public meetings, stakeholder meetings, and others. Will you come back with a proposal around consultation as it relates to both the principles and an implementation plan, specifically with tenants and residents?
Consultations with tenant and key stakeholders are going to be critical.
Okay. Just a couple things related to then the funding as you're looking at this. So the city's currently putting in a portion of the $2.6 billion in state of good repair that's required in TCHC.
That's correct.
That's correct. So as part of the consideration looking at the state of good repair and capital, will you be looking at, in the notion of a transfer, the capital costs that would be required prior to any transfer to bring them up to a state of repair?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're going to have to look at that inevitably.
All right. As part of that, so you'll be looking at considering the operating and capital requirements related to it. The province and the feds, have we been given an indication from the province that more money could be coming at this point? Some of the recommendations related to service hubs. Have we been given an indication, and I'd ask at the city manager level, I guess, have we been given an indication that further funding will be available from the province for whether it's capital, state of good repair, or the introduction of new services on site?
Through the chair, as we've talked about, there is an emerging alignment in terms of federal and provincial priorities related to housing. We do not yet have assurances that those direct outcomes are in place.
But so on the federal side, I know, and I've heard the Prime Minister speak to the fact that there may be funds coming, which is welcome news. At the provincial level, we've been given that indication that funds are coming from the provincial level too?
No, we have not been given that indication.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Next, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy carried a lot of the freight that I was looking at, so maybe I'll need less than 5 minutes. Just for memory's sake, the City of Toronto has a plan in place to provide certain capital to TCHC, and there's been refinancing. What's the amount left over? How much of the capital repair is left hanging there?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, right now is about $1.7 billion still unfunded.
1.7, okay. So, and that at present, our theory is that other orders of government step forward with that 1.7. That's our theory.
That's our theory, yes.
And just to be clear, I mean, I know that you probably haven't had the report for a long time. This report, nothing in the task force document actually identifies new money from anybody, the city, the feds, whatever, that's committed towards that 1.7.
I think the report identifies that new money will be, and if you look at recommendation 12, it talks about that all players have to come to the table.
Have to come, but it doesn't identify a dollar amount from the city or the feds or the province that anybody's committed to. Okay. I've heard, and I have yet to see any numbers specifically, that TCHC is expressing that they're going to start having an operating shortfall. Do we have any numbers that you're aware of in the short term and longer term for how large that could be?
That's correct. It's ranging over the next 10 years. It'll grow from $50 million to $200 million over the next 10 years.
50 to 200. And again, the report doesn't identify any committed funds from the city, the federal government, or the province to cover that?
No, it cannot.
Okay. The report speaks to a notion that by getting the Toronto Community Housing away from the City of Toronto debt ceiling, that would somehow free them up, maybe by redevelopment of land or something, to be able to raise greater amounts of capital. Just to be clear, it was said the 15%, that's our number, that's not a legislated number. The legislated number is 25?
The legislated number for other municipalities is 25% of own source revenues.
Yes.
City of Toronto can set its own debt repayment limit, and we set it as 15%.
That's a council directive.
Yes, it is.
A not-for-profit entity attempting to raise capital would have to raise it against their cash flow and their assets, but they wouldn't. Would they raise it at the same rate we get, a higher rate, or a lower rate?
Typically, I would think it would be at a rate higher than what we.
Yeah, that's a reasonable expectation. And that would be based on an assessment of their assets, the state of repair of their assets. So if these were transferred without an assurance about the capital repair being dealt with, without a funding source from the city or the feds of the province, that would hamper their ability to raise capital significantly. Is that correct?
We will have to crack that nut, absolutely. So that's the one thing we will have to look at and resolve is the whole funding of it.
Okay. So there seems to be inbuilt here a premise that by going to the 70-30 ratio, you get a source of funding that allows you to handle some of this. Will your report look at how the timing of that works? Because they clearly aren't going to build 11,000 units in the first 6 months.
Absolutely. We'll have to look at the
timing?
implementation and how quickly that this can happen.
Okay. I want to get a more precise answer on something Councillor Cressy was asking. Not-for-profits that we have service agreements with are not covered by the City of Toronto Ombudsman, are they? Whereas TCHC is.
Yes, they are.
So if I am a resident at Habitat or some other not-for-profit agency and I have a complaint, I go to the City of Toronto Ombudsman?
If it is in the context of the contractual arrangement between the city and the agency, yes. And in fact,
but if it's in the context of how the agency is responding, like an employee of the agency is responding to me as a tenant of that agency, do the same rules apply for the employees of that agency as apply to the employees and board, actually, of TCHC? My understanding is not.
if the service that is being provided to a tenant is within the scope of our responsibilities as a service manager and the way that those are contracted to the agency, then a complaint about those services, my understanding is it legitimately falls within the scope of the Ombudsman. Other acts, so generally that would be the provision of RGI.
The provision of RGI, but say the eviction of a senior tenant. As we got a report, TCHC was evicting seniors tenants.
We'd have to look at specific.
You would have to look at that.
That'll be the last question.
Would that kind of
no, that was the last
accountability
question.
be in there?
Thank you very much. That was the last question. All right. We have other non-members of the committee wishing to ask questions. Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Yes, and that's a very good question, but my experience is the Ombudsman has, I have 3 examples, so yes, they have. I wanted to ask about the answer to the question about mortgage rates. Is it not true that the provincial government, under their legislation, has provided a low end of market bulk rate for all nonprofits for the remortgaging of their properties? Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I missed I was trying to get an
Maybe
answer for
housing
another
knows
question,
that
and I
answer.
missed it.
I think I've got that. So when the nonprofits were transferred to our responsibility, the province maintained a mortgage refinancing program at Ministry of Finance that does tranches of mortgages basically and rolls them up and provides low interest rates.
Yes, and so they offer to all nonprofits at a particular time a roll-up of new rates. Isn't that correct?
In fact, for those particular nonprofits that were devolved to us, they are required to use that.
That's right.
They can't just go to the bank. They have to use that program.
No, so they're also at the 2-point-something%, 3% rate at this point in time. Any that had to remortgage.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't tell you what the rate is, but it changes depending on what
I know.
the latest tranche
I
is.
can actually tell you what it is, but that's all right. It's just what I do over breakfast coffee. The Supports for Daily Living is a great program that is supported or given, funded. You might explain how it's funded, but it's done through our shelter housing and support and public health kind of together. And that gives supports, does it not, for nonprofits who apply for that where they've got deep subsidies. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Supports for Daily Living is given to most of our supportive housing. Because of those monies that get social workers, they are able to leverage student placements from the universities. Isn't that correct?
So the Supports for Daily Living is a program that basically tops up the funding for a number of our nonprofits that provide additional assistance to vulnerable clients.
Right.
I would say.
Through social workers or whatever it is that they do, those social workers can also leverage from the universities for in-house or in-year, whatever you call them, placements, right?
Yeah, it's funding for the staff of those nonprofits, so they can do that kind of leveraging, and they can bring other supports into the building. Plus, they can also provide direct supports to the clients.
So TCHC is not eligible for that money, are they?
Supports for Daily Living is actually it's a fixed program that was basically devolved to us at the time of down, so it's never been expanded.
Yes.
Since then. It's a model that could be looked at, but that's why TCHC would not have qualified, because it wasn't part of that group.
So a lot of our supportive housing, which is different than our kind of rental housing and different than our co-op or nonprofit, but our supportive housing needs those wraparound services in place quite often on site, don't they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, supportive housing, which is the parallel sort of housing program funded by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, has those full supports 24/7 and so on. We call that dedicated supportive housing. The nonprofits that we're talking about would have they may have an arrangement with a group to provide those supports.
And the LHIN has been working with us. You've been working with the LHIN to free up some of those needed, particularly mental health supports, to some of these, both to TCH as well as to supportive housing, and that's moving along, isn't it?
To use, yes.
Yes. And that's in the report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Yes, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Anybody else from not a member of the committee who wishes to question staff? If not, we can move on to members of the committee, and I had noted Councillor Bailão. So over to you.
Okay. I want to try to understand better the strategy, the principles that are being proposed in here. I understand that what the task force is saying is actually that there is a cash flow problem on top of the capital backlog.
That's correct, a growing cash flow operating funding problem.
So the the recommendation to move from a 90-10 to a 70-30 or 60-40, whatever we end up, is actually not only a social improvement, but is very much so to create a better cash flow for the corporation.
Yes, I think it's both. It's also to improve its revenue outlook.
And to improve its revenue so that we have the possibility to service more debt, because right now, unlike most of the housing providers, unlike most of the real estates, we have a very low debt. We're about 15% of a $9–10 billion asset, correct?
No, sorry, the 15% is our.
No, but even if you take in consideration what TCHC...
No, I believe their debt-carrying charges as a percent of their revenues is higher than 15%. I'm working with Jason Gorel, the CFO, and it's approaching closer to the 20–25% range.
Okay, but we still have quite a number of, compared to other real estate providers, there's...
Yes.
And so what we'll be looking is that soft spot of what more debt the organization... So how can we better use our asset? How can we better use our asset to create a corporation that is actually going to be sustainable and that actually can tackle the issue of the backlog and building more housing? Is that correct?
That's correct. How can you improve its revenue outlook? How can you improve its expenditure obligations, the funding that we provide, to make them look more like the nonprofit sector that's out there today that goes out and borrows money without the City of Toronto having to guarantee that debt?
So when people say there's no financial solution in here, there is a financial case in here. It needs your eyes now to find that soft spot, but it's a social... I almost feel like there's a social and financial solution that cross each other, that have social benefits and financial benefits to create a better housing.
And the report does lay out the construct very clearly. It lays out the problem in terms of cash flow and the clear risks to the corporation associated with that cash flow. And since it's our corporation, that's a clear and present risk for the city. It then lays out a series of integrated measures, including shifts in RGI, substantial provincial policy changes in terms of shelter support, substantial policy changes in terms of provincial uploading of LINs, substantial federal policy changes in terms of support for existing backlogs and other things that will allow repurposing of money. So yes, there is an integrated model, but it requires a number of things to happen.
They are very integrated. It's almost like, you know, for example, one of the issues that why operating is going through the crisis that we have is also the energy costs are going higher. And so, for example, one of the recommendations is actually to do a lot of green energy saving things, because not only, again, it'll be better, it'll tackle the backlog, but it will also tackle the operating budget and the operating pressures that are coming our way.
And that is, of course, accurate in principle. One of the things that we will need to do is understand the extent to which that is practical in practice and the mechanics of that.
So what you will be doing, I think, is in April, you'll bring us the key principles, and then you'll need to model and test this, because yes, you know, in practical it seems reasonable, and now you're going to have to drill to make sure that it works. These are people's lives and our big asset that we're dealing with in here, and we have to make sure that it works before we embark into this.
And there are two critical elements of making sure that it works. One is the financial modeling, and the other is the behavior of the other governments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Barlow. Other members of the committee wishing? I see that Councillor Palacio had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, one of the critical elements within the report that's before us from the task force is that the Toronto Community Housing as an organization has a history, and it's due to its structure of being unsustainable financially, socially, and from the operating and governance perspective, it's in the center of a crisis. So there is a problem there in terms of the history of its own structure. Is that one of the critical elements that we're looking at, and when you'll be reporting back in the spring and the fall, that you'll be looking at it in conjunction with other stakeholders?
The report is quite articulate on the challenges facing TCH, financial, governance, a variety of others. clearly, any report will address exactly those factors coming back.
So what's before today, what's before us? We're not making any decisions at this point. These recommendations, these 29 recommendations, and within the task force are being referred to you, and you'll come back and sometime in the spring, according to the recommendation from the mayor, with a report in terms of the guiding principles on how to best move forward with the transformation of Toronto community housing, and then we'll come back sometime in the fall with a subsequent report in terms of the implementation overall. So that's what's before us and what we are dealing with today.
That is the decision in front of Executive Committee, yes.
Great. And my last question is in terms of the current operational structure. I'm referring to recommendation number 15 in terms of the decentralization model and in terms of the decision making, in terms of the frontline and workers, in terms of the multiple levels of management and so on. So that kind of recommendation will also be considered with stakeholders while you are doing your analysis and before you come up with those reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palazzo. Did I see? Well, I did, but he's disappeared. Councillor Pasternak had his hand up, but I guess he stepped out for a minute. Is there anybody else on the committee that wants to ask questions of staff? All right. We would then move to speakers on the recommendation, which is to send the report off to the city manager, of course, as set out. And I have Councillor Perks. Anybody else from not on the committee that wants to speak? Councillor Carroll. Okay. So, Councillor Perks, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off by saying that I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. The status quo is absolutely untenable. I completely agree with that assessment, and I congratulate you on making it. The fact of the matter is that we do not live up to our duty as stewards of these properties. We don't live up to our duty to people who live in Toronto community housing. We have not been a good landlord. We've been a terrible landlord. And the status quo is absolutely unacceptable, and I thank you for making that remark. I'm going to follow up by saying that I agree with the recommendation that's in front of the Executive Committee and hope that you pass it with the amendments that Councillors Cressy and Bailão have worked on. I'm greatly relieved hearing the answers from City staff that part of their assessment of the proposals is going to be whether or not the proposals in front of us meet the financial needs of Toronto community housing. That is absolutely the centerpiece of any bit of work we have to do. With that, I want to say, though, that I am disappointed with the report from the task force. Every person in Toronto who pays any attention to this file knows that at the center of all of the problems, the problem with the capital repair backlog, the problem with the looming operating backlog, and the problem with providing social supports are all down to money. Fixing a roof requires a tradesman. A tradesman costs money. Providing social supports to a tenant in crisis requires a social worker. That costs money. Managing the operating budget when it's starting to go into deficit costs money. Unfortunately, there is not a single dollar identified in any of the recommendations that we have a written agreement from another order of government or a commitment from this council to deliver. The report does not deliver a single dollar. Given that we know that the problem is dollars, the fact that the report didn't speak to any identifiable dollars but rather hopes for some dollars is a grave disappointment to me and should be a grave disappointment to everyone in Toronto who, after all, is, by virtue of being a taxpayer, a member of our community, or a citizen, the landlord. The fact that we didn't honestly say in this report, Torontonians, we have a duty to pay more money if we want to be a good landlord, and here's where that money should come from, is a profound disappointment to me. I know that that idea was put in front of the task force. I put it in front of them myself. I made a proposal for how, with a modest 2.5% property tax increase phased in over 6 years, we could carry the backlog and get it done. Unfortunately, the The mayor, in his remarks when this was launched, said that this shouldn't go on the property tax base. Well, I hope that unlike every signal we have got from the federal and provincial government for decades now, that they are not in the interest of carrying the ongoing operating costs of housing. I hope that changes. I doubt it will. I hope that the federal infrastructure program is able to come up with the $1.8 billion or so that's not spoken to yet, but I don't think it will be that much money. I hope that the provincial government shows a willingness to provide social supports that they have not been willing to provide to this present day, but I don't believe that any of those hopes will be met. At the end of the day, we're the landlord. I deal with a lot of landlords in my ward. I'd say probably a third of my time is dealing with people who own buildings or run rooming houses in Ward 14. That's about a third of the work I do. And frequently, I get told that the superintendent is no longer employed there, that the walls are falling in, that there's a cockroach problem. These are with private landlords. And I squeeze them and I push them and I fight with them, and it's always about their unwillingness to put in money. Well, we're the landlord, and that's what we're doing. We're refusing to put in the money to be decent and humane landlords who treat people like people. So I look forward to the city manager's report. I look forward to the analysis of what money is actually going to be taken. And I, for one, when I get that report, will be standing right there saying that until we have a written agreement with another order of government that they'll pay, we have a moral duty, an obligation as human beings, as elected officials, as citizens, to find that money. And on that point, I want to address one comment or one thought that's been around, that somehow having politicians steward public money and public resources is a problem. Okay,
very much.
I'll share those thoughts with you on another occasion.
I'm sure that's the case. The next I had was Councillor Carroll.
Actually, my comments are not vastly different from Councillor Perks's, Mr. Chair. Only to say that I hope that we can continue to, in budget processes and in the TCHC deliberations and whenever we're setting financial vision here, that we can recognize that a lot of what is in this report will take a long time to do, and that ultimately, if we don't continue in concert with working on the task force recommendations, wrap our heads around how out of city funding we might make repairs on what are still our housing corporation properties. If we don't do the repairs in concert, then ultimately we're setting up nonprofits and delivering to them the same way Mike Harris delivered to us, downloading our problem. I don't want to sideload my problem and say, I didn't repair it while it was mine, my bad, but it's yours now, and not hand along a strategy to fix it or have fixed it myself. And that we can be doing right now in concert with developing the things that come out of this model. We simply have to provide the TCHC with the wherewithal to fix those units that people are living in right now and that still belong to us.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you very much. I've had the privilege of sitting on the TCHC board for the last year, alongside Councillor Bailão, Councillor DeGiorgio, and Councillor Cho, though I'm here today speaking as a councillor. There is a motion in front of you, an amendment that I've worked closely with Councillor Bailão on, which I think helps to guide the staff's review of this process, and I think that's a good step. I want to thank, first of all, in the context of this report, the residents who've been very actively engaged, the tenants in Toronto Community Housing, many of whom are here today. Our TCHC staff, who've worked alongside the task force throughout this entire process, deserve thanks. The task force themselves, both at the staff level for the hard work they've done and those who are appointed on a volunteer basis, I would note. In the housing sector, many of whom have been out here, from nonprofits to co-ops to advocates who've been here. Finally, we've spent a lot of time here talking about Toronto Community Housing, and that's not an insignificant thing in a city like ours. And that's a mayor's task force. As well, we have a housing advocate. That's a statement in of our city, and I want to thank both the Mayor and Anna, Councillor Bailão, for that. The starting point for me in looking at this is simple, that we have 110,000 residents living in Toronto community housing who deserve a great deal more. They deserve better. We have 95,000 families on a waiting list for RGI subsidy in our city. They deserve a lot better, and they deserve more. And we also have, after a number of turbulent years, a lot of frontline staff and management in Toronto community housing who deserve some clarity so that they can continue to serve those residents better. And so the context and the starting point for me is that we need to do a better job of serving all of those groups. And in getting there, I recognize that the city and, in fact, governments have an obligation to ensure that affordable housing is available to those who need it. We have an obligation because housing is a fundamental human right. We have an obligation to repair, to maintain the existing stock we have, and we also should be building mixed income housing so that we are building complete communities. But we must fund the money to ensure that we can do all of those things. Without the resources, we can't do any of them. The task force has put forward some very important recommendations that I'm glad staff are going to be evaluating. And some of these are that people in tenants themselves in the housing community have long called for. Service hubs on site. That's an important piece that we need. A decentralized approach to some core decision making in terms of tenants' responsibility. That's an important piece. The target, an aspirational target, because it requires new build, but the target of a 70-30 market or RGI versus market breakdown to build mixed income communities, those are important things. And the principle that housing needs to be responsive to diverse and vulnerable populations, and the structure needs to reflect that. Those are all important points. There are, as with everything, outstanding and critical questions. In assessing whether we can meet the obligations that as a city we need to ensure are met for our residents, questions related to the ownership need to be properly addressed to ensure that we are protecting the affordable housing stock and, in fact, increasing that we have and preventing its sale. We need to look and ensure that accountability, both to residents and the city, is accounted for, that labour agreements are closely thought through. If you're a frontline worker and you've spent a long time working and suddenly you're not a city employee, what happens to your owners? We can't brush that aside. We need to ensure that residents are actively involved and that that is thought through. And I would note that we also need to think through the intentions and objectives that have been put forward from the task force, that our city manager should say, are there alternative models that meet those same objectives? I want to know that. These are answers that I believe the amendment in front of you will help to address and that are critical for us going forward this spring and this fall. But it all comes down to money. It really does. The report in the opening paragraph states that there is a financially unsustainable model at Toronto Community Housing. It proposes an operating model to help improve it, but that operating model improves capital build, and it notes the $1.7 billion required for state of good repair. And the report does not suggest how we deal with that. It assumes that money will come from other levels of government. And while those indications are positive that there may be money coming, the reality is that unless there is clarity on the critical operating and capital financial questions, it's up to us. And so we need that clarity, and that will need to be addressed, admittedly, by ourselves, but also other levels of government before we can decide to proceed. And so I'll conclude by saying that the task force is done, but now our work begins, and it's up to us. And our tenants and the residents of Toronto in need deserve better, and it's now up to us.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Next is Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Not long ago, about a week, give or take a couple of days, there was a shooting, and all of us were able to see it. There was a van parked in the parking lot. A young man walked up and unloaded 2 shots, and it killed an individual. That was in my community of Chester Lee, and that is in a TCH community. And there was a vigil on the weekend, and a lot of people gathered, and a lot of people spoke how important this individual was to the community. I can't say I knew him. there's 30,000, 40,000 constituents. You don't get to know all of them. But I got to meet his family and his 10 children and great amount of grandchildren. And the one thing that you quickly were able to assess is that there's people that live in the housing that we as a city provide. These are individuals that have dreams and aspirations. These are individuals that get up every morning, they drive their kids to school, they go pick up their kids from school, they become fathers, they become grandfathers. And listening to nickname him CD Boy, and everybody that was pouring out attributes about what a father figure he was and what he was doing and how sorry there were people that he had died. It brought one thing to my mind, that this report that we have in front of us does not only talks about bricks and mortar, it talks about individuals' lives. Bricks and mortar is one important thing. You can shape them, you can put them up sideways, you can put them up front ways, you can build buildings in different ways, you can put them in high rise, you can put them in low rise. But if we don't reach to the hearts and minds of the individuals that live there, or the individuals that prowl in those communities, and we don't work with them, at the end of the day, we're going to have a report of how we manipulate, how we work, how we shuffle numbers around. Do we go to the federal government, we go to the provincial government and say, give us, and we put people in housing and say, it's a great thing that we got you housed and you're comfortable in houses. But I think we have to go a little bit beyond that. And what I'm asking and what I'm suggesting to the city staff when they look at this is not just bricks and mortar. These are just not windows and bathrooms and doors and how many beds you fit in a room. These are people. And this is the well-being of those people. These are people that are looking at us, their elected officials, to make sure that at the end of the day, they are fathers, their mothers, their children, their brothers and their wives and grandparents go home safe. And they have a decent living, and they're just looked after as anybody else is. So however you write this report up, just remember, it is not about bricks and mortar. It's not about the bottom line, that how much money we save or how much money we don't save. You're housing people, and these people deserve nothing else than the same thing that somebody that lives on Forest Hill or somebody that lives in a $2.5 million in Bridlewood Path manor. But at the end of the day, when those shots go off, the same thing will happen to cover the individual that was died at Chester Lee as the person that dies at Bridlewood, at Bridle Path. 6 feet. So however you write this report, I implore you and I ask of you, just don't think about the numbers, but think about how we are impacting people. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Karygiannis. I think that's, I'm sorry, Councillor Deputy Member McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I want to say a few things. The first thing is that I don't disagree that Councillor Bailau's recommendations are terribly important to frame the answers that we get back. But I think, unlike probably most members of Council, I'm actually a product of both a housing cooperative and of City Homes. It was at a time in my life where my housing was being removed from me that we were able to move forward prior to City Homes being established. And having the property department through John Sewell, as you mentioned today, and Janet Howard, who has since passed away, took care to get our properties out of the hands of developers. And they did that with us, and they did the Spruce Court at Spruce Court with us, and they did it also with Bain Avenue, and I'm eternally grateful for that, because I think that allowed me to both understand the activism of tenants, but also the power of tenants. And what we were able to do through help, no question, as the housing company became evolved, and I did a lot of work around tenant management. I was on a task force here on tenant management, was we learned a lot about the power of people to make their housing better when they are given the tools to do that. And I don't disagree. Certainly, one of the conditions of setting out those spinning off those properties was that they had to be the renovations had to be completed. No question about that. And I think that that's one of the things that if we want to know about government housing and the downloading of OHC and then MTHA, that's the lesson. They send it to us unfixed. We are still dealing with those. But similarly, a problem is the rent geared to income program. It was set up so that we would have a rent, so people would pay according to their income, and the rest of the rent would be paid for by governments. That's long since gone away, and there is a growing need between what a tenant pays, what we as the city pick up, and what the actual cost was. Interestingly enough, you don't see that in housing co-ops and nonprofits, and the reason for that is they do their budgets. They're required to keep their budgets. Unfortunately, the city managers make them do that. I must say, we all call them the city minders. The city minders make sure that they're running according to those breakdowns. But the power for me. And I don't disagree that you have to have the money embedded, but the power for me is when you empower people. When people are given the right, whether they live in Alexander Park and everyone said you can't get MTHA tenants to run their own business, they're doing just fine, thank you very much, because the power of people being able to take care of themselves in their communities and to build their communities is priceless. So that's the brilliance, I think, of this report and the opportunity. There's great hope here. But there are, and I don't disagree, there are fundamental questions as we move forward. I would say this is the inspirational view, this is the transitional view, but it is not the short-term view. The short-term view is that we have to have the money in our budgets, and it has to come from some place or another, and if it doesn't come from another, it has to come from this place. And so we need to be able to deal with people's infestations tomorrow. We need to deal with their hoarding tomorrow. We need to deal with their inability to get quick relief when they've lost their job. We need to deal with the children's ability to have homework places to do their work, so that they have the opportunity that my kids had, that I had, and that Alexander Park young leaders have. These are remarkable people when I see what they have done and what they have made of their lives. But they have done that, and Pat I saw Pat for a minute, she has seen this as well, that people, when they're given that opportunity, it's way, way more important than a manager of this and that and the other thing and the other thing. They can make decisions. They know what doors should be done next. But what they have to be given is the tools to deliver it. But also, they must be given a standalone property that has been tooled and that has been renovated and is ready for the next 40 years. And when we see that happening, you members of executive in your own areas see nonprofits and housing cooperatives that 40 years later, like Spruce Court, are still going strong. Yes, they need to re-renovate. Yes, they need to do all of these things. So when we're doing this, let's look both for the long view, as well as let's look at how do we get there in the short term by making sure that we are not Ontario Housing, we are not MTHA, we don't download people with deficits on their backs. We give them a chance to run and to fly. And when we do that, I believe we give a chance to our young people to take care of this city in the way in which we, as young people, most of us, when we started in co-op housing, we were like, sorry, we were very young, and we did all
I'm going to
right.
have to.
Thank you. That was it.
You got the deputy mayor's bonus from Councillor Ainsley there, you see, and I got here, and then I couldn't stop you. I don't know how that
That's
happened.
all right.
Anyway, thank you.
I was on a
Deputy.
roll. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, indeed you were. All right. I think that was the last of the members, not members of the committee, to speak, and I think that would bring us then to members of the committee who were on the list, and that starts with Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I want to commend you for your vision and leadership in creating an independent task force. And also I'd like to commend my esteemed colleague, Councillor Bailao, for her vision and leadership on this file as well. Mr. Mayor, I'm not surprised by the task force findings, and now we can say, without a shroud of the doubt, the recommendations clearly state that the Toronto community housing is dysfunctional and it needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. The status quo is not working, it hasn't worked, and it will not work unless these changes take place. From my own experience, Mr. Mayor, members of Council, I did spend 4 years at the Toronto Community Housing from 2010 to 2014 as member of the board, and also as chair of the Tenants Safety and Maintenance Committee. So I have a good understanding in terms of what the main issues of the tenants are, and some of the tenants are here and they deputed throughout the day. And I understood from day one that there was a tremendous pushback from management, from the executive team at that point. It seems like there was no appetite in any way to embrace any changes. So it was clear at that point that the organization had too many levels of management within the headquarters, too many chiefs, but we didn't have enough people on the front line. And that was the message that was brought to us over and over again, especially when we had to go to our own apartment buildings that we have across the city of Toronto. I believe that the task force put the finger exactly where the problem is. The previous Auditor General put the finger exactly where the problem was with his 81 recommendations that were implemented by them, by the Toronto Community Housing and the board. And also, I think very often we don't talk about the media. I give them a lot of credit for, without any hesitation, for their restless investigative reports in exposing the wrongs, the waste, the inefficiencies, the lack of oversight with regards to what was happening there. And that spoke volumes. And I think all of that helped us to understand the nature of the problem, and I'm glad that we had that kind of discussion in the past. Part of the monumental problem that we're having, as we all know, it was inherited by the City of Toronto in 2002, when the province downloaded their responsibilities to the city without proper capital and operating funding. Some of you may remember, by then we had the Metro Toronto Community Housing Limited, a social housing that housed by then seniors and seniors with mental disabilities. But by then, they had proper on-site support services and security services. So it was a good organization the way it was run by then. The problem started when the downloading took place. Today, as you can see, the tenancy has changed tremendously, where we have some of these people that with serious mental problems and addiction problems without any on-site support services, without any safety guards, literally speaking. And it's kind of sad to see when these people have to rely on the good social agents that we have, and very often we are forced to call the Toronto Police Service to protect them. So these people are victimized twice, not only by the system that failed them as the major landlord in Canada, but also in terms of the ongoing and how we are treating them. So, Mr. Mayor, I do support your recommendation. I do support the recommendations of Councillor Bailao. I think that we're on the right track, trying to make things a little bit better for all our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I had next Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my experience with meeting with hundreds of different members of the community who have wanted to get into TCHC residences in Ward 10 and beyond, I have found that the great challenge that we face is before they become tenants. In other words, the intake. We have found dozens of applicants whose unit choices are inappropriate for their personal circumstance. We have found many who are not receiving their full federal and provincial entitlements, whether it be CPP, OAS, or GIS, or pensions under international agreements. We have found many who have totally unrealistic expectations of getting into community housing, and they have not received blunt and honest correspondence giving them a realistic chance of getting in. And on top of that, there are the language and cultural barriers. And these are before they even become residents in our housing units. And therefore, you have to look at the front end of the challenges that we face in our social housing portfolio and look at how we're managing intake and fix that to make sure that people fully understand their likelihood of getting in. The other thing I would point out is within Ward 10, there's 5 TCHC buildings and 5 B'nai B'rith buildings. And I spend 90% of my time with the residents of the TCHC buildings. And I think this is although anecdotal, a good barometer of the way that a trustworthy, reliable, nonprofit agency can manage housing that is safe, that is below market rate, that is a nurturing environment, buildings that are part of the community, that build community. And I think from my experience in that, in touring almost all those buildings, both TCHC and the B'nai B'rith subsidized housing units, you see a remarkable difference at the end product. And you see a very high level of satisfaction when you have a responsible charitable organization running social housing. But you have to look beyond the physical assets of the housing itself. You have to look very closely at how we're managing our housing allowance and rent supplement agreements, an $80 million line item with approximately 11,000 receiving it. When you break that down, you're looking at about $660 a month in assistance. Well, the people I'm meeting with are living on the edge, where they're within a few $100s of the street. And if we're going to create a level playing field, we can't ignore the fact that rent to income sometimes doesn't always work when it comes to distributing finite resources. And a final word of warning that many of the residents in our buildings have instability in their lives, whether it's in the marketplace as a job, whether it's personal circumstances through mental health or family breakup. And it is very important as we go forward with this dialogue that we do not create insecurity and instability among our tenants, because there's nothing worse than a rumor or instability that a building will be sold, and that people will feel insecure about their housing arrangements, and we'll be spending all of our time putting out fires and making sure that people understand what's really happening. So as we go forward, the communication of what's before us is just as important as what's in it, in order to give our employees and our residents the comfort that they certainly deserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, the report, which we've only had a chance to really get a quick look at, is trying to deal with the problems that we have in Toronto community housing. And I hear my colleagues talk about the issues there, and they're not wrong. There's been problems. There's been problems in managing the building. There's been problems with residents in the building. But the difficultness that I think the board has experienced, who's been running this, and the management there, is one that I don't know how people could have solved. The bottom line is that the province of Ontario walked out of the housing business and dropped it on a municipal government, being the City of Toronto, that could not afford to maintain the status quo, never mind the increased pressure that's on top of it, and that's why they walked and left it with the city. And I think the city's done the best that they could, and the current management in particular, I think, is trying to deal with some of the pressures that are there. But this is an issue of the ability to afford to maintain 60,000 units, 110,000 people living in these, and probably even more that we don't know about, that don't have to pay a rent increase when the cost of utilities goes up or the cost of hydro or gas. It's not paid for. It's rent geared to income, 90% of the houses. So that squeeze comes back on the organization who can't afford to fund it, and comes back on the city who can't afford to fund it. The bottom line with this report, that has to change, and even setting it up as a new agency, unless the funding is in place, it's not going to work. And this is a case where I really believe if it is a new agency, it should be in place. The city, that current funding that's in place, we should continue with the amount that we have, and any additional costs that are in place should not be borne by a municipal government and not be borne by the Toronto property taxpayers. That is a provincial and federal function to offer subsidized housing. And unless we can clear up the funding issue, you're never going to clear up the issue of being able to afford to maintain the units, no matter how you restructure this. You can keep putting different looks to the way that you're going to run the corporation. You can look at different models for having your boards in place. But why are the councillors so involved? Because of the number of the complaints they have trying to fix the problems which are there, because the buildings aren't properly maintained, because the money's not there to maintain them. The funding isn't in place to do the work we have to do. The backlog of work has grown by hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars every single year. And we're in a state that unless some positive action is taken, and is taken comprehensively by all levels of government, unless the provincial government steps up to accept the responsibility that was theirs for years and years and years and then was downloaded upon the municipal government, this won't get fixed. So I support the initiative that's here. I think we should, as we're doing, look further into it. But number one issue is who's going to pay for it? Because let me tell you, it can't be, as some of my colleagues were suggesting, City of Toronto property taxpayers, they can't afford the cost that it's going to take to provide social housing for 110,000 people, if not more, that never pay an annual increase on it. The costs of energy and hydro, which are all regulated by the provincial government, continue to go up. So what do you expect except what you have? And anyone not to expect the situation that we're in now is really dreaming, because you knew it was going to happen. We said it's going to happen when they downloaded the corporation on the city. It's happened, and unfortunately, it's the people that are living in the assisted housing that are the ones that have to face the problems. And hopefully, from these recommendations and the work that we can do, and hopefully working with the province, we'll be able to start to turn that situation around.
Thanks, Councillor Schreiner. Who else do I have that wants to speak? I want to speak. We've got Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Bailão. You haven't spoken yet, so Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Bailão. And okay, thank you. You're on, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. And I want to thank you, Mayor Tory, for putting this task force in place. There's a lot of good recommendations in it. And they're broken down into two sections, 30 overall recommendations and another 5 that can be put in place immediately. And I think, there's a lot of here that's at balance. There's some monetary needs, as we've spoken about, and there's a lot of other needs in terms of security and overall tenant engagement. But the long and the short of it for me, when I'm dealing with my residents in my TCHC buildings and trying to get tenant associations going and getting feedback from them, is they want their apartments repaired. And it comes down to money. And you look at we put in $200 million a year. And you look at, I had to turn to Councillor McConnell earlier and say, did I hear that correctly, that there's now $1.7 billion repair backlog? And that's very reflective when you go into the buildings. It's not very often that I go into a TCHC building and I don't get a long list of repairs from residents. And you feel for them because that list of repairs are very similar in every building that you go into. And one of the frustrations that I always have is that we can't do this alone. This is something that was downloaded on us by the provincial government over 25 years ago. I had a conversation with an MPP a couple of weeks ago, one of the government MPPs, and she was asking about the repair backlog in one of the TCHC buildings in my ward. And I said to her, you know what, we do $200 million a year in repairs. I said, if you want to help with the repairs in that building, write me a check. And I think that's one of the greatest difficulties we have, is that we do these reports, and I don't know how to get the provincial government to listen. And after the provincial government, it's the federal government. You know, we've had a change in the federal government. I hope we're going to start seeing some more money for them, because we need issues. There's issues with, you know, a national housing program. You know, people have asked for a national daycare, because that's a whole other kettle of fish. But I think when it comes to the province, they're the ones that downloaded the housing onto us. I said to another MPP, you know, if you wanted to take back public transit and public housing from us, you would probably never hear from the City of Toronto again asking for money. But I know that's not going to happen. But you know, anytime I see an MPP and they ask me what I want, it's money for public housing. Because when it comes down to it, a basic right that everybody should have is to be able to go back to their apartment or their home at the end of the day and not have to worry about the water leaking through the roof, bed bugs under their mattresses when they go to bed, cockroaches in their kitchen cupboards when they're trying to make a meal for their family or for their children before they go to school. There's basic rights that I think everybody expects as a tenant. And as a landlord, we need help from the provincial government and the federal government. And I really hope that they both begin to listen, because I think our housing stock is really reaching a critical point that, you know, no other word or way to describe it is then at a crisis. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have a motion that I would like to table. It was circulated in advance, and I take the opportunity to thank and apologize my colleague, Councillor Cressy, for interrupting his dinner plans last night, because we were on the phone until 10 o'clock drafting the motion. But I think that's the kind of collaboration that we're going to need to see the change that is alluded to in this report. Collaboration between council members, collaboration with our staff, collaboration with our stakeholders, and collaboration with our residents. Obviously with the other levels of government. I usually say that this issue, and I see the TCHC issue as seeing an initial goal, but it's actually the housing, because they have such a predominant role in our housing delivery in the city, is an issue that it's not one sector and it's not one order of government that is going to solve it. So I think that collaboration and partnership is definitely important in here. And I think that the reason why we thought it was important to have these things being addressed is because, yes, there's questions on how to be implemented. There's not an implementation plan in here. But what I see is some key principles that I think it's exciting, because they can have end results great for TCHC, but can actually alter and enhance the delivery of housing in the city as a whole. More mixed income communities, more diversity, more innovation in some of the delivery of housing. Build more. They're saying build more. That's actually how you're going to tackle your cash flow issue. So the delivery of a sustainable social and financial TCHC through the mixed income, through the building up program, and actually the potential to enhance our nonprofit sector is really exciting, I think. And I think it's exciting because not only can it have direct effects on the people of Toronto, the residents of Toronto, but can actually help us to deliver more of this housing. There's so much innovation in the non-profit housing sector right now. Many of us have participated in tables from the housing Services Corporation and the ANFA that has organized this. And there's innovation that is happening in the sector right now. There's a change. I mean, I was at a panel the other day with BC Housing and what they're doing in BC. We have to get on with some of that innovation. It is true that we need to come up with the funds for the repair backlogs. Yes, it could come through the capitalization of the asset, but we have been coming up with that money. Let's remind ourselves that TCHC in the last 3 years has spent $600 million in repairs. This year alone, we are spending $250 million from what used to be $50 million. So we haven't been waiting as a city to do the repairs. We've been ramping up the repairs. You can't go from spending $50 million to spending $1 billion. You would not spend that money well. We have been ramping up the corporation to spend that kind of money, to do the improvements that are needed. And I am certainly that, you know, we have been having the conversations with the federal government. We're hopeful that it's come, but we need to continue at that pace. And ultimately, it's true, the buck stops with us. But I think that we need to continue to provide space for innovation, collaboration, and most importantly, to keep the tenant in mind. On Tuesday, Mr. Mayor, I went home, and after a long day that we all, you know, usually have, there were two moments that I think that stayed with me, and one was Doris' son, and many of you know it, coming and giving me a hug, and that hug it wasn't a hug that I felt, oh, you know, it's a thank you. It's a hug it's a hug of responsibility. This is why we're doing this. This is why we need to keep that in mind, all of us, as we're going through these discussions, that it is for these residents. And the other one was actually a tenant that it's not a tenant that comes to most of the stuff. So it was the first person that I met. It was the first time I had met him, and he came up to me and said, well, if you guys really want to think about tenants, I hope that you start with a process for all this to get implemented to have us at the table. And I thought that is absolutely right. He is absolutely right. If we're going to bring change to this corporation, we have to start with a change in the way that we implement this and make sure that it is a collaborative. And that's why I'm happy to move some of these recommendations. So to finalize, I really just want to thank the task force. They did an incredible amount of work. The staff, our staff that supported the work that was done, you, Mr. Mayor, for putting it together and for continuing to leading this file. And it is true, there is a lot of work ahead, but there is a lot of possibility. And let's not shut this down right away. Let's explore the possibility with open minds, putting the questions at the table, putting the issues that we have at the table so they can be addressed, but be open-minded, because our residents deserve nothing else.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. If there are no others to speak, or I'll speak, and then if there's anybody else, I think we can then call a question on the amendment, and then the question as amended, assuming it carries. First of all, I just want to, you know, make it clear that there was never any intention, and I think it's just important to say this, and I think we've ended up with a good result, as we often do. It's like sausage making around here. You know, this amendment actually helps to sort of put a number of different questions on the table, but if you look at what the recommendation is that we're being asked to look at, even in its initial form before we amend it, for an initial assessment of the task force's recommendation, underlying assumptions and principles, with direction to report to the executive committee, and then it goes on how best to move forward. So, and then if you go down further into my letter of transmittal, there are many questions and details to be considered, much work to be done, and I just said I'm determined to see specific proposals for action consistent with this report presented for consideration as quickly as possible. These problems have been decades in the making, and people are waiting for us to act. So, I mean, all we were doing today was sending it off to the city manager with precisely the request of, please look at all these complicated questions that arose out of this report and see what's possible for us to do and how we might do it and when we might do it and so forth and so on. Secondly, it is all about the tenants, and I guess I would only add to that, it's about increasing supply as well, because I think that's about the tenants too. You know, in the end, I mean, it's about the tenants and people wanting to be our tenants, and so I think it is all about that. And finally, I agree with everybody who said it's all about the money. I'll come back to that in a moment. I can't resist spending 1 second just touching on this business of politicians on boards. I just happen to have a particular view. And it comes from the same kind of view I would advance in business life, which is that it is very difficult to wear multiple hats for any human being. And inevitably, what people have told me in these public sector corporations is when you put a large number of elected politicians onto boards, they are confronted each time they go there, with the same difficulty that people are who have these kinds of multiple hats in business life, which is that you are never entirely sure which hat you're wearing in terms of what you're saying or doing. And the trouble is you're always wearing the hat of an elected official. You can't take it off. And so I just think that we will be better off to redeploy those people at another place, right directly working with tenants locally, and have the board consist of people who are citizens, including citizens with lived experience, meaning tenants or past tenants of Toronto Community Housing. I think you'll get better governance, but that's just a personal view. On the money, I completely agree, obviously, that there's not very much we can get done without new funds. And I guess that's evidenced by the fact that there's probably no one, I would say safely, that has spent more time trying to get more money from the other governments in particular than me since I was elected, because I recognize the fact it can't come, as I'll return to in a moment, from our property taxpayers, but we do need it. Secondly, I think a part of what was a bit lost today in some of the discussion about the different models is the report actually sets out some viable, thoughtful options. It doesn't mean they're right or that we'll be able to, in the end, after the city manager does his work, that we'll be able to implement them or exactly as written, but they're options that are specifically set out to produce more money for the tenants and for increasing the supply and so on, in addition to our advocacy to the other governments. So it wasn't just assumed that all the money would come from them, because I don't think that would be a safe assumption. Even with my optimistic hat on that, when I was questioning Sean earlier today, I mean, I think there is going to be money certainly coming from the federal government. I think it would be astonishing at this stage, after all that's been said privately and publicly, that there wouldn't be. But you can't count on it being enough, or the other government coming to the table, I don't know. But the report specifically sets out some of the things it does, even in terms of structuring, with a view to getting some more money. And secondly, I will say this, and I think it's really important for us to focus on this as we go forward with this, and after we receive the city manager's deliberations. The biggest mistake we could make, no matter where we get the money from, whether it's from other governments or from ways we get it, the biggest mistake we could make is to put that money into a model that is broken and has been broken for a long time, because all we're then going to be doing is putting in a lot more money wherever it came from, because it all ultimately comes from the same place, and we're going to be disappointing the tenants and disappointing ourselves because we're just pouring it into a model that isn't working. I do want to say that and I'm sorry he's not here, but he came up and said he had to go off to a planning meeting, but I'll just say it, and I'm sure it'll get passed on to Councillor Perks, that I'm not surprised, and I don't say this in any sort of critical way, that he would say, well, sure, it's not a problem. We can simply increase property taxes 2.5% and pay for this. And that's fine. That's his view, and that's a view we've heard from him before, because he also suggested increasing property taxes 2.5% to pay some of our operating issues. And I would just say simply, I don't accept, I can't accept, I won't accept the notion that we can just afford to say, let's tack 5% onto property taxes, because everybody out there will say, notwithstanding, I think they all share in our moral obligation that that's the best way to do this. I think there are other ways we have to go to do this, including help from the other governments, but also including some creative ways that this report suggests to us. The final thing I want to do in the last few seconds is simply to specifically say thank you. I said thank you to a lot of people the other day, but you don't get time to mention all the names, and there are people in this room who were not given as much mention as Councillor Bailão and as the task force members, all of whom deserved great praise. And they are Julie Western-Set, Margie Carlson, and Jen St. Louis, who are from our staff, and they help the task force a lot, and they are with us all the time on these things. They've been in my boardroom, and I want to just say thank you to them for all of their hard work on this, because they stay around to help us after all is said and done, and we appreciate that too. You better stay around. So anyway, thank you very much. Are there any other people wishing to speak from the committee? All right then, I guess that would bring us to this very elaborate amending motion here that is moved by Councillor Bailão. And if there's nothing else to be said, we can have a recorded vote on the amendment. Oh, we can do it either which way. We'll do it on the amendment as well. Oh, all right. We'll just do the amendment. We'll do it by voice vote then. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And then the recorded vote on the item as amended.
On the item as amended, all those in favour, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you all very much. It was a very good discussion. I hope somebody was taking a lot of notes. Right. That brings us, as per our agreement earlier today, to Exhibition Place. Does anybody have anything they want to deal with very quickly before we move on to that?
I circulated a motion on EX 11.7, which is the development charges. It's
just about to be circulated. Apparently, it's just being handed out now.
My apologies. I thought it was circulated.
All right. So.
I didn't have it. I told you.
This one is on 11. 11. So we just won't be able to do this now. Or we should go on to the Exhibition Place. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine now. Just the only problem we have is that was Councillor Pasternak already gone? You guys? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Peter, 6, 7, 8. All right, yeah. Just yes. We will do what we said we would do. I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, said quick release.
Well, if I didn't hear any, but if you have
I was
one,
waiting for you to finish what you were doing.
I'm always thrilled to hear about quick release.
Okay, yes. I was attempting earlier on to move the
sports
11.9, which is the Raptors practice facility, and Councillor Perks had some comments, but as you've said, he is not here, and I just simply wanted to again thank the staff for doing that what we'd asked them to do, just to ensure that the city's name is prominently featured there as part of the facilities. That's done as it's incorporated in the lease agreement, and I can actually just move the recommendations that are here.
Thank you. And he expressed some concern. I said I'd talk to him about it with regard to other things, but he did apologize for the fact he had to go off to a planning meeting, and then he had held the item. So Councillor Thompson is moving release and the approval of the item, 11.9.
Yeah.
And all those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Does that bring us then to 11.13?
Yes.
Official plan amendment for Exhibition Place. So we have 3 deputants. The first is Mr. Ashton, familiar face, President of the CNE Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had an interesting conversation during your speech about boards, and I asked my colleague, not the one here, I'm an ex-politician on a board. What does that make me? The response was the worst kind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for time. Beside me is Virginia Ludi, who is the new general manager of the Canadian National Exhibition, and I must say, the first woman general manager of the CNEA in 138 years. And that isn't why it's important. Why it's important is she is the best in the business, and I just wanted to say that publicly. Thank you very much for the time. I had 2 options. One was a long speech and one was a short speech. If I asked you, I know you would ask.
Councillor, is your mic on there?
Speech.
Your microphone, is it on?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Can you hear?
Yeah, just maybe sit forward a bit.
Okay, thank you. I will give the short speech. This matter was referred from the fall back here to allow Exhibition Place to make a presentation. What you have before you today is the result of a rule the city has with respect to parkland, that parkland cannot be sold without council making that particular decision, and parkland cannot have a lease beyond 21 years, which by extension is considered a sale. That rule has an interesting history. It goes back to a park in the city of York that got into quite a controversy at the time, where there was attempts to sell parkland, and eventually this rule was adopted by the city to make sure that through the official plan there was a trigger mechanism if parkland was to be sold or leased beyond 21 years. What's before you today is a lease request agreement from Exhibition Place. Because it's beyond 21 years, that agreement cannot be entered into until the official plan is looked at, reviewed, and I would assume an exemption is placed on it. Let me be absolutely clear that the Canadian National Exhibition, with respect to music, does not see music's tendency as a positive one. We do not believe it makes a good contribution and is complementary to the uses on the grounds. Having said that, as this issue has emerged, the official plan that is in place also embraces two other properties on the ground, both leased to the private sector. One is Liberty Grand, and the other is Medieval Times. That, to a certain extent, complicates the issue. Liberty Grand will tell you, if they have not already, that they too, in order to run their business, are looking at a possible lease extension. And as the Mayor has said at the last time we dealt with this issue, in the business world, as we all appreciate, you need that element of certainty to raise money, to raise capital, to invest it, and so on. So at the CNE, we get that. So should you choose today to honor this particular recommendation, to review the official plan and look at an amendment of that park space, and I believe you can do that by technically applying conditions to an exemption which would be embraced with that official plan designation. This provides you, I think, an opportunity, if you choose to go in that direction, to seize the moment and put conditions on that particular OP that allows a lease to be extended if it's agreeable through negotiations. But it allows you to put conditions, and we would ask you to look at, through this official plan review, the issue of the heritage buildings and their preservation. We would ask you to look at the park setting that these three buildings, and particularly music, sit in. We would ask you to consider this precinct as it goes forward as a place where greater public accessibility and animation can take place. And that would be around the issue and the question of uses. We are also here to say, if you seize the moment with respect to this official plan amendment, we believe that over the years, to a large extent, since this official plan was placed in about 2004, that it's time to take a harder, more comprehensive, visionary look at Exhibition Place in total, the 192 acres. And if you'd like to look at Exhibition Place as a major waterfront asset of the City of Toronto in the context of the Toronto waterfront. And we would ask you to do that because it would allow you to take a pause, take a hard look at it, find the values and the principles you want to attach to the future uses of this property, and provide the direction both to the Board of Governors and particularly to the private sector. What do you expect on these grounds? But more than anything else, to make a bold statement to the broader public how important you feel Exhibition Place is as a property in your inventory to the future of the City of Toronto. So that is a position we're taking, Mr. Mayor. I believe there may be a motion put forward to accommodate that particular interest. I do not believe any of the parties who have a business interest here would object to this particular approach, and I do not believe the approach would delay anyone as it relates to their ability to deal with the city in a realistic fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton. Is there a question for this deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, so we have before us, we have a motion that I think that Councillor Thompson will move that speaks to the comments you've just made. We also have before us the correspondence from the residents associations, and I know they've appealed to you directly, so you know that they're asking for either a rejection or a deferral of consideration of this item until we do the master plan first and then the amendment. Would there be a problem with that in terms of the other two lessees, Medieval Times and Liberty Grand?
No, I think if your planning department says they could undertake this precinct review with respect to the western portion in a timely way, music particularly would not feel that's an encumbrance. I believe that if you look at the chain of events, the OP has to come back to you as a council to be approved. Then Exhibition Place would continue their negotiations for an agreement with music, which may embrace additional conditions that are reflected in the official plan.
Right. And do you feel, if we start into the process of an amendment, does the board feel it's in a position to speak to what conditions should be attached, or are you supposed to stay aside almost like a politician while planning does their work?
We have had discussions, and I can't speak for the Board of Governors, I can speak for the CNEA, who is
Yeah.
the largest tenant on the grounds. And we've had discussions with the planners, and there are issues around the heritage buildings and how the policies of the city today are protecting those heritage buildings and how that protection is embraced by various agreements. There are issues around the green space, access and transportation that need to be addressed. And I think if you ask the planners, they would tell you, yes, this is a good time to do that and provide a direction that makes sure agreements in the future align with the interests of council.
Right. So in terms of attaching, you feel unencumbered to suggest the types of conditions that could make sure that we are aligned?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that, excuse me. Councillor Karygiannis has a question.
Thank you. Contrary to my colleague and her thought of how the place works, there's a Board of Governors, and there's also a committee from the Board of Governors that looks about leases and long-term leases, and everything comes to that committee. So the question should be going to that committee and to that Board of Governors versus to you, that kind of line of questioning. I just want to put that on the record. If the trouble, the music that everybody concentrates around, if that wasn't there, and there were different kinds of tenants, would you have any difficulty in changing the plan to allow for people to be there for more than 21 years? Let's say if you get 3 medieval times in there.
It's an interesting question. You're absolutely right. That issue of the agreement and the uses would fall to the BOG unless this particular review put constraints on it. That particular agreement, if they chose to allow the expansion of uses at music, would be in the purview of the BOG. I would submit to you that I think, having been on the Board of Governors in the past, that one of the issues that's guarded and carefully balanced is the issue of uses and exclusivity, to make sure that there are not advantages given to any one particular tenant.
Okay, let's break that into layman's terms. Being a former politician on the board, I understand that. Layman's terms. If music was all of a sudden not on the horizon and you had 3 great tenants, fantastic individuals, would your board, CNE, be here today making the presentation not to extend leases of people that are in there more than 21 years?
We would not support a nightclub as a specific use. If the opportunity arose in 2024 to have a request for proposals, I would submit to you that the CNE would probably put in a proposal to return the use to more of a public purpose. Are there other uses that wouldn't conflict with Medieval Times or Liberty Grand? Perhaps there are, but there's been no proposal put out to ascertain what the market is today. Okay. The last time it was done for music was 10 years ago.
Mr. Ashton, let me try one more time, sir, if I can. So am I hearing that you have absolutely no disagreement with the city allowing the grounds to be rented for more than 21 years? Yes or no?
If it's more than 21 years...
Karygiannis, it's not a cross-examination, and the questions are to be directed through the chair, as are the answers to be given. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
The issue that confronts you as a councillor is an interesting one, and it's value-laden. And first of all, I would remind you that there's another rule that drives council with respect to sole sourcing. And many of those sole sourcing recommendations were contained within the Bellamy inquiry in order to bring rigor and discipline to how city assets are given out to the broader public. So I think if you were asking me at the end of at 2024 when this lease comes up, is it preferential to go out for an RFP? I would say yes.
Through the mayor, through the chair. Fine, 2024, and there's other leases that are moving in different years. But are you amenable to allowing tenants to be there for more than 21 years?
There's tenants there now. Liberty Grand has a a lease that's coming up, at medieval times is even longer. So as they rotate through, yes, there's going to be people in the private sector using those buildings. Are those buildings, in order to achieve city goals with respect to preservation of the buildings, with respect to creating a revenue stream that's to the benefit of the city, a useful private sector-public partnership? Yes. I don't know, Mr. Chair, how else
I thank you, Chair. I thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, Councillor Karygiannis. Other members not on the committee that want to ask questions of Mr. Ashton? Members of the committee wishing to ask questions of Mr. Ashton? Well then. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson. Right.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ashton. The recommendation that's contained here, and you are aware of the motion which I'm going to be putting forward, it doesn't actually impede or affect, my motion does not affect the recommendation that's in one. Is that correct?
No.
Right. And so, having been on the CNE board for some time, and Virginia, thank you. I do agree with Mr. Ashton's comment. You're amazing and have always been, so it's great to have you. Having been on that board for some time and having seen all of the different flux and uncertainty around the environment, it is time now that there is a full undertaking, a consultation that should sort of look a long-term view in terms of what happens and how the lands are utilized. Would you agree?
I would agree. We had a conversation with the former chief planner several weeks ago, and I asked him the specific question about the official plan that now overlays Exhibition Place. What was in your thinking at the time? And he more or less responded, it was kind of a holding OP. It was kind of recognition of what was already going on. And I said, well, do you think there's value in the city saying, let's take a look at it so we can look for the next 50 years?
Right.
He said, yes, there is. There's also an interesting opportunity here with respect to Ontario Place. You can sit and wait about the future of your own grounds until something happens at Ontario Place that may be positive, may be negative. Or you can take the leadership, which I would submit to you would put the province in the position of saying, well, we better engage in this to make sure we're protecting our own interests, and maybe there are things that we can do together with the city, but it would be city leadership, not the other way around. So I think that's an important point as well.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, further to Councillor Ashton, the motion does contain and reflects on that the necessity in order to address that. As you may recall, there had been quite some discussion some time ago as to whether or not Exhibition or CNE would be folded in, and even the mayor's own work that he's done at Ontario Place, looking at how to sort of bring all the lands and all of the different variety of options of things that people would like there. So would you, it's about time that we start having that full, wholesome discussion. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and I think the broader public would salute you to look at the waterfront in that particular fashion.
Right. And so Councillor Karygiannis had sort of indicated about a committee at the Board of Governors and or CN, the exhibition grounds. It's always issue with CNEA, exhibition, and so on. So he had asked about whether or not the committee itself, should that not be the work of the committee. This does not preclude the committee or members for being involved. Is that correct, as part of the Board of Governors?
Two areas of responsibility. Councillor Karygiannis' responsibility of chair of the Buildings Development Committee is to respond to building development opportunities, agreements, business, and so on.
Right.
Planning of the grounds and their future use is, of course, a city responsibility under the Planning Act. Having said that,
right.
the CNE, and I had a conversation earlier with Councillor Karygiannis, is quite welcoming of coming together with Councillor Karygiannis to talk about our vision of the future, his vision of the BOG, and seeing how they align with the General City Council's directions.
So it doesn't preclude that from
absolutely
Exhibition
not.
Place, CNEA, everybody working together, and community as a whole.
No, not at all. In fact, I welcome the opportunity.
And then my final question through to you. Is it your understanding that there would be any conflict with respect to Community Council, any of these recommendations being forwarded off to Community Council as to create some sort of impediment, either with respect to the OP changes and or the collective discussion around what could take place?
I think you may want to get Planning Committee or legal interpretation of that.
I will ask that question.
I suspect that what you'd be doing today is setting aside the agreement that was before you, instructing the planning staff to undertake a review. That review would come back, I would think, through normal process to the Community Council. That's the way I would think, but you might want to ask.
I will ask, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Thank you. I think that would be anybody else going once, going twice. Thank you very much to both of you. My list is right here, and next is Connie Dijak, Vice Chair, Exhibition Place Board of Governors. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Actually, the last time we really did see each other was I was on the board of Ontario Place.
You were.
And there was a lot of work done, so I can really answer both questions. I want to thank you so much. That went well. But anyways, I want to thank you, Mayor Tory, very much, members of Executive, for allowing me to be here today. I'm actually representing Councillor Grimes, who is not available, and I am the Vice Chair of the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place. What I would like to do is, to make sure my 5 minutes does not run out, first provide some clarity. Exhibition Place oversees a number of tenants. CNE is actually one of our tenants. So when they talk about their board or sitting on it, as you know, the city divided up quite some time ago. CNE is on their own. They're doing well, which is wonderful. But as the Board of Exhibition Place, we have many, many tenants. And I think whether this process or this motion is accepted or not is really, we do want to talk a little bit about process, that the Exhibition Place Board of Governors, of which we have 2 members here, Jim Kirkianis, sorry, Jim, I'm a little nervous, and yeah, I know, I keep looking at this clock. I'm thinking of putting it in my boardroom. But also the fact that we have a Board of Governors. This motion, this discussion was brought forward by one of our tenants to the councillor, and it may be a good idea, but what we're saying is we need to discuss it at Exhibition Place. It's a walk-on that we haven't seen before, and quite frankly, for one of the tenants to hire a consultant to get the message across, from a governance perspective, we do have a little bit of concern around that process. So what I wanted to say here today is I have a letter from the Councillor Grimes. He's asked me to read it specifically. I'm hoping it's before you, but if it is, then don't tell him that I didn't read it, but perhaps I would. I can trust you all to read it. Is that in the minutes? Thank you. What I would say is there are some key messaging here, and the fact that what we're asking is to really bring about some consistency throughout the site. And we're not talking about changing heritage buildings. We're not talking about extending leases here today. We're asking to allow us to enter into a process that, quite frankly, will take another additional year and consultation, and have an opportunity for all of our tenants, not just CNE, all of our tenants to come forward and contribute. It has nothing to do with the lease being agreed upon, sole sourcing. We have never sole sourced, but what it is fundamentally this is an administrative report designed to initiate a process. And the process is going to take a year, and even at the end of that year, if you do not agree with it, it goes to council. We are an agent of City Council. We're your agency, and you have entrusted us and asked us to manage this site. I understand and I feel your disappointment. I sense it as well. We could be the jewel of the lakefront, absolutely. But that's not what we're discussing here today. What we're saying here today is last year we came before you and we asked the very same thing, and you went back and said to us, have more consultation. We're sending it back. We want it done another year. Go out, talk to all of your constituents. We did that. We're now before you once again to ask you, please consider the recommendation by the chair and the board. And I will say that what we're doing is changing a piece of land to make all of it the open space we're not dealing with. We have a number of tenants. There's 4 tenants involved. And we have music, which we all know about. We have Liberty Grand, we have the theatre, and we have Medieval Times. And these are buildings that are not on open space. These are buildings that are on lands, and it should be appropriately designated as such. And the second thing that I would want to say is that without going back to our other tenants, MLSE, going back to a number of them and saying, here's something else we'd like to consider, because I think we should put our minds to it, but I can't do it when just received it and the board chair has not seen it. It really is important that processes follow. This is just too important a deal. It really is. And I've always respected and worked well with Councillor Thompson, and he knew I was going to say this, but all I'm saying is that as an agency, as an agency of this council, we're asking you to follow your own process, which would be to allow us to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, look at what needs to be done, and we may come back with the exact same recommendation, but give us the opportunity as your board to look at it and then put forward that recommendation. So that's really what we're asking is we're not going to comment on the second motion that's being put forward.
And
we don't
I'm
agree
afraid,
with it.
pursuant to that clock you want in your boardroom, you're out of time anyway.
Okay, thank God.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank
and you
you
may
so
want to
much.
give second thoughts to having that clock in your boardroom, but
Thank you.
you get to push the button, so you see.
Oh, do I have to?
Anyway, thank you very much. Just stay there for 1 second in case there's some questions.
Oh.
There may or may not be questions.
Okay.
Councillor Ainslie does have one.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, if you would have difficulty with the aspects of this motion or what the concern is. Like, it seems that what the CNE would want to do and the exhibition place would be very similar.
Councillor Ainslie, I think what I'm saying is that we were never approached by CNEA. They never came and spoke to us. They never spoke to our committee. They went directly to Councillor Thompson through their, well, I don't know, a number of councillors with their lobbyists, and we never saw the motion. So what I'm saying is that I don't know until we're able to meet as a board and, quite frankly, look at it. And we have a close relationship with CNEA. Diane Young works very closely with them. So why they would bypass the board is unfortunate, but I don't know. I don't know if it may be wonderful. It may be that we have other ideas come forward as well. I think that it's just thrown us, and we don't know.
Okay, all right.
Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Jim.
Thank you, Councillor
Sorry,
Ainslie.
thank
Any
you.
other questions of Stajak? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much for your time.
And that would bring us to our final deputant, Rick Amos. Mr. Amos here? Okay, well, hearing Mr. Amos is not here, then it would be time for us to have questions of staff by people who are not members of the committee. Do I hear any questions of staff? Okay, hearing none, then I would move to members of the committee who may have questions of staff. Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong.
Councillor Thompson's motion, which was advanced circulated, so we all have it before us. So this seems to me to be an arrangement where you're looking at 2 or 3 different properties, and that would be the official plan amendment that's recommended by staff. And now you're actually enlarging that to looking at the CNE, the whole area. Is that a fair analysis?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It broadens the recommendation in the context of the report to put the official plan amendment in a broader context, which includes Exhibition Place and Ontario Place precinct.
So, and also you're bringing in the Ontario government and Ontario Place, so that expands it even further, yes?
Through the mayor.
That's the second recommendation.
Through the mayor, the second recommendation, in fact, would involve having conversations that would happen through the city manager's office with respect to advancing the Ontario Place planning process that is currently underway, but it would not be conjoined to the official plan amendment process.
Okay, so the arrangement under recommendation number 1 by Councillor Thompson, that would be, you would say that would be because, if you were going to make an argument for that, you would say that would because Exhibition Place would be a piece of property or an issue that would have citywide interest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. My next so if that's the case, then this would be dealt with through the executive committee, therefore, since it has a citywide interest. Would that be also fair to say, based on the protocol for dealing with such matters?
Through the mayor, there's likely a variety of ways that this could proceed, as is often the case, and there's a judgment involved. But there is, in fact, a citywide interest in part, and it would not be inappropriate to redirect it through a committee in order to respond to that citywide interest.
Okay. And then, so my next question would be, so it seems to me that this is going to take much longer than what's being recommended in the staff report, because they're only looking at, the recommendation is to look for official plan amendment for just these 3 properties. This seems to be something that could take months, whereas this other arrangement that Councillor Thompson's amendment is looking at, or the motion is looking at, could take years.
Through the mayor, the recommendation in the staff report before us today was already identified as taking approximately a year. We need to, if this motion in fact is advanced by this committee, we would need to go back and look at our timeline, but there's no reason to believe that we couldn't advance this work in a significant way on that same timeline in a year. A year is a sufficient amount of time. Quite frankly, in other areas of the city, we've been able to advance official plan amendments on shorter timelines. In part, it depends on the level of due diligence that has been done in other areas of the site. It depends on how the consultation advances. If there's a high level of consensus with respect to the land uses and the process is less iterative, then we can advance quite quickly. If there are some significant contentious issues that involve working groups and multiple meetings with key stakeholders, then the process is typically elongated.
Yeah, so let's go down that path for a second. I don't have much time, but you would agree that for some of these properties, I think it would be fair to say that there's not, to say that there's a fair amount of consensus on the land use of these properties would be a bit of a stretch, given what we've seen in terms of the public discussion. So if there's, as you say, not a lot of consensus, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of consensus, that this process could take a lot more than a year.
Could I just interrupt, just because I'll otherwise miss the time? I just want to get a motion that we extend until we complete the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
Anyway, there doesn't seem to be a lot of consensus, so if there's not a lot of consensus, that process could take much longer, couldn't it?
Through the mayor, I'm not clear as to what you're referring to as there not being consensus. There is an open space framework that already exists in the area, which we do not imagine upending in this process. Quite frankly, we believe there is a strong public appetite for reaffirming that open space framework. In addition, there are heritage buildings that we expect in this process will again be affirmed as recognized as being valuable. So it's difficult at this point in time for us to have clarity as to whether there are significant contentious issues that would elongate the process. At first blush, that's not our perception, but there may be some issues that we are as of yet unaware of.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Am I wrong? Councillor Shiner.
The more I listened, Jennifer, the more confused I'm getting. So, there's a motion that's here from Councillor Thompson. And it asks you to do a report to the appropriate committee by the end of the second quarter of 2016 on a bunch of stuff. If you were doing an official plan amendment or something like that, would you normally, if it's citywide interest, would it go to the Planning and Growth Committee?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So if we adopted this today, and you have a work plan now for 2016 that's pretty full? Or do you have space to do more work?
Through the mayor, that's correct. This is not in our 2016 work program.
Okay. But the issue that council's grappling with is so can I ask my next question? Sorry. So the issue we're grappling with is the fact that some of the tenants that are in those buildings would like lease extensions. That's our issue?
Through the mayor, that's correct. That's the driver.
So if we adopted this motion, could you report back by the second quarter of 2016
how he could manage that? And what else you would propose, short-term and long-term, for dealing with the exhibition site, knowing that the first issue is the leases and other issues might be different than that? I'm getting a reverberation. Sorry about that.
Through the mayor, as I understand the motion, it is a request for us to report back by the end of the second quarter of 2016 on the development of an appropriate official plan amendment. We wouldn't actually be bringing the official plan amendment forward. We would be bringing the work program forward for that official plan amendment.
So that's why I was saying, I'm trying to keep it short. If we adopted this, could you come back to us by the second quarter before and tell us how you could achieve the goals that I think we want to do, which is first part, the current sites that need a lease extension, second part, all the public consultation, all the open space, and anything else you'd recommend for the exhibition?
Through the mayor, that's correct. We can do that, and in part because this issue has been on the table for several months now, and we've done some thinking already about how we would advance this. So
I'm
it's
just
not
asking
completely
if you
new.
can come back
The answer is
quickly to
yes.
us and say, we know the two issues. One issue is the leases, second issue is the whole site, and give us some recommendations at committee, and then we could give you some go-forward instructions on it so we could resolve the two issues that are here.
Through the mayor, that's correct. That's viable.
Do I have to change the words to the appropriate committee to know that it'll come back to planning and growth and not to the community council, or should I leave it as it is? If I change the words, is it easier?
Through the mayor, it's my understanding that the appropriate committee would in fact be PGM unless there was another opinion otherwise. If you changed it at this point, I might have a colleague who thinks otherwise who I've not consulted. So if you leave it to the appropriate committee, we can then resolve that subsequent to this
All right,
meeting.
thank you. So I can ask my colleague if he'd amend his motion, and that'll take care of it.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So my colleague's more than prepared to change the words, the appropriate motion, to Planning and Growth Committee.
Just on that, I thought I heard Ms. Keesmaat say the appropriate committee words are better in terms of, or maybe I didn't.
The appropriate committee, which you'd have to discuss it with the colleagues. The mover of the motion is sitting next to me, is happy to make a Planning and Growth Committee in his motion, which the chief planner has said she thinks is the appropriate committee right now.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's where it belongs.
So I don't want to have any further discussion. I want
I'm
my
right.
colleague, Councillor Menon Wong, to know what's
You
going on.
misunderstood what she said. She was concerned. But anyway, that's fine. You just carry on. All right, then.
I have no
You
further questions.
Finished with the questions? All right. Thank you. Other questions of staff?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. You were consulted on this particular motion, were you not?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Yes. And there was a motion, actually, that was moved, actually, direction of council as it related to this area, doing some work there. I think that was in August of 2014. Can you tell us how does that actually relate to the motion that I've actually put forward?
Through the mayor, it's consistent with the motion that you're bringing forward today.
So there's nothing inconsistent. So it's about the timing that Mr. Menon Wong is asking about and so on. How does that, the effect with respect to Councillor Menon Wong, the effect with respect to that motion, how does that affect what's in front of us today?
Through the mayor, the motion that we have before us today implements the coordinated planning approach in the previous motion.
So there's a coordination here.
That's correct.
Can I draw through my questioning? So we have dealt with many issues around Exhibition Place, CNE and so on, and there seems to be a tremendous amount of flux in terms of what should happen, what's going on there, and use of the lands and so on. Would you not agree that it would be consistent that we actually now start turning our minds to actually coming up with some plans that would be obviously supported with the community and all those interested parties? Do you not now think that this discussion should take place in light of what we did today with the Scarborough subway? Would you not draw a parallel to that?
Through the mayor, there's value in going through this exercise in part because this exercise was initiated earlier prior to the provincial election, and the work around Ontario Place was put on hold once we hit the election point. There should be some thinking and work undertaken now in order also to link up with the work that we're doing on the waterfront transit. So there are a series of initiatives that in fact overlay, that require clarity about this direction and the future long-term vision for Exhibition Place and Ontario Place as they are
Right.
joined.
And so my final question, because I don't think that's my time that's actually on the screen. This motion that I'm putting forward does not affect or alter the ability to deal with the motion that's actually in the report. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, I don't believe that it conflicts in every way with what's in the report. It makes it more specific.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
With your consensus, I would propose to allow, a second round that I think might consist of one, but Councillor Menard-Wong has been said very little today and has a couple of more questions he wants to ask, and I propose to let him do that. So, pardon me? So,
I've just, on two subjects. So we're dealing writ large, most of the questions have been writ large about the Exhibition Place in general, but there are actually some businesses that are going to be affected by this decision. And so I would like to ask the CNE staff, what are the arrangements, what are the consequences of us delaying this process to people that have leases and have made investments or want to make investments, to a potential significant delay in trying to get some sort of resolution to this?
Well, I think that there's a letter on at the back here talking, that's from Liberty Grand that indicated that they wanted to move ahead with a roof replacement, but they obviously, with only 5 years left on their term, it was difficult for them to make that investment. So those are the kind of investments the tenants are thinking of, that if they only have 5 more years left on their lease, it's a difficult move for them. So they won't do it, likely.
So if there's only 5 years left on one of those leases for the Liberty Grand, yes?
The Liberty Grand, yes, went in, my calculation here, they started in 2001 and they have a 20-year lease, so 6 years, 5 years.
So if this goes on for a lengthy amount of time, they're just going to sit on their hands and not make any of these repairs, yes?
They will obviously repair the roof if it leaks, but they won't replace the roof.
They won't replace the roof. So would you say that a big delay would hurt? What do you think the impact of a large delay would be?
Well, again, when we've talked to the tenants about this, and it's because we've also talked to city planning in advance, we had always said to the tenants, if you start the official plan amendment process, and as somebody indicated, the report, we've always been cautioned by the city planners that it would be about a year. By the time the whole process takes place, including an appeal, potential appeal, that a year is a time frame. So we've always told the tenants, if we start this process, it will be a year-long process. So they know that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So I guess they're saying that this new amendment is no longer, I look to city planning for that.
I have one more question. When did you draft this amendment for Councillor Thompson?
Through the chair, maybe several hours ago, we were asked to review the draft amendment from the councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Tory, I do have a question.
Yep.
Okay, so Muzak lease, I'm over here. Do your tenants, are they responsible for the structural maintenance of a building?
Yes, all the buildings that are leased to these are freestanding buildings, and they've all taken, as is, every part of it. Roof, those, it's music, if you know Music Nightclub in medieval times, they have those large glass domes, it's their problem. Yes.
The answer is yes is a good answer.
Yes, it's,
and they don't have any cost.
Yes.
Is there structural issues with the roof now, or is it simply that it's leaking and they'd like to?
I don't know the details of anybody's actual property, because that would be their issue. But I would say after 20 years on their lease that those roofs are starting to be needing to be replaced, because prior to leasing these, Exhibition Place did not do those upgrades.
And they've had the premises for how long now?
Well, Medieval Times is 1993. Liberty Grand's 2001, and music is 2003-4, I think.
And they're all 20-year leases?
No, Medieval Times was prior to the city's official plan. It was during the Metro days, and it's a 35-year lease.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions by members of the committee? All right. Hearing none, then we move to speakers. Are there speakers from outside the committee who wish to speak to this matter? All right. Hearing none, members of the committee wishing to speak. Everybody's, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There is a motion on the screen. This motion has had a lot of consultation, both internally, externally, and you've heard from staff that it's consistent with respect to the work that they're doing. You've also heard through the questioning that's been asked by members of the committee about timing and delayed and so on. I'm not quite sure what that means, because the staff has actually indicated that, quite frankly, it's part of a parallel process in the work that they're doing, that this should come back. It strikes me as a former member of the CNE board, and also in terms of numerous discussions I've had with folks in this area, people are always complaining about the lack of real focus and lack of purpose in terms of understanding what and how to utilize the lands there. And it seems to me that it's about time we start talking about the land use in this particular area. It seems to me that there's a lot of people with respect to ideas about what needs to happen. And this is about really us now taking a very purposeful look at the site and need to address many issues, not only Ontario Place. I wish Ontario Place was owned by the city. Clearly, we would be able to start focusing our attention on the whole area, not just the area that's owned by us. I hope that the problems will actually come to the table and see fit to start doing what needs to be done. Quite frankly, this is a tremendous amount of land space. We've heard it's 192 acres of lands, and that we pop things up, whether or not it's the soccer stadium, where the hotel, a variety of things that are taking place. It's just disjointed in my view. It's the view of many people, and I think this really needs some attention at this particular point in time. My motion seeks not to impede or not to affect the OP amendment and changes that has been requested, or in fact that brings this particular matter here. It is in fact actually an opportunity for us to do more, and I think that the time has come. I know that there seemed to have been some confusion in terms of what was intended here, and that there was concern that somehow my motion would affect what was actually being requested. We've heard from the staff that's not the case. And in fact, I think it's about time we do something. I mean, I can go on and talk about this, but I think the point is that the public should be consulted. Those, such as the exhibition place, should be consulted, CNEA, the local councillors, and so on. I've actually shown this to the local councillor, one of the two local councillors. He's actually in agreement. He thinks that this is about time that we actually start doing this. And so for those who may have challenges or issues in terms of understanding this, I think that what they need to do is take a clearer look in terms of the confusion that seems to be taking place in this particular area of the city. It's a jewel. It's an iconic area of the city that really needs to be given some time and to make some determination in terms of what are the objectives. We talk about preserving, obviously, the heritage properties and the public space and events that are taking place there and so on, so that the public can have more enjoyment there. I, for one, for example, fully support the CNE. I love that as an iconic, obviously, event that takes place in the city. Don't want to see that end. I want to see how that actually is able to be incorporated as it relates to overall utilization and to have its impact on the city going forward. So that's the purpose of my motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I had Deputy Mayor Menard-Wong to speak.
So I'm going to move that Councillor Thompson's motion be referred back to the Board of Exhibition Place, and I'm going to recommend that we adopt the staff reports that are enclosed in 1113. So what you have to realize is the exhibition place, these are the people that we've entrusted to run the exhibition. They didn't ask for this. They don't want new land use. They don't want to get. They don't want consideration of all these type of things. They haven't even seen the recommendation, and so I think it's incumbent upon us to send them that for their thoughtful consideration, to see if this is something valuable and useful, and maybe they'll come back to us and say, you know, we didn't have that idea, but it's a good one, and maybe we should move forward with it. And then we could, at the same time, we can also move forward with the existing recommendation and move forward for the consideration of the OPA. I have a concern that it was obvious through my questioning, that this is going to take longer than we all expect. And I think that, you know, when you're looking at something as important and as large as Exhibition Place, to see, you know, I find it, you know, in the words of Maxwell Smart, I find it rather hard to believe that this is going to take 12 months. I think it's going to take a lot longer. And the decisions that we make have very real consequences for very real businesses that have put their faith in us in an Exhibition Place and invested significant sums of money. So what I'm proposing here is you adopt the staff recommendations, you take Councillor Thompson's motions seriously and thoughtfully, you send it back to the people who we've entrusted to run this organization to say, what do you think of this? Come back to us with your ideas and whether you support it. Because they do it on a day-to-day basis. They know the organization and those properties better than anybody. So that's what I'd be recommending.
Mayor Tory.
Is Councillor Shiner to speak?
Unfortunately, yes. Mayor Tory, I'm supportive, after my questions of the Chief Planner and my discussions with some of the staff, including them in your office, of Councillor Thompson's motion. I think it's the appropriate way to go. What we have in front of us is a request for an OPA amendment from the Chief Executive Officer of Exhibition Place. It's not going to get dealt with this year. There was a report already to committee from the Chief Planner as to the work plan for the departments, and even if you submitted one now in January or February, you're not going to have that answer. And the motion that we have with the changes coming to planning and growth, not to the Community Council, will allow us to get some suggestions from the staff as to how we can achieve the issue which we asked for, which is the lease extensions, and how we can deal with the rest of the official plan and the vision, if any changes for the park itself. So in all respect, I don't like to come between two of my colleagues with two different opinions. I wish they have one. But in this case, I'm suggesting you allow the motion and support the motion from Councillor Thompson. That'll get us a report fairly quickly into Planning and Growth Committee. We'll see the direction that we need to try and resolve the issue. We'll make some recommendations as to how to go forward. Everyone's welcome to committee. We'll try and get this sorted out so we can do both, extend the lease as we need to if council so wishes, and deal with the planning matters that might be necessary for the rest of the exhibition itself in due course without affecting their ability to do business as usual with the lessees that are there.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Other members to speak? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. So we've got two recommendations. You know, there's the original recommendation in this report, and then looking at Councillor Thompson's. And the one thing that strikes me is that this motion that Councillor Thompson's putting forward, it's more detailed and more specific about things that we need to be looking at in terms of heritage designation and public enjoyment of the space. And I'll be supporting Councillor Thompson's. The one thing I've learned around here when we're directing staff or asking staff to do something, the more details we can ask for in a report, the better. And we've heard the answers from staff about doing this, and I think, you know, moving forward with this is the appropriate thing to do. So I'll be supporting Councillor Thompson.
Any other speakers? I wanted to say a word on this, but anybody else? Okay. You know, I'll just set the clock. I do think that one important point that's been made today, and I think that, again, you know, some people here come from business and some don't. and this goes on and on around here with a lot of the different things where we have these partnerships with people. It is not fair to expect people to step up and invest, especially when it's substantial sums of money, but frankly any sum of money at all, if they can't get the requisite degree of security. And sometimes people think, well, they're looking for too much from us, they're trying to, pull a fast one on us. But the bottom line is that, people who are going to make these kinds of investments, and especially in buildings they don't own, are entitled to have some degree of certainty with respect to the period of time over which they'll be able to amortize that investment and earn back that money. They're in business. They're trying to make a profit, and they're trying to make a profit including the cost of carrying their repairs. So I strongly endorse that. I will take, though, I think I understood the answers of Ms. Keesmaat to suggest that this broader look at the Ontario Place, at the Exhibition Place and Ontario Place precinct, if I can call it that, is not going to take dramatically longer. The official plan process was going to take quite a period of time anyway. And so I regret the fact that it means that I have to vote against your motion, Deputy Mayor, but I do want to register very strongly in my view that we should, I don't know how we end up in these situations where we haven't talked to people and there hasn't been communication, including in pieces of land we own and corporations we appoint the board of, and things come forward suddenly and people haven't been talked to. I don't get how that works. Wouldn't work that way anywhere else except here. And I think that's not fair to people who are asking to make significant investments. But having said that, I think the approach that's being taken, this kind of broader approach, as Councillor Ainsley just said, is probably the right one. And it's maybe the process leading up to that wasn't what it should be. But I'll vote for the Councillor Thompson's motion, and that will amend the main item, which of course I'll support as well. And unfortunately, I'll vote against Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong's referral. Question on, do we have, so the first motion is the referral motion, to refer Councillor Thompson's motion to, beg pardon? This part one of Councillor Thompson's motion to refer it to the Exhibition Place Board and so on. This is Councillor Menon Wong, this is dealt with first. All those in favour?
On the motion to refer the part in yellow to the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place, all those in favor, Councillor Crawford, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, all those opposed, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. Motion to refer loses.
So then we move to the amendment itself, motion one, as shown here. All those in favour of the recorded vote.
On the amendment by Councillor Thompson, all those in favour, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson, all those opposed, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. The motion carries.
And now we deal with the item as amended. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you all very much. So that brings us next
try again to release that one.
What, 11.19?
One more time.
Oh, 7. What's 7? Oh, yes.
So
there's a motion here. So this one here? This one.
Staff can put it up on the screen, would be easier.
So we're just dealing with 11.7 now, colleagues. And
so, Mayor Tory, this is in regards to the development charges. What I'm asking for is being repetitive. And the last time we dealt with it, we had asked the province to have a development charge for GO Transit and Metrolink capital expansion projects. They have still been silent on that. So what happens is all the development that goes on through Toronto and the GTA, nothing is paid for the infrastructure that has to be in place to support that development, and that's not right, and this council has said that in the past. We have to continue to bring it to the province's attention because it's only fair that development that requires improvements in infrastructure, and in particular in transit infrastructure, should contribute to part of that cost. And right now, it's a free ride for the developers when it comes to that $50 billion expansion that the province is putting on, but it's certainly not a free ride for the rest of the taxpayers in the province of Ontario who can't afford it, so the province is either selling assets or building on debt. For the life of me, I don't know why they're not getting a contribution to development charges, which is their own laws and their own ways of going about it, to expand the major transportation network that's needed right throughout the GTA. So this is just, again, bringing it back to the attention and asking when your report comes back on Smart Track if we've actually heard anything on it. That's my motion. And otherwise, the rest of the staff recommendations.
Councillor Shiner, are there, so we've got the recommendation with an amendment moved by Councillor Shiner. Are there others wishing to speak to this? That's good. All right, and then we'll call the question on the amendment first. Councillor Shiner's motion. All those in favour? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, then we have the item as amended, and that would take us to the vote. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, then do we come to 1119 next? Is that the last item? Yes. All right, 1119. What was 11.3? That's the airport. Why don't we deal with that? And I can just deal with that very quickly. I only wanted to make a comment. This is the matter. Are there any questions of staff on it? It's the airport noise, and it was just to receive the report, and I held it. I just want to make a comment on it. All right. I simply wanted to say that while I'm happy to vote to receive this report, I'm also going to write to the minister because I'm not satisfied that the process that's set out in the report, that it speaks to the question of airport noise because of changes that were made by NAV Canada, taking a lot of planes over what amounts to kind of parts of North Toronto, many, many more planes than used to be the case, that there's a consultation process set out in the report back to us, which NAV Canada says they're engaging in. I think it's a slow consultation process, and although this has gone on long enough that we're towards the end of the reported consultation process, you know how these things go. And so I want to write to say to the new Minister of Transport, Marc Garneau, that I hope he could speed that up. And secondly, there are set out 6 ideas put forward by the residents who are concerned about this and who are experiencing this aircraft noise. And I can't believe that, notwithstanding the consultation process might be ongoing, they couldn't look at some of these 6 ideas and make those changes now because they just believed it was the right thing to do. And so I just wanted to really inform the members of council that I will, as mayor, be writing to the Minister of Transport and suggesting that while the consultation process is fine, and I understand that, and while the 6 ideas look worthy of review, and I'm no expert to know which ones could work and which ones couldn't, that I would certainly hope that he and his officials might be back to us faster than the end of this consultation process on the kind of Never Never program, because in the meantime people are losing sleep, and if there's a way to help make that better, we should get on with it. And so I'll be writing a letter that sounds friendlier, that is friendlier than that sounds, but it is a friendly letter requesting his consideration on behalf of the people in the affected area. That's all I wanted to say. And
A question of the mayor. In your letter, then, it's a new Minister of Transportation with a new government, and maybe somehow in that letter you can encourage him as being new to take a fresh look at it and maybe not let it sit on the back burner as it has for so long.
the draft is here, and those comments are most welcome and received positively. So if there's no one else that wishes to say anything, then I can just simply call the question, which was simply to receive the report on the aircraft noise for information. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Then we do come to item 1119, the temporary accommodation rentals. We do have 2 incredibly patient, if they're here, That's the end of the deputations. Then are there questions of staff? Are there speakers from outside the committee? There aren't any left from outside the committee, so we don't have to canvass that. Are there speakers, people wishing to speak from inside the committee? Councillor McMahon.
Great. So I have a motion, and I think Councillor Shiner has a motion too to complement this. So I was just, I saw the report, and I was just concerned with the what was put forth by Councillor Wong Tam. So I wanted to add, if we're doing a report, we should look at everything, not just that list. So we added more. I worked with Councillor Balau as well on the rental issue as well, and we've cleared it all with staff, and it should be good complemented with Councillor Shiner's motion, which he will talk about. I just want, if we're having the discussion, let's do it in one fell swoop, have the report. It's a big project, but let's get all the information to debate. Thanks.
Councilman Wong, speak. Okay, please do then.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it. I just want to say the deputy was fabulous, and how great it is to have someone who's never come here before, who doesn't have a vested interest, who just like speaks her mind and just makes her points succinctly and like bang on. It's like fantastic. More people like her, please.
She was good. Okay. Councillor Shiner, did you wish to speak?
So if the clerk could put up the motion that we have. And the motion is to take the letter from Councillor Wong Tam and the motion by Councillor McMahon, send it to the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning and Executive Director of Municipal Licensing, and have them come back to us, tell us recommendations how we can move forward on this. I have nothing wrong with any of the recommendations that are here, and I've had sites in my ward that became party houses. So every weekend there was a wedding, there was an event, there was a party, there was drinking. It was horrible for the neighbors. Airbnb. Couldn't find the owners, couldn't deal with it. I've experienced the issues myself, and I know how difficult it can be. But the internet is the internet, and it's very hard to be able to deal with the issues. And I think we need a succinct work plan to look at what we can and can't do and how we should tackle the problem over here with this. I also don't want to, in any way, allow Airbnb to become a backdoor in for rooming houses, where it could be considered an Airbnb house where we don't allow rooming houses in particular areas, and all of a sudden the approvals we put that if you advertise an Airbnb, it's a week, it's a month, it's 6 months, it's your whole term at the school, and all of a sudden it's a rooming house for students, and it becomes legal, and we never expected it to be in certain areas. So all these things are very complicated, and I think Councillor McMahon's motion kind of said how complicated it is when you look at all the people she asked to be consulted. That's a huge list and a mammoth task for staff to figure out a way to deal with this. So I'm looking for directions how we can deal with it to come forward, get them back to committee, give staff instructions on how to move with it and start to deal with the problem that is there.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. I'll speak, and also Councillor Bailão first. Other speakers?
Very
Councillor Bailão?
Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the recommendations, the motions, just because Airbnb, and I think the letter that actually the deputant sent us mentioned that, it started with people renting a one-bedroom inside their home, and actually, it's a little bit of an extra income for some people. It's an affordability issue as well, so great. What we're having now is entire houses, entire apartments, and actually the effect that might be having on our city when we only have a vacancy rate of 1.6%, I think needs to start to be looking at. So the safety of the people, and how do you guarantee, the safety of 12, a home that is being rented for 12 people, and the second, the impact that is having on our rental market, I think is really important things that need to be taken in consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. I just really want to say that I will support both motions. I think it is a sensible way to deal with this. I think that Councillor McMahon's amendment sets out a more complete list of things that have to be taken into account. And I'm sure there's probably 50 more we could add because it's very complicated. And Councillor Shiner's is sensible in the context of the work plans of the different departments. I do express the hope, and I'm sure Ms. Keesmaat will just roll her eyes because we say this every time, that I hope she and Ms. Cook can bring us this back as soon as possible, because it is just recommendations on how to proceed. And I say that only because I think what's really good about the fact we're considering this now, and it probably is even late in the process based on the comments of Mr. Costa, based on Councillor Shiner's comments, based on Councillor Bailau's comments, you know, Councillor Deputy Mayor Menard-Wong just said this may be bad disruptive technology. I don't think there's any such thing. Disruptive technology is what it is, and it can have some bad consequences. And I think with the other file, which name shall not cross my lips, that you know, it kind of, when I say it got away from us, I would say here of Airbnb the same thing I'd say of Uber, which is Airbnb and things like it are here to stay. And so the challenge for us in government is trying to keep up with this and make sure that we don't get caught in a situation where we're kind of running to catch up, and then it can lead to a situation that becomes extremely divisive and extremely pressure-packed on us to sort of suddenly have to sort of produce regulations or take court challenges or whatever because we've let the thing get away from us. So I think we're just at the sort of inflection point now where we have time to hopefully thoughtfully do this review and come back with some recommendations as to what we could do to be fair, but to recognize the fact that, who just said, was it somebody just said the internet is here to stay? Well, it sure is in spades, and we should hope it is. It's a lot of jobs that are going to come out of all these different kinds of things. So I will support these two amendments to the main item. Any other speakers? Okay, well then we're ready for the question. First on the... Just the refer... Okay, oh, yes, because they're being referred together. Okay, fine. So it's just Councillor Shiner's motion that's in front of us then. All those in favour? Opposed, if any? Carried. That's the disposition of the matter. Any other business to be before us? All right then, we're adjourned. Thank you very much. I see Councillor Pasternak got to the birthday party.